I got engaged, but it turns out my fiancé is the school's famous Villainess. Volume 2. By Soda Yu. Translated by Yuki Kitsuneko. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Always close childhood friends. Wait, what? What qualifies as a childhood friend likely depends on how one defines the term. But without a doubt, the two girls, Suzuki Tomomi and Kamo Ryoko, are legitimate childhood friends in my life. Tomomi and I have known each other since we were in the preschool class for younger children. As for Ryoko, our families have been close since before I was born, living right next door to each other. If our relationship, formed from such a young age, doesn't count as being childhood friends, then what does? That said, there's Mizuho, whom I've known since elementary school. While we've grown close over time, she doesn't quite give off that childhood friend vibe. At best, she's like a troublesome younger sister. So, why am I even bringing this up? Ryoko, I'm telling you, that's not right. It is right. Tomomi-chan's the one who's wrong. I'm not wrong. Ryoko, you're always like this. Seriously, get a grip. You're the one who should get a grip. Tomomi-chan, why are you so insensitive? Are you stupid? Excuse me. Who are you calling stupid? Tomomi-chan. The stupid one is Tomomi-chan. Hey, Higoshiku-kun? What? Do something about this. You're their childhood friend, aren't you? There are things I can and can't do. Ryoko sharing her handmade lunch, something that had already become a routine in recent weeks, was supposed to be the highlight of the lunch break. Usually, this time went by in relative peace, but today was different. That's it. I don't care about Ryoko anymore. That's my line. I don't care about Tomomi-chan either. For me. With an exaggerated huff, the two turned their backs to each other in perfect unison. I let out a small sigh, watching the spectacle unfold. Section. Rough day, right? You worked hard, Kiru said with a wry smile as she placed a cup of coffee on the table in front of me. I was sprawled out in the living room after finally getting home, utterly drained. I muttered a thanks, took a sip of the coffee, and let out a satisfied sigh. Ah, this is good. I'm glad to hear that. But still, I didn't expect those two to fight like that. It really surprised me. Those two. Oh, they fight all the time. They're so close that even the smallest thing sets them off. Seriously. From squabbles over who got the tip of a split popsicle when we were kids to channel disputes during sleepovers at my house, and more recently, fashion debates, it's been one thing after another with them. Honestly, they really need to grow up already. It's impressive, honestly. How can they still be so close after all that? It's like kittens roughhousing with each other. They're just testing their limits, figuring out how much they can push. And, well, maybe because of that, they're both pretty good at getting along with other people. True. Ryoko learned about people from Tomomi, and Tomomi learned from Ryoko. It's just how they've always been. Fights like this? Pretty much routine. And you? Boys and girls are different, right? Plus, I've always been the kind of guy who eats both halves of the popsicle by myself. Seriously? What can I say? The three of us are childhood friends. There was no one else to split it with. That's just how it is. Someone always ends up being the odd one out. And that someone? It's me. I suppose that makes sense. So, are things okay now? Well, I've got a flurry of missed calls and messages from Mizuho and Akane. Mizuho had messaged, Tomomi-senpai is terrifying today. Practice was brutal. Meanwhile, Akane had sent, Oni, what did you do? Ryoko-chan is really mad. And Akane, for the record, this isn't my fault. Blaming me for everything isn't exactly fair, little sister. Honestly, I feel bad for Kawakita-san and your sister. Yeah, they're probably the real victims here. Mizuho basically gets treated like Tomomi's personal underclassmen. Scary, those athletic types. By the way, do your sister and Kawakita-san fight often? They're childhood friends too, right? Surprisingly, those two are pretty mature. Maybe it's because they've had Ryoko and Tomomi as bad examples. They've figured out that fighting doesn't accomplish anything. That's remarkably calm of them. Or maybe it's just that Ryoko and Tomomi are idiots. Why don't those two ever grow up? They're 17, yet they still act like they're 3. Is this what they mean by a child's habits stick until they're 100? Still, I'm kind of jealous. Jealous? Of what? I mean, no matter how much they fight, they always make up in the end, right? Doesn't that mean their bond is unbreakable? I guess so. They're practically like sisters at this point. It's because they're that close that they can fight so fiercely. I think that kind of relationship is something to admire. Kiru's gaze turned distant as she spoke. I don't have any friends. Right. She doesn't have any friends. Maybe that's why she finds the idea of fighting with someone almost enviable. You need someone to argue with in the first place. You want to? Want to what? Don't back away while hugging yourself. What do you think I'm talking about? This girl. I meant, if you've got this vague admiration for it or whatever, want to try fighting? With me? What? I mean, if there's something you're upset about, I'll listen. And if it's unreasonable, I'll get mad. Like, I couldn't articulate it well, but Kiru seemed to get the gist. She chuckled softly. Thanks, but I'll pass. All right. I'll still voice my opinions, though. Because I don't want you to hate me. It's not like fighting would make me hate you, you know. Foo-foo. Just hearing that is enough. Thank you, Higoshikuju-kun. Like you said earlier, if Ryoko and Tomomi's bond is unbreakable, then I'd say the same goes for us. So, you don't need to hold back or anything, alright? I mean, you're being awfully nice to me. I hope you're not expecting anything in return. I'm not. This coffee is more than enough. I raised my cup as I spoke, and Kiru smiled warmly at me. If only it had ended there. The next morning, I dragged myself to school, rubbing my sleepy eyes. Tomomi spotted me from across the courtyard, stormed up to me with purpose, and declared, "Good morning, Hiroyuki. I've officially cut ties with Ryoko." What? How did it come to this? Chapter 1. Childhood friends are complicated. Lunch break. After Tomomi's dramatic declaration of "I'm done with Ryoko," I received a message from Mizuho summoning me to the rooftop. Lunch break, rooftop. Is this a setup for bullying? Wait, isn't Mizuho supposed to be my junior? Alright, Higoshikuju-senpai, spill it. I'm innocent. No way. We're talking about Tomomi-senpai and Ryoko-senpai here. There's no way those two would seriously cut ties. If they've actually declared a breakup, the only plausible reason has to involve you, senpai. Why me? Why does it have to be my fault? Mizuho let out an exasperated sigh as I tilted my head in confusion. What's with that sigh? What? Nothing. Just thinking how frustratingly oblivious you are, like someone enjoying a warm bath while chaos brews around them. It's worse than being clueless. But whatever, that's not the point right now. You need to fix this. Do you have any idea how much trouble this has caused? Tomomi-senpai was texting me until 3 in the morning. I was dozing off all morning because of her. That does sound rough. I did feel bad for her. But still. I mean, this isn't exactly new, right? Those two fight often enough. It's not like this is the first time those two have fought. Sure, they argue all the time, and I'm used to their squabbles. But this is the first time I've heard either of them declare something as extreme as a breakup. For what it's worth, Akane also got dragged into it. Ryoko-senpai was venting to her late into the night too. Sounds about right. Whenever Ryoko and Tomomi fought, Ryoko would complain to Akane, and Tomomi would vent to Mizuho. They both knew how to handle it with a yeah attitude, but honestly, it's hard to tell who's supposed to be the older one here. But seriously, staying up until 3 is just ridiculous. This has to be serious, don't you think? Mizuho turned her gaze away from me, fixing it instead on the person standing beside me. Kiru-senpai. I don't really know the details of your relationships, so I can't say much. But why was I even called here? Kiru, now on the spot, gave me a tired look. I get it. I really do. Why are you here? Well, I'm the one who brought you along after Mizuho specifically asked me to, but still. It's because I heard you were there when the fight happened. By the way, Higoshi-kuju-senpai, why didn't you call me for Ryoko-senpai's lunch day? I missed out on a meal. Not my fault. Don't blame me. Ryoko was the one who made the lunch, and it's not like I could just invite people on a whim. Now they'll probably think I'm on Tomomi's side, and I'll never get invited again. Tomomi's side? What's that supposed to mean? As Mizuho sulked, Kiru cautiously raised her hand. Sorry to interrupt, but what is it? There are factions. There aren't. But Kamo-san called your sister, and Suzuki-san contacted Kawakita-san, right? Does Kamo-san ever call Kawakita-san directly? Nope. She knows Tomomi-senpai always reaches out to me, so there's no need for her to do it herself during fights. That sounds an awful lot like a faction to me. It's not a faction. It's not, but, well, if you want to call it that, it's more like smaller friend groups within the larger friend circle. You know, like how even within a group of friends, there are people you naturally click with more. I thought that explanation made sense, but Kiru tilted her head. I wouldn't know. I've never had friends. Sorry. Don't apologize. It just makes me feel sad. So, what about your explanation? Oh, yeah. Mizu spends a lot of time with Tomomi because of basketball. They've naturally grown close. And your sister? Ryoko's always been the nurturing type, and since we lived next door, Akane used to follow her around like a little shadow when we were kids. It's kind of like she was her big sister. So, basically, me and Tomomi-senpai, and Akane and Ryoko-senpai form pairs. Of course, we're all friends, and I do hang out with Ryoko-senpai sometimes. But overwhelmingly, I spend more time with Tomomi-senpai. You two often go on errands for the basketball team together too. Exactly. Ryoko-senpai doesn't come along for those kinds of things. I see. So, usually, when Tomomi-senpai and Ryoko-senpai fight, Akane and I step in to mediate. We smooth things over, and they eventually make up. But this time is different. This feels serious. Your sister and Kawakita-san are younger, right? But you're saying they mediate. Those two are just immature. Ryoko I get, but Kamo-san too? Only when they're together. Kiru gave me a look as if to say, that tracks. Well, I couldn't exactly argue with her. Yesterday, she wouldn't listen to reason at all. She kept saying, I'm done with Ryoko. I don't even want to see her face. That was the first time I'd ever seen Tomomi-senpai like that. What should we do, Higoshi-kuju-senpai? Not my problem. How can you say that? Not my problem. Aren't they your childhood friends? She's right, Higoshi-kuju-kun. That's a little cold, don't you think? Mizuho and Kiru both gave me pointed looks. But still, they're just heated right now. Mizuho, do you really think those two could actually go through with a breakup? Well, you can't imagine it, right? They've always been together, no matter what. Sure, this is a bit more dramatic than usual, but it's basically the same as all their other fights. They'll be fine. I hope so. But Akane's worried, and honestly, this time, I'm a little concerned too. For them to even say the word breakup. Higoshi-kuju-kun, are you sure you shouldn't step in? If I step in, it'll just make things worse. You know that, Mizuho. I do, but this time is different. Persistent, aren't you? It's not like I've never tried mediating their fights before. But every time, I'd end up with both of them shouting, stay out of it, at me. That's why I'm sitting this one out. They'll make up on their own eventually. That doesn't sound like you. Aren't you the type to prioritize others? Kiru asked, tilting her head. You're giving me too much credit. I'm not always nice, you know. Really? I thought at least half of you was made of kindness. I'm not a bottle of headache medicine. Anyway, we'll leave them alone for now. They'll sort it out. Kiru and Mizuho exchanged glances, both looking slightly dissatisfied, but eventually, Kiru let out a sigh of resignation. Well, if you say so, I suppose it's fine. Yeah. If Higoshi-kuju-senpai thinks so, then. Mizu reluctantly agreed. Great. That's settled. Now, let's eat. I'm starving. Good idea. Let's have lunch. Yes, let's. Mizuho suddenly stopped mid-sentence, a realization flashing across her face. What is it, Kawakita-san? Oh, right. What was the fight about? I meant to ask Tomomi-senpai but completely forgot. Oh. At her words, Kiru and I exchanged glances. Which is cuter, dogs or cats? What? Dogs or cats? Tomomi's a dog person, Ryoko's a cat person. It started as a friendly discussion but got heated. See? Pointless, isn't it? Return. Return my sleep to me. Mizuho's scream echoed across the relatively small rooftop. Hey, stop that. People are staring. Section. All the classes for the day had ended, and I was just about to grab my bag and head home when a familiar voice called out to me. Hey, Hiroyuki. Let's walk home together. It was Tomomi. Walk home together? You do realize. We don't exactly live next door to each other anymore. I know. Just as far as the station. Well, if it's just to the station, sure. Wait, what about your club activities? I'm skipping today. You're skipping? Kidding. I went a bit overboard yesterday, and the advisor told me, you're banned from practice tomorrow. She laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of her neck with a sheepish ha-ha. Maybe tone it down a bit next time? Nope. Seriously. Oh, whatever. Anyway, Hiroyuki, let's hurry up and go home. Hiroyuki-chan, let's walk home together. A voice interrupted Tomomi mid-sentence, echoing across the classroom. I turned to see Ryoko standing by the doorway, smiling. Well, her mouth was twitching slightly, but she was smiling nonetheless as she called out to me. Her eyes, however, were practically glaring daggers. The first to react to her intense gaze was Tomomi. What are you doing here, Ryoko? Hiroyuki is walking home with me. Why don't you go home by yourself? What about you, Tomomi-chan? Don't you have club activities today? Shouldn't you hurry up and go? Too bad for you. I've got the day off from club activities. Now, Hiroyuki, let's go home. Hold on. Why are you trying to take Hiroyuki-chan with you? You should just go home by yourself, Tomomi-chan. Too bad for you. I already asked him first. The two of them gradually grew more heated. Watching the escalating argument, our classmates who had stayed behind froze like statues. Well, it's no surprise, they're used to seeing these two as the famous inseparable childhood friends, and now they're on the verge of snapping at each other. Oh, Hiroyuki. Still as popular as ever, right? Must be rough being such a chick magnet. And then, a brave soul appeared. With a grin, a guy draped his arm around my shoulders. It was none other than Fujita. Fujita, you're a lifesaver. Yo, Fujita, what's up? Oh, nothing much. Just saw a lucky guy surrounded by our school's two most beautiful girls and thought, hey, isn't that my buddy Hiroyuki? Gotta say, I'm jealous, man. Share some of that luck with me. Ahaha. You can have it anytime, man, I thought. Somehow, my unspoken plea seemed to reach him because Fujita, still grinning, turned to face the two girls. So, ladies, how about ditching this plain guy and going on a date with me inst? Fujita-kun, shut up. Yes. With a single sharp glare from the two, Fujita's bravado crumbled as he began retreating. Hey, Fujita, buddy, don't back down now. I need you here. If you bail, I'm doomed. Ryoko, Tomomi, I'm going home with Fujita. What? Hiroyuki? What are you? Right, Fujita. We made plans to walk home together today, didn't we? We did. Yep, totally did. Anyway, that's the plan. See you two later. With that, I grabbed Fujita's arm and bolted for the door. Hey, Hiroyuki. Hiroyuki-chan. Their voices called out after me, but I didn't stop. I dashed out of the classroom with Fujita in tow. Section. Look, it's not like I had anything important to do, so it's fine, but couldn't you have given me a little more notice? Yeah, sorry about that. Here, I'll treat you. Order whatever you want. It's not like I need you to treat me, but we were at a fast food place near the station called Waku Waku Donuts, nicknamed Wakudo. Despite the name, They don't actually sell donuts. It's a burger joint through and through, almost as if they're picking a fight with the advertising board Jaro. Still, the place is popular with our school's students. It's cheap, after all. Well, since you're offering, I won't hold back. I'll take the big Wakudo set with a cola. Got it. I'll go with the double cheeseburger. After ordering at the counter, we grabbed our trays and settled into a table. The after-school crowd hadn't arrived yet, so the place was pretty empty, and we had no trouble finding seats. Here you go. Thanks. Man. Suzuki and Kamo were scary back there. I've never seen them look so mad. What the heck did you do, Hiroyuki? I didn't do anything. Seriously, why does everyone, including you and Mizuho, assume it's my fault? It feels like I'm being falsely accused all the time. Mizuho? My junior. Also a childhood friend. Ah, got it. So she said the same thing, right? But come on, we're talking about Suzuki and Kamo here. If those two are angry, it's gotta be because of you. Why? That's not true. Especially Tomomi, she gets mad at just about anything. Back when we started high school, there was this rumor going around. Apparently, this year's freshmen had the 3 great beauties. Who started that? I never heard about it. Well, of course, you didn't. You were involved. Wait, am I one of the 3 great beauties? Idiot. It's Suzuki, Kamo, and Kiru. Kiru's technically the most stunning, but, well, you know, yeah, she's got that whole villainous vibe going for her. But Suzuki's super approachable, and Kamo's got that shy, adorable charm that makes you want to protect her. When Kiru's popularity dipped a bit, Suzuki and Kamo's shot up. And then there was this one little pest always hanging around them. Was that me? Obviously. At one point, people seriously discussed forming a club called Let's Get Rid of Higoshikuju Hiroyuki. Let's get rid of Higoshikuju Hiroyuki. What the hell? Yep. And guess who was the club president? You. Give me back that Wakudo right now. Relax, I was joking. Fujita laughed as he pulled his tray closer. Was he really joking, though? His eyes didn't look like they were. Anyway, you've been sticking with Suzuki and Kamo since the beginning, right? So maybe you don't notice, but those two rarely get angry. Sure, Suzuki might get fired up during basketball, but that's just normal coach-level scolding. Yeah, I guess. And as for Kamo-san, I don't think I've ever seen her angry. So, naturally, the only thing that could make her mad is something involving you, her closest connection. I mean, for those two to fight, it'd have to be something huge, right? So, you're saying it's my fault? Well, yeah. But more than that, it's obvious that the person they care about most is you. You think so? Of course. Let's be real, you're not exactly dazzling to look at. Thanks for that. Wait, I wasn't done. Meanwhile, those two are the school's top-tier beauties, surrounded by admirers. And yet, they choose to stay by your side. Doesn't that tell you something? Clearly, there's something about you that's more valuable than appearances. And having spent time with you, I get it. You're considerate, thoughtful, and a good guy. That's probably why they stick around. Fujita smiled brightly. You're like dried squid, man. The more you chew on it, the more flavor you get. Couldn't you come up with a better comparison? But even so, I'm not that great of a person. That's not for you to decide, it's up to them. Anyway, I'm still betting this whole mess is because of something you did. I won't press for details, though. I swear I didn't do anything. But, thanks for not pushing. Yeah, no problem. Fujita took a sip of his cola, but it must have been almost empty since the sound of slurping echoed loudly. Man, you've got it good, though, Hiroyuki. You're talking to the guy caught in the middle of his 2 childhood friends' fight. How is that good? Okay, yeah, I feel for you there. But think about it, 2 beauties fighting over you. That's gotta be a reward in itself. It's no reward, trust me. Maybe not to you. But seriously, are you one of those reluctant protagonist types from a manga? The oh no, I just keep getting dragged into things guy. That's not my intention, but then just pick one already. Date one of them, free up the other, and make some other guy's dream come true. You're not oblivious, are you? You know they like you. I'm pretty sure if you confessed to either one, they'd say yes. I mean, I know they care about me, but if I confessed, I trailed off, unsure of what to say. Fujita tilted his head curiously. Why so hesitant? Are you stuck trying to choose between the two? Fujita's carefree tone made me chuckle wryly. Let's just say, as things stand, there's no chance. Me dating Ryoko or Tomomi? Not happening. For a moment, Fujita stared at me, dumbfounded. Then he broke into his usual grin. No way. Hiroyuki, you're not thinking of keeping them both, are you? If you try that, even your best buddy here will have to beat some sense into you. Since when were we best buddies? And you're saying something terrifying with a smile on your face. It's kind of scary. Fujita's grin made him look like a smug monk, which only added to the unsettling vibe. Then what's your deal? Oh, wait, is this one of those I see them like siblings, not as girls things? Oh, of course not. Think about it, they're stunning. How could I not see them as girls? I felt my frustration bubbling up, my whole body trembling like a volcano ready to erupt. No way I don't see them as girls. Hiroyuki, calm down. And another thing, they come over to my house, use the bath, and then just waltz into my room smelling all nice and fresh, asking, what manga are you reading? Do you know how dangerous that is? I'm a normal high school guy. Do they think I'm made of steel? Hiroyuki. On top of that, they'll say stuff like, I'll sleep in Hiroyuki's room tonight, or I put my futon right next to yours, Hiroyuki-chan. We're both high schoolers, damn it. How am I supposed to sleep like that? My self-control is working overtime. It's at corporate slave levels. I genuinely wanted to scream. Give me a break already. Calm down. Take a deep breath. Hiroyuki? I finally managed to regain my composure. So yeah, I don't see them as just friends or siblings. Quite the opposite, I see them very much as girls. Seriously? I wouldn't have guessed. I don't make it obvious, that's why. Why not? What are you, a monk in training? I'm just a normal high school guy. Anyway, it's complicated. There's a lot going on for me and for them. Is this one of those things where it's better not to ask? It's not exactly an entertaining story, and I don't feel like sharing it. If you have a really good reason, maybe I'd talk, but, do you? Just curiosity. Then nope. Fair enough. Still, it sounds like you've got it rough. The way you blew up just now, that was some genuine emotion. Yeah, well, being childhood friends isn't all it's cracked up to be. I see. If I had cute childhood friends like that, I'd think I'd be the happiest guy alive. Oh, don't get me wrong, it is pretty great. Walking to school every morning with two beautiful girls. Can't complain. We don't do it anymore, but back in elementary, middle school, and even our first year of high school, we commuted together. That's got to count as living the dream, right? So which is it, man? Let's just say it has its pros and cons. Anyway, are you done eating? If you are, let's head out. Wait, hold on. I've just got the fries left. With that, Fujita started shoveling the fries from the paper bag into his mouth. Hey, wait. Don't choke on them. Hey, Fujita. Don't start turning pale on me. Hang on, I'll get some water. Section. Welcome back. You're late, aren't you? When I opened the living room door, there was Kiru, sitting on the sofa reading a book. I raised a hand in greeting before slumping into one of the chairs. I'm back. I stopped by with Fujita for a bit. Detour with a friend? What? It's just. I think I've had enough of your whole I don't have any friends self-deprecating routine. Oh, that's a shame. I was thinking of refining it into a signature act. What are you even aiming for? Nothing in particular. It's just fun. And it makes me happy. Self-deprecating jokes make you happy? No, the fact that I have someone who listens to them does. And the fact that I'm living with that person? Of course, that makes me happy. Are you blushing? Just a little. But you are too. Your cheeks are red. Foo foo foo. Well, yes. Even I find it a bit embarrassing. But it's not a lie. Thanks. I scratched the back of my head awkwardly. Yeah, this was pretty embarrassing. Well, let's leave it at that. Sounds like you had a tough day. What do you mean? Suzuki-san and Kamo-san. I heard there was some drama in your classroom. How do you know about that? It's not exactly school-wide news, but it's quite the hot topic. If someone like me, with hardly any social connections, has heard about it, you can imagine how much it's spread. Those two are very popular and always seen as close friends. A fight between them is rare enough to stir some attention. Oh, and by the way, you're part of the rumors too. Seriously? What are they saying? As usual, Higoshicuju is stuck between the two of them and looks completely lost. He should just explode already. What kind of gossip is that? It sounds ridiculous. Well, it's proof that things are peaceful. Not for me, they're not. Oh, come on. Having two beauties fighting over you is the dream for most guys, isn't it? And let's not forget that my fiancé is also a beauty. Come to think of it, I'm technically at the center of the school's three great beauties. What is this? Am I some kind of harem king? Oh, when you put it that way, it does sound amazing. Yeah, except it doesn't feel amazing at all. What's really not amazing is how everyone stares at me all the time. Still, it's strange. What is? You're childhood friends with those two, aren't you? Was there never a point where you considered dating one of them? Even from a woman's perspective, they're both very charming. And I'm sure they have feelings for you. What's with the silence? I was just talking to Fujita about the same thing earlier. Oh, what did you say? I told him that there's absolutely no chance of me dating either Ryoko or Tomomi. Really? Yeah. Is there a reason for that? He asked me that too. And what did you say? That it's not an interesting story, and I don't particularly feel like telling it. If someone has a good enough reason to ask, I wouldn't say no outright, but... I see. And if I said I wanted to hear it? Honestly, it's not a pleasant story. For me, or anyone else involved. It's not something I'm eager to share, and if I do, I'd ask you to keep it to yourself. Even so, do you want to hear it? I see. I'm debating whether I should ask. But... I am your fiancé, you know? I think I have the right, no, the obligation, to ask. It's my job to check on my husband's potential affairs. Affairs? Well, when she puts it like that, I guess it's fair. We are supposed to get married in the future. Some might say it's invasive to dig into someone's past relationships, but I'd probably feel the same way if Kiru started showing signs of being involved with another guy. Wait. Didn't you say you'd forgive me if I cheated? At my words, Kiru avoided my gaze, looking a little uncomfortable. I did say that. Then there's no need to ask, right? Shut up. So what if I was trying to look cool and regretted it later? Just spill already. Whoa. Okay, calm down. Kiru's face turned bright red as she swung a cushion over her head. I quickly raised my hands to stop her and stood up from the chair. This might take a while, so I'll make some coffee. Want some? She nodded stiffly, still fuming, and I couldn't help but chuckle. I headed to the kitchen, brewed 2 cups of coffee, and placed one in front of her. She had moved from the sofa to the table in the living room, so I took the seat across from her. All right. Where should I start? Start wherever you feel comfortable. It's a long story. That's why you made coffee, isn't it? She raised her cup with a small smirk. I chuckled again and began. Well, as you know, Ryoko, Tomomi, and I have been childhood friends for a long time. Tomomi and I have known each other since preschool, and I've known Ryoko since birth. It's been over 10 years with both of them. Sure, we've had our share of fights, but we always got along in the end. I see. Our dynamic changed a bit when we entered elementary school. Elementary school. Oh, is this one of those things? Like other boys teasing you? I shook my head. No. It was because I started playing basketball. I loved it and got completely absorbed in it. I even stopped hanging out with Ryoko and Tomomi after school so I could focus on basketball. That's awful. If it were me, I'd be really sad. A close friend choosing something else over me. I feel bad about it now, but Back then, I was just a kid. To be honest, playing basketball was more fun than playing with Tomomi or Ryoko. To be fair, most of the games they wanted to play were things like house or pretend cooking. I guess it was a little embarrassing. Tomomi and Ryoko weren't happy about it, of course. But Tomomi decided to act. She joined the same basketball team I was on. She's got great athletic ability, so she figured if Hiroyuki can do it, so can I. She got really good, too. Back in elementary school, she was taller than me, and when she started catching up to my level, I worked even harder to stay ahead. And before we knew it, Ryoko was left behind. Tomomi noticed Ryoko looking lonely at home, so she started inviting her to practices and games. By then, Tomomi had fallen in love with basketball, so stopping wasn't an option for her. Ryoko was hesitant at first, but after watching a few practices and games, she got drawn in too. She started helping out, doing manager-like things. She brought sports drinks during breaks, handed out towels, and even made honey lemon slices for us. By the time we were in 6th grade, she was keeping scorebooks and analyzing opponents' strategies. A proper manager. After that, the three of us started spending a lot of time together again. Tomomi and I practiced while Ryoko watched seriously and gave advice or shared information about our next opponents. You were really close. Yeah. Too close, maybe. What do you mean? I told you I quit basketball before starting my 3rd year of middle school, right? Yeah. That story made me feel sick just hearing it. Don't say things like sick, you're a girl, remember? Anyway, when I quit basketball. Damn, this is embarrassing. I guess you could say I was in a bit of a slump. A slump. Not anything too serious, but I felt really unmotivated. Like I didn't know what to do with myself. I couldn't explain it well. You know how retired office workers sometimes lose their sense of purpose because they don't know how to spend their time? You mean when they don't have hobbies because they were consumed by work, so they feel lost? Exactly. I started playing basketball in 1st grade. For most of my life, basically everything I could remember, I was all about basketball. So when I quit, I felt like I didn't know what to do anymore. At first, my friends were considerate. I was the basketball team's ace, the captain, and even a national team candidate. Then, all of a sudden, I quit. Of course, they were curious and worried. I can see that. I'd feel the same way if a friend of mine did that. They tried to cheer me up, inviting me to hang out or talk. But I kept brushing them off. Eventually, they started keeping their distance. Looking back, it was a terrible thing to do. They were worried about me, and I just told them to leave me alone. Rude doesn't even cover it. Before long, I wasn't completely isolated, but I became that guy everyone tiptoed around in class. So, the one who finally got fed up with me was Tomomi. One day after school, she called me to the back of the school building. Even now, the scene from that day easily comes to mind. Despite feeling a bit annoyed, I headed to the back of the building. And right away, Tomomi punched me. With a full-on fist. Wait, what? She got me square in the face. My nose started gushing blood, like a waterfall. Wait, hold on. Were you okay? Well, it was just a small cut, but because it was near a blood vessel or something, a lot of blood came out. Tomomi, who had called me out to scold me, panicked when she saw how much blood there was. She was almost crying, saying, I'm sorry, Hiroyuki. Looking back now, a middle school boy gushing blood from his nose while a girl tearfully apologized, that's a scene straight out of a nightmare. Seriously. And come on, who uses their fists like that? A girl, no less. Anyway, once the nosebleed finally stopped and Tomomi calmed down, she said it to me. How long are you going to sulk? She asked. You quit basketball for your own reasons, didn't you? Tearfully, she said that to me and then ended with something I'll never forget. How long are you going to mope? I know how much you loved basketball. I know how cool you were when you played. But basketball isn't the only thing you can enjoy, is it? There are other things you want to do, other things that make you happy, right? If you don't know what they are, let's find them together. I'll help you. After that, Tomomi even came with me to apologize to the friends I'd been avoiding. She said, I'm so sorry our Hiroyuki has been causing you all this trouble. He's really just a big kid, so please forgive him. She sounds like a mom. My friends, who were initially taken aback, laughed at Tomomi's attitude and let it go. They even teased me, saying, You've got yourself a great wife there, Hiroyuki. A wife? Well, you know how middle schoolers talk. It's kind of awkward, but, wait, so Tomomi helped you get back to, how should I put it? A normal state of mind? Yeah, she really gave me a wake-up call. And Kamo-san? What was she doing at that time? This happened a little later, but when I started to find enjoyment outside of basketball, Ryoko handed me a notebook. A notebook? She said, You might not need this anymore, Hiroyuki, but if you do, feel free to use it. You know how in bigger parks, they might have soccer goals but rarely basketball hoops? Yeah. Well, she'd mapped out all the parks within one train stop that had basketball hoops. She also included practice routines from top schools, parks where people often played one-on-one, and places where it was easy to practice alone. It was full of small but useful details. In Japan, if you're not part of a club, it's still rare to find places where you can play basketball. You can practice dribbling or passing, but without a hoop, shooting practice is pretty ineffective. She said, One day, you'll probably want to play basketball again. When that time comes, I'd be happy if this helps you out. She's surprisingly strict, isn't she, Kamo-san? Strict? Well, Tomomi seemed to accept that you'd quit basketball. But Kamo-san seems like she didn't, almost like she disapproved. I wouldn't say she disapproved exactly, but yeah, she might have felt that way. She's strong like that. That's unexpected. People often think Tomomi is the strong one and Ryoko is the kind one, but in reality, it's the opposite. Ryoko is always the stronger one, and Tomomi is the kinder one. Of course, Ryoko is kind too, and Tomomi is strong in her own way, but if I had to choose, you've known them since childhood, so you'd understand that best. We've been together forever. Anyway, Tomomi didn't just help me make up with my classmates. She kept her promise, she helped me find things I enjoyed. In every memory from that time, Tomomi was there. Hiroyuki, Nakagawa is going to karaoke. You're coming too. Listen to my amazing voice. I found a great cafe. Perfect for boosting our girl power. Let's bring Ryoko and go. Hiroyuki, let's go shopping. What? Carry the bags? That wasn't my intention. Just a little. Hiroyuki, it's the cultural festival after party. Are you hyped? Let's go all out. Hey, Hiroyuki, we're on the sports festival committee. Get it together. What? Yo, Higoshi-Kuju couple? Come on, everyone. I'm more of the wife-stealing type, so call us the Suzuki couple. She always kept her word. Tomomi was by my side, helping me find my fun. And that kindness of hers. It made me so happy. I took a sip of my now cold coffee. Before I knew it, I was drawn to that kindness of hers. Drawn to it? Do you mean as a person? Or as a woman? The latter. I wanted to be with her as more than a friend. Our relationship was deeper than most middle schoolers, I think. But I wanted it to go further. But, since all I ever cared about was basketball, I didn't know what to do. So, I asked for advice. Noticing my awkward expression, Kiru frowned and cautiously asked, You didn't. I hope you didn't. Who did you ask for advice? Ryoko. Kiru put a hand to her forehead and looked up at the ceiling. No, that's not what it is. You didn't think Kamo-san might have feelings for you? Alright, I'll be honest. Back then, I didn't think that at all. Ryoko was a bit introverted, and since Tomomi and I were always dragging her around, I saw her more as a little sister, a family member I needed to protect. Of course, Tomomi was like family too, and our families were close as well, but, how do I put it? She was more like a best friend to me. Yeah, a best friend. Plus, it's not like I had many people I could talk to about my romantic feelings. Realistically, Ryoko was the only one I could confide in. It was way too embarrassing to talk to any of my guy friends about it. A little sister and a best friend. I see. In that case, the odds were higher you'd fall for your best friend. Still, you're so clueless, aren't you? Don't rub it in. She cried a lot, and slapped me. I see. That day was an absolute disaster. Sure, I knew I was in the wrong, but when I told her, I think I might like Tomomi, sparks literally flew in front of my eyes. What did she say, exactly? Why would you tell me that? Did it never occur to you that I might like you, Hiroyuki? That really hurts. Reflect on that. Believe me, I have. Good. Though it's not really my place to say. So, what happened after that? Well, after a lot happened, Ryoko came to terms with it. She said, it hurts, but if that's what you've decided, Hiroyuki, then it can't be helped. She's strong. I told you, Ryoko's always been the strong one. Yeah. Really. Kamo-san is incredibly strong. Kiru said this as if savoring the thought, then turned her gaze back to me. So, did you confess to Suzuki-san after that? At that, Kiru tilted her head in confusion. Wait. What? What happened? Did the two of you start dating? Or didn't you? To cut to the chase, we didn't. So, you got rejected. Wait, you got rejected, but your relationship is still like this. And what about Kamo-san? She got rejected too, right? I mean, I know you're all close childhood friends, but... Seeing Kiru's incredulous expression, I sighed. It's not like I rejected her or anything. And I wasn't rejected, either. All that happened was Ryoko cried, slapped me, and said, you didn't think I might like you. Isn't that enough circumstantial evidence to call you guilty? I won't deny it. Well, let's leave Kamo-san out of this. Speculating about her feelings won't get us anywhere. So what about you? Suzuki-san didn't reject you, and yet you're still friends like nothing happened. How? To Kiru's question, I gave a small shrug. Because I wasn't rejected. What do you mean? Are you saying you didn't confess? What, were you too scared? You got the first part right. The second part, not so much. I don't understand. Kiru tilted her head, clearly confused. Well, that's fair. It doesn't make much sense, does it? But this is the truth. It's exactly as I said. I didn't confess. But it wasn't because I was scared. I glanced at my cup and noticed it was empty. Seeing my look, Kiru gave a small nod. I grabbed her cup and refilled both, placing one in front of her. It was right after the sports festival, I think. It felt like a weird time, with exams coming up, but hiding my feelings and smiling next to Tomomi every day was getting unbearable. I know it's selfish, but I asked Tomomi to stay behind in the classroom. The autumn sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the room. Standing before Tomomi, I prepared to pour my heart out. But she spoke first. I think I might like you, Hiroyuki. Not as a person, as a man. But, with a face that looked ready to cry, she said, I think I like things the way they are with the three of us, Hiroyuki. What does that mean? How could I confess after hearing that? And so, my fleeting feelings were crushed before I even got the chance. I sipped the freshly brewed coffee. Kiru, who'd been stunned into silence, eventually regained her composure and quietly drank hers as well. I see. That's hard to put into words. Yeah. It's not something you can explain easily. I exhaled a deep sigh and looked up at the ceiling. At first, I thought it might have been just an easy excuse to let me down gently. But Ryoko insisted it wasn't, and I'm sure it wasn't. That was her honest answer. Childhood friendships can be complicated. When you're little, it's fine because the three of us is enough. Even if it's same-gender friends, it's fine because you're a trio. But when it's two of one gender and one of the other, eventually, it always ends up as 2 and 1. Tomomi probably couldn't stand it. Knowing how kind she is, more than anyone else. If it ended up being just me and Tomomi, with Ryoko Kamo. The girl named Ryoko Kamo. If Ryoko became the one left out, Tomomi wouldn't have been able to forgive herself. She's just too kind. Kiru looked like she was about to cry. Seeing her expression, I offered her a smile. Ryoko also understood Tomomi's feelings, you know? That's why, well, the three of us are still together. Still close, even now. I see. I think I understand, to some extent. Kiru said this as she sipped her coffee slowly. After a moment, her slightly wavering eyes turned toward me. Yes. Raising her hand slightly, Kiru spoke again. What is it? Well, I was just a little curious about this whole fiancé arrangement. Fiancé arrangement? Yes. As I said before, I chose this relationship willingly. But you? Well, I guess there aren't any benefits for me, are there? I mean, it's obvious, isn't it? The Kiru family and Kiru herself are satisfied with this, but it's only my family that gains anything from it, right? Exactly. Normally, high schoolers are selfish and impulsive, aren't they? Yet you've surprisingly accepted this arrangement without much resistance. It's not like I accepted it without any hesitation. Even I had my doubts, you know? So, could it be that the reason you accepted this relationship is? Kiru started to say something but stopped mid-sentence. What's that about? What is it? If there's something you want to ask, I'll answer as much as I can. No, it's fine. Not interested. No, it's not that. But it's fine. It feels unfair, but there's no point stirring up trouble unnecessarily, is there? After saying this with a faint, ambiguous smile, Kiru straightened her posture. Well, then, what about now? What about now? Well, she hesitated for a moment, as if wondering whether to ask directly, do you still have feelings for Suzuki-san? Who knows? I think she's an attractive woman, and if she confessed, I'd probably date her. But me confessing to her? I don't think I could do it. At least, that's how I felt. Until recently. Until recently? Now, I have you, don't I? You're my fiancé, after all. I couldn't do something that dishonest. Not now, not with her. Is this sympathy? Because that would be disappointing. If you insist, I could always talk to my father, Anne. No, that's not it. This is so embarrassing. Well, what is it? She's hardworking. Look, it's just that. I've grown to like this life we have now. She might have a sharp tongue, but her personality isn't actually bad. And, you know, giving up on this, here and now, feels like it would be a waste. Or something like that. This life with her, I've come to like it a lot. At this point, I can't imagine letting it go. Hey. What? Can I dance? Why would you? Why dancing, all of a sudden? What's going on, Kiru? You know how people say you do a little dance when you're happy? I've never done a little dance, but I can ballroom dance. Want to join me? I'm not dancing. Besides, it might bother the people downstairs. Oh, wait, no. The soundproofing here seems pretty solid. I'm kidding. Just kidding, but hearing you say that made me really happy. Kiru smiled, her expression blooming like a flower. Seeing her like that, I couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. I scratched my head awkwardly. Well, that's how it is. I see. I understand. See. Not exactly the most entertaining story, right? All it did was show how much of a coward I am and how completely clueless I can be. Honestly, there's no upside for me in sharing this. Why did we even end up on this topic? Oh, right. The root of all evil here is Fujita. Anyway, how about dinner? What should we eat? Didn't you stop somewhere on your way home? Didn't you already eat something? That was just a snack. I'm still hungry. All right. Let's check the fridge and whip something up. And by we, I mean you. Me. I could cook, but I think it's better to save that for when we have a bit more time to plan. Mostly for the sake of the two of us. Fair point. If Kiru cooked now, well, it might not be bad, per se, but I have a feeling it'd end up being a somewhat pitiful meal. Not that I'd complain, but, you know, still. In that case, I should probably learn how to cook too. You wouldn't want to come home late to nothing but grilled meat all the time, would you? That doesn't exactly sound like a balanced or cultured lifestyle. Maybe I'll pick up a cookbook or two. They're pretty handy, you know? Yeah, as long as you follow the recipes, you should be fine. But honestly, watching videos might be better. They're easier to understand when you can actually see the process. What? Do you think someone at my current level could cook just by watching a video? Oh, right. Considering the way she holds a knife, she's not wrong. Most cooking videos assume you already understand the basics. With her skill level, if they say a pinch of salt, she might end up adding enough to make it cyclops-sized. Maybe Ryoko could teach you. She's really good at cooking. Do you think she'd be willing to teach me? Of course. She's shy but approachable. Lately, we've even been having lunch together, so I doubt she'd refuse. I'm a little nervous, but in that case, maybe we should invite Kamo-san over to the apartment sometime. Not a bad idea. Want me to ask her? Could you? How about this Saturday? I'll check her schedule. If it works out, we'll have a little dinner party here. You foo-foo. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, but... She shifted her gaze toward me, her tone suddenly a bit more serious. Kamo-san might be coming over, but don't spend all your time paying attention to her, okay? Don't get distracted. I wouldn't like that, okay? Chapter 2. Nikujaga is strong, and so is Ryoko. After getting a message from Ryoko saying, "Saturday's fine with me," I decided to visit my parents' house on Saturday morning, or rather, Ryoko's house next door. When I rang the doorbell, a voice called out, "I'll be right there," followed by the door opening to reveal a stunningly beautiful woman. Oh, it's Hiroyuki. It's been a while, madam. Try again. Bang. The door slammed shut. With a sigh, I pressed the doorbell again. Oh, it's Hiroyuki. It's been a while, Rin-san. Good. Come on in. The door opened, and the beautiful woman greeted me with a radiant smile. This was Rin Kamo, Ryoko's mother. Despite having a 17-year-old daughter, she had an incredible figure and a youthful beauty that defied her age. Maybe because of that, she hated being called madam. You could say she's the very definition of a bimajo, a timeless beauty. It's been quite a while. I don't think I've seen you since you started high school. Yeah, I think the last time I saw you was at graduation. We didn't really talk much then. By the way, it's rare to catch you at home, isn't it? Well, I left for an assignment in Italy right after the ceremony. After that, it was one business trip after another. I just got back from New York yesterday. So this is your first proper time back in Japan in a year? Not exactly. I've been back a few times, but only for 2 or 3 day stays. This time, I'll be in Japan for a whole month and at home, no less. Rin-san is a designer for a well-known brand. I don't know the details, but she was one of the founding members, which keeps her busy jetting around the world. It's rare to find her at home like this. So, what brings you here today? Are you going on a date with Ryoko? Nothing that exciting. I'm just stopping by before heading to a friend's house. Tomomi? No. Those two are in the middle of a huge fight right now. Hearing this, Rin-san frowned in obvious displeasure. Ah. Again. What did you do this time? Hey. Why does everyone around me automatically assume I'm the guilty one? Do you really have to ask that, Rin-san? I feel like I'm constantly being falsely accused. No, this is just a pure, old-fashioned fight between the two of them. Keep the clueless male protagonist nonsense in 2D, alright? I've wanted to smack Rigi around for that so many times. For reference, Rigi-san is Ryoko's father, Rigi Kamo. I've heard enough about that, thanks. Can you call Ryoko for me? Whenever Rin-san gets drunk, she always talks about how she and Rigi-san ended up together after a dramatic love story. I've been hearing it since I was a kid, so I'm a bit tired of it. Ryoko must hate it even more, considering she always turns bright red and yells whenever it comes up. It's practically a tradition among us childhood friends. Is Ryoko heading out? I was hoping I could eat one of her home-cooked meals. Ah, sorry about that. I asked if Saturday was okay. It's not your fault, Hiroyuki. By the way, is Maiko around? My mom. Yeah, I think so. Maybe I'll invite her out for some shopping. It's been a while since we've done that. I'll give her a call. Maiko is my mom, and she's close friends with Rin-san. Apparently, they've been best friends since high school. Rin-san claims it's a coincidence, but considering their houses are right next to each other, I'm pretty sure they planned it together when buying the land. Not that it bothers me, though. Good idea. Mom's been looking a little bored lately, so please take her out for a bit. Anyway. Ah, right. Ryoko. Rin-san called up to the second floor where Ryoko's room was. Ryoko Hiroyuki's here. A moment later, I heard her voice from upstairs. Ha! Wait, what? Mom's here. I thought you were still in New York. After a loud bang, Ryoko flung open her door, looking flustered. Why are you here, Mom? Didn't you say you were in New York? You didn't tell her you were coming back. I was going to surprise her, but I forgot. Besides, I got back really late last night. Rin-san laughed as she explained, and I let out a sigh. Seriously, this woman is so childish. Section. Sorry, Hiroyuki-chan. I panicked a bit there. Must have shown you something embarrassing. It's fine. I mean, Rin-san is as lively as ever. Playful, or how should I put it? A grown woman over 40 doesn't get to be called playful. That's just childish. Ryoko puffed out her cheeks in frustration. Well, I can't say I don't understand how she feels. But it's a good thing Maiko-san is going to keep her entertained today. Sorry about my mom causing trouble. Sometimes it's hard to tell who the mother is between Rin-san and you, Ryoko. Ever since we were kids, Rin-san had been jet-setting across the globe. From what I hear, she's amazing at her job. But when it comes to daily life, she's pretty hopeless. As a result, Ryoko's housekeeping skills skyrocketed. It's kind of sad to think that a kid's motivation for learning household chores was just to survive. It borders on neglect, but it's not like Rin-san or Rija-san didn't care about her. They clearly adored her, and my parents treated Ryoko like their own daughter. Even Akane saw her as a real older sister. Thanks to that, Ryoko grew up well, without becoming resentful. My mom's such a kid. I can't argue with that, honestly. See? It's undeniable. But enough about my mom. So, today I'm teaching Kiru-san how to cook. Yeah, if you don't mind. Mostly for the sake of my survival. I don't mind at all. But, how much does Kiru-san know about cooking? That'll change how I teach her. How much? She holds a knife in a way that could end someone's life. What? Never mind. Basically, her skill level is grilling. What? She has this idea that as long as you grill something, it's edible. She's always saying, grilling fixes everything. And she grills everything. Meat, fish, vegetables. You name it. On days Kiru is in charge of cooking, the entire meal is usually varying shades of brown. What about boiling? Doesn't seem to suit her. Frying? I'm afraid of a fire. Please, no. Oh, but she's really good at cooking rice. I feel like that's more thanks to modern technology than her skills. Still, her rice tastes better than mine. Isn't that just a placebo effect or something? Maybe. Even when we follow the same steps, her rice somehow tastes better. What's up with that? Maybe it really is some kind of psychological effect. I see. So she barely cooks, then, right? Well, she's a proper lady. She wasn't exactly raised in an environment where she needed to cook. That makes sense. In that case. Ryoko put her hand to her chin, thinking for a moment. All right. Let's make nikujaga for dinner today. With a brilliant smile, she said this and motioned for me to hurry back to my place. Wow, it's big. Following me to the new apartment I share with Kiru, a 32-story high-rise, Ryoko stood in awe, staring up at it with her mouth slightly open. Impressive, right? Yeah. I've only ever seen buildings like this on TV. Kiru-san really is a proper lady, isn't she? Yeah, I was pretty surprised at first too. I found myself looking up at the building again, something I hadn't done in a while. Coming home here had become routine, but seeing it with fresh eyes really made me appreciate how impressive it was. All right, let's head in. Sure. But, is it okay? We didn't buy any ingredients. It's fine. When I called earlier, she said, we've got enough food. She also muttered something like, nikujaga? Fine. I'll redeem myself this time or something along those lines. Come to think of it, The first dish Kiru ever made for me was nikujaga. That was an experience. Why nikujaga, though? Is it one of those win a man's heart dishes? Do you like nikujaga, Hiroyuki-chan? Ah. I don't dislike it, I guess. They say it's a surefire way to win a man over, but I think that's mostly just hype. Now that you mention it, why is it considered a man-winning dish anyway? Probably because it's the quintessential homemade meal. A girl who can make good nikujaga is seen as someone who takes care of her household. It gives off a timeless, traditional vibe. I see. And, you know, those magazine features like dishes women cook that impress men. Yeah, I've seen those. Curry and Hamburg steak are classics too, but nikujaga has this image of being the ultimate comfort food. If someone suddenly asked, what dish would you love a girlfriend to make for you? Most guys would probably say nikujaga, unless they have really specific tastes. Makes sense. It's definitely a safe choice, not something extravagant, but dependable. I guess the appeal lies in its simplicity. Nowadays, it's not even that hard to make, though. Unless you're aiming for restaurant-quality nikujaga, you can use a pressure cooker to save time. Or even those pre-made seasoning packets, they make it easy to whip up delicious nikujaga without much effort. That kind of kills the magic of it, doesn't it? Not that I was particularly enchanted by nikujaga, but still, it feels a bit disappointing. Well, it's fine. Besides, Ryoko took a deep breath and continued. You might not know this, Hiroyuki-chan, but nikujaga is unbeatable. Section. Welcome, Kamo-san. We've been expecting you. Thank you for inviting me today. Here, I brought something for after the meal, some cookies I baked. We rode the elevator up to the 32nd floor, the top floor of the building. Even in the elevator, Ryoko let out small exclamations of or like wow and amazing, clearly overwhelmed by the luxury. When I told her that the 32nd floor only had 2 apartments, ours and one other, she seemed to regain her composure, handing a small paper bag to Kiru with her usual gentle smile. Kiru, though? What's with that look on her face? Is it really okay to accept cookies when we're the ones who invited you over and you're even teaching me to cook? Don't worry about it. It's polite to bring a little gift when you're invited somewhere. The overwhelming gap in feminine charm. Stop saying silly things and just let her in already. Kiru stood at the entrance, clutching the bag of cookies and trembling slightly. Honestly, Kiru, this whole feminine charm thing. Wait a minute. What is it? You weren't dressed this formally this morning, were you? Well, yes, I was. No, I mean, and you even did your makeup, didn't you? This morning, she was definitely wearing something more casual, like loungewear. But now she was in a chic black dress, even light makeup, something she never does at home. Don't tell me. It's not like I got all dressed up just because Kamo-san is coming over. It's just, well, it's only polite to look presentable when welcoming someone to your home. She's definitely excited about hosting a classmate at home for the first time. I can kind of get it, but for some reason, it's a bit endearing. Anyway, let's get started on the cooking. I've already got all the ingredients ready. Sure thing. We shouldn't take too long, so let's get moving. Ryoko stepped out of her shoes and followed Kiru's lead into the kitchen. It was a lineup straight out of an RPG. Kiru in the lead, Ryoko in the middle, and me bringing up the rear. This kitchen is huge. It looks so practical too. Yeah, though it's kind of wasted on me and Kiru. That's true, but it's frustrating to admit. Don't worry, Kiru-san. Nobody becomes a good cook overnight. Let's work together, okay? Today, we're making nikujaga. Kiru frowned at Ryoko's cheerful suggestion. I've had a terrible experience with nikujaga before. Are we sure about this? Oh, what happened? Was it undercooked? Yes. Kiru bit her lip in frustration. Seeing this, Ryoko clapped her hands together and rummaged through her bag. Kiru-san, did you just throw all the vegetables into the pot and boil them? Yes. Isn't that normal? It is, but beginners often struggle with that method. The timing for when different ingredients cook varies, and that's a lot to manage. So, Ryoko pulled something out of her bag. What was that? This is a silicone steamer. You can use it to microwave the vegetables first, which shortens the cooking time. Kind of like a pressure cooker? Not exactly the same, but it's similar in terms of saving time. Plus, pressure cookers can be intimidating for beginners. Some people find them scary, you know? Fair enough. There have been reports of explosions from mishandling them. Honestly, if Kiru used one, I could already imagine a disaster involving the whole apartment blowing up. I didn't know such a convenient thing existed. Yep. You can even find them at dollar stores. This one is an extra I had at home, so I'll leave it here for you. It's bigger than the ones from dollar stores, so it'll come in handy. Are you sure? Of course. I got it as a promotional freebie from an electronics store. With that, Ryoko opened the vegetable drawer and efficiently pulled out potatoes, carrots, and onions. She quickly unwrapped them and got to work. Isn't this a bit much for just 3 people? It is, but it's fine for today. She tied on her apron, grabbed a knife from under the sink, and started chopping the vegetables with quick, rhythmic precision. Wow. You're really good. Is this feminine charm? Kiru muttered in awe. What's with her sudden obsession with feminine charm? Kiru-san, did you know nikujaga is one of the most versatile dishes? Personally, I'd say it's the ultimate dish. Versatile? How so? I know it's called the man-winning dish. But that's one part of it, but there's more. Planning meals can be a real headache, right? Yeah, it is. Kiru averted her gaze. Yeah, I know. For her, meal planning is more like deciding what to grill. She's not exactly great at variety. Are you thinking something rude, Higoshikuju-kun? Nope. Really, Hiroyuki-chan, planning meals is exhausting, especially after school, homework, cleaning, and laundry. It's a lot to handle. Kiru turned completely away, probably because she's someone who'd say, you don't have to clean every day. So, how does meal planning connect to nikujaga being the ultimate dish? Nice dodge. Did you say something, Higoshikuju-kun? Nothing. Hey, Hiroyuki-chan, stop teasing. Look, Kiru-san, take a good look at the ingredients. Don't you notice something? Specifically, are these ingredients used in anything else? Prompted by Ryoko, I stared intently at the cutting board. Oh, this. Curry, maybe. Pot-au-feu, perhaps? 2 different answers from me and Kiru. Despite that, Ryoko beamed at both of us with a radiant smile. Both correct. See, the ingredients for nikujaga are often the same ones used in a variety of other dishes. That's what makes it so versatile. You can easily repurpose them for other meals. Interesting. For example, let's say you make nikujaga on Monday. The next day, you can add water and curry roux to turn it into curry. Since curry tastes better the next day, you can have it again on Wednesday. And if plain curry feels boring, just grab some store-bought cutlets and make katsu curry. By Thursday, you can take the leftover curry, put it in a gratin dish with rice, top it with cheese, and bake it into curry dory. Whoa, that's impressive. But wouldn't there still be leftovers by Friday? Friday's the day before the weekend, right? So you can relax in the evening, put off chores like laundry, and take your time cooking. It's perfect for trying something new. You're not wrong. Alternatively, you can start with pot-au-feu. The next day, turn it into cream stew, then add macaroni on the 3rd day for gratin. By Thursday, if the portions are getting smaller, just add rice to bulk it up, and you've got doria again. This way, you can easily plan meals for 2 weeks. It's cost-effective, keeps things fresh with slight flavor changes, and avoids monotony. Is it just me, or are there a lot of curry and stew dishes in this plan? Ryoko chuckled sheepishly at my comment. Not that I'm complaining, I love curry, so it's not a problem for me. Well, yeah. It's more like a lazy cooking hack. Once you've made curry or stew, the base flavor tends to dominate, so any subsequent dishes naturally follow that flavor. But for someone like Kiru-san, who's new to cooking, having a success story to build on is important. With this method, as long as you don't mess up the first dish, the chances of failure are pretty low. Fair point. Besides, Doesn't hearing someone say this is delicious make you feel good, Kiru-san? You're right. Getting positive feedback would definitely boost my motivation. Exactly. Of course, this isn't something I'd recommend in the summer when food spoils quickly, but it's fine for now. If you rack up plenty of successes now, you might even start enjoying cooking by winter. And to do that, mastering the basics with Nikujaga is the perfect starting point. She smiled brightly as she said this. Because, you know, Nikujaga is unbeatable. Facing Ryoko's confident smile, Kiru started trembling. This is feminine charm. Kiru, this isn't feminine charm. This is housewife charm. Though, yeah, it is pretty amazing. Section. It's not much, but here you go. It's not tea, though. Higoshiku-jukuin, hush. Go on, Kamo-san, help yourself. Thanks, Kiru-san. On the table, Ryoko's homemade cookies were neatly arranged on a plate. Picking one up and taking a bite, I couldn't help but smile as the buttery aroma and delightful crunch greeted me. Yep, this is it. This taste. Hiroyuki-chan, you've always loved these cookies, haven't you? Yeah, I guess I have. Back in elementary school, you'd always bug me after class, saying, Ryoko, bake those cookies. Ah. Yeah, I did. Honestly, they were better than any store-bought cookies. Got any secret tricks? Hee. That's a secret. I'm not telling. Why not? Because if I tell you, Hiroyuki-chan, you'll just bake them yourself. That wouldn't be any fun for me. What kind of logic is that? Ryoko's cooking skills were already exceptional, but these cookies were on another level. It wasn't the kind of flavor you'd want every day, but once in a while, you'd find yourself craving it out of nowhere. If I knew how to make them, it'd be convenient. Oh. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my side. Turning to look, I saw Kiru pinching my side with her left fingers. What are you doing? Nothing. Nothing. Then why are you pinching me? It hurts, you know? Thumpi. You said something the other day. About what? What? Never mind. Just. No flirting in front of me. Flirting. Watching this exchange, Ryoko giggled softly. You two get along so well. What? Ryoko, are your eyes okay? I'm literally being attacked right now. Getting along? Yeah. Kiru-san and Hiroyuki-chan seem really close. As expected of a fiancé couple. Ryoko sipped her coffee, a casual smile on her face. Kiru, looking slightly flustered, hesitated before speaking up. Is that okay? What is? I mean, Kiru trailed off, her usual air of confidence nowhere to be found. Seeing this uncharacteristic behavior, Ryoko raised her eyebrows slightly, then nodded in understanding. Should I have said something like, don't take Hiroyuki-chan from me? Don't take? Well, that's close enough to what I mean. Ah, I see. I get it now. By the way, is it already fine? And by fine, what do you mean? Let's just say, if you were to say, give him back, I'd be in trouble. I'm not saying that. Ryoko chuckled softly and took another sip of her coffee. Well, Kiru-san, you're Hiroyuki-chan's fiancé, after all. Maybe it's time I say it clearly. Say what, exactly? Give him back. I already told you, I'm not saying that. Setting her coffee cup down gracefully, Ryoko smiled. What I'm saying is, I like Hiroyuki-chan. I always have. Of course, as a man, she added. I see. You're not surprised. Well, I had some idea. Kiru turned to look at me, her expression questioning. Ah. I won't say I'm shocked. I was somewhat aware of it. Right. Still, I figured Hiroyuki-chan didn't feel the same. Or at least, I wasn't on his radar. Ryoko laughed lightly, her tone cheerful. Despite her relaxed demeanor, I felt a tinge of unease as I replied. Is that okay? What is? I mean, aren't you going to ask for an answer from me or something? It's fine. Wait, really? Still feeling uncertain, I couldn't help but question her further. Ryoko, however, sighed and shook her head, looking exasperated. Hiroyuki-chan, Are you misunderstanding something? I said I like you. But I didn't say I want to date you. Did I? Wait, what? Sorry, I'm not following. Can you explain? Is it because I'm an idiot? I glanced over at Kiru, who seemed just as puzzled as I was, tilting her head slightly. I don't understand either. Kamo-san, are you satisfied just pouring your feelings out to Higoshikuju-kun? It's not about being satisfied. It's just hard to explain. Hiroyuki-chan, Tomomi-chan, and I are childhood friends, but we went through a lot during middle school. Ryoko scratched her cheek awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment on her face. Kiru turned her gaze away, clearly uncomfortable, while I just sat there, not knowing where to look. What is this atmosphere? Wait. Ryoko tilted her head in confusion before suddenly looking shocked, as if realizing something. Hiroyuki-chan? Sorry. I might have said something. No way. Hiroyuki-chan, do you have any sense of delicacy at all? You haven't grown at all since then. I have no excuse. I can't believe this. Who just blurts things like that out? It's not like I meant to. Honestly, this is so embarrassing. You owe me one for this. Understood. It was rare to see Ryoko genuinely upset. Seriously, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry too, Kamo-san. I might have pushed you into saying it. I was, well, curious. Curious? Let me correct that. Very curious. Well, I guess it's something you might have found out eventually, so it's fine. Besides, Hiroyuki-chan owes me now. Yeah, I'm really sorry. It's fine, really. Anyway, this clears things up, right? Back then, Hiroyuki-chan liked Tomomi-chan as more than a friend. He told me about it, which hurt me. Later, he tried to confess to Tomomi-chan, but she said she wanted us to stay as a group of 3, so he couldn't even get the words out. That's the gist of it. Ryoko glanced at me, as if confirming whether her summary was accurate. I nodded silently. Satisfied, she continued. So, you see, the relationship between us childhood friends was already pretty complicated. Hiroyuki-chan liked Tomomi-chan, and I liked Hiroyuki-chan. Meanwhile, Tomomi-chan, well, she was terrified of being left alone. No, not just scared, she was outright panicked at the thought. I see. From what I've heard, that does seem to be the case. Tomomi-chan has always been like an older sister figure. And while I don't want to say anything bad about her, she's helped me a lot. I can't help but think it's problematic. I understand where you're coming from. As things stand, you can't move forward. You're in love with someone who has feelings for someone else. And yet, you can't bring yourself to respond to their feelings. So, you're stuck, unable to move forward. Kiru exhaled softly. It's like a prison. Is it? I don't see it that way. What? Think about it. We're in high school now. There's no way things can stay the same forever. Eventually, Tomomi-chan will have to realize it too, that no matter how hard we try, the 3 of us can't stay together forever. When that happens, the result will be inevitable, 2 and 1. Or maybe even 1, 1, and 1. But if it does come down to 2 and 1, then the one left alone will likely be me, she thought but didn't say. Kiru stared at Ryoko in stunned silence. Ryoko glanced at me, her expression tinged with guilt. But, you know, I don't think Tomomi-chan and Hiroyuki-chan would last long as a couple. Why not? Because I believe I know Hiroyuki-chan and Tomomi-chan better than anyone else. Maybe even better than the 2 of them know themselves. That's fair. After all, people often understand themselves the least. Tomomi-chan places too much weight on this group of 3. If it became just the 2 of them, and she had no one else to share that weight with, she'd become dependent, Ryoko stated matter-of-factly. If Hiroyuki-chan so much as talked to someone else, smiled at someone else, or even looked at someone else, Tomomi-chan would likely grow jealous. I'm not saying jealousy is inherently bad, but I don't think Hiroyuki-chan could handle supporting someone like that. And yet, Hiroyuki-chan wouldn't be able to abandon her either, because Hiroyuki-chan is weak and kind. After all, she concluded. And that's why I think their relationship wouldn't last. Whether it's Tomomi-chan or Hiroyuki-chan who ends it, it wouldn't last. So you're planning to swoop in after that? You could put it that way. But yes, something like that. And yet, I want Hiroyuki-chan to be satisfied with his choice. Whether it's Tomomi-chan or me, I don't want him to regret it later and think, maybe I should have chosen the other. She smiled faintly, her expression a mixture of resolve and vulnerability. Of course, that's just my selfish wish. In that sense, Kiru-san, you're in a similar position. Honestly, I don't know you as well as the other two, so I can't say for sure. But speaking generally, high school couples making it all the way to marriage is incredibly rare. It wouldn't be surprising if your engagement were to be called off someday. Do you really think a couple like that can stay together forever? How could anyone know that for sure? Exactly. That's why I'm just speaking in general terms. Ryoko took another casual sip of her coffee, her tone light and unconcerned. To put it simply, it's not that I don't want an answer from Hiroyuki-chan, it's that I can't get one right now. If Hiroyuki-chan were to decide now, no matter the outcome, it would deeply hurt Tomomi-chan. And Hiroyuki-chan wouldn't be okay with that. That's why I'll wait. Waiting doesn't bother me. I've already waited 17 years. What's another 2 or 3? Are you sure about that? Sure about what? If Higashikuju-kun doesn't choose you, wouldn't that make all this waiting a waste of your time? Whether it's a waste or not is for me to decide. And personally, I don't think it would be a waste at all. Ryoko turned her gaze toward me. Hiroyuki-chan, do you hate me? I don't hate you. Then do you like me? Not in terms of first or second place, just. Do you not see me as someone worth dating, as a girl? I couldn't say you're not attractive. I couldn't. But that doesn't mean. That's enough. Like I said, I'm not asking you to date me right now. She shifted her focus to Kiru. See, even if you date Tomomi-chan or Kiru-san and things don't work out, I believe Hiroyuki-chan would eventually come back to me. Maybe Mizuho-chan or Akane-chan might get involved too, but I think I'd still be the one who fits Hiroyuki-chan best. After all, I've known him the longest. But what if Higashikuju-kun and Suzuki-san, or even I end up in a successful relationship? Could you stay calm then? I'd probably be consumed by jealousy. And if things go well for us, what would you do then? I'd accept that I misjudged things and move on. That's all I could do. Being in love makes you vulnerable, doesn't it? That's loving someone who doesn't love you back. You gain nothing from it. Kiru's voice trembled as she forced the words out. Ryoko responded with a soft smile, a bittersweet expression on her face. I've never been good at being efficient. I'm not the kind of person who can calculate my way through love. And yes, Kiru-san, maybe it will hurt, just as you said. But it's fine. Fine. Kiru started to speak, but Ryoko raised a hand to stop her. It's fine. Because even if Hiroyuki-chan doesn't love me, I'll love him for both of us. Twice as much, in his place. And then, with a radiant smile. So let me love you, Hiroyuki-chan, just as I am. With a playful wink and a confident thumbs up, Ryoko's expression was nothing short of beautiful. Section. Phew. After Ryoko left with a cheerful call me again, okay, and a bright smile, I sat slumped on the living room sofa, utterly exhausted. It felt like the weight of 1,000 thoughts had crashed down on me all at once. Seriously, what a day. I let out a long, tired sigh. Higashikuju-kun? The sound of the living room door creaking open caught my attention. Turning to look, I saw Kiru walking in, her hair still damp from the bath and a towel draped over her shoulders. She glanced at me as she dried her hair, and I lazily raised a hand in greeting. Finished with the bath? Yeah. I guess I should take mine now. I said it, but I didn't feel like moving at all. Seeing me like this, Kiru let out a soft chuckle before speaking again. Not in the mood yet? Then how about I make us some coffee? It's night time. Won't it keep you up? That's fine. It's Saturday, and we've got the day off tomorrow. Let's indulge and stay up late for once. She tilted her head with a playful smile, and I couldn't help but nod in agreement. Seeing my response, She let out a small yay and hopped lightly in place before heading to the kitchen. A short while later, she returned with 2 cups of coffee, placing one in front of me before settling down beside me on the sofa. Isn't this a little close? Is that a problem? Not really, but your shampoo smells nice. Ooh, that sounds creepy. I don't like it. Yeah, I kind of regretted saying that too. But could you please stop leaning away and hugging yourself like that? It's crushing my spirit. Sorry. I was out of line. Please stop looking at me like that. Geez. Fine, I'll let it slide. With a soft sigh, she scooted slightly closer to me, taking a sip of her coffee as she did so. It was a busy day for you, wasn't it? Yeah. I'm wiped out, for sure. Another sigh escaped my lips. Seeing this, Kiru chuckled softly before speaking again. So, how does it feel to be loved that much? Well, I guess it's better than being hated. Well, that's quite the confident statement. Even though, how should I put it? That love she spoke of earlier was so intense. It's something I'm grateful for. But you didn't like it. No, that's not it at all. I didn't dislike it. Really? I heard that men tend to back off when someone's affection, their feelings are too overwhelming. Thanks for choosing your words carefully. Well, yeah, that's a sentiment I've heard before, and honestly, I used to agree with it. But it might be weird to admit this in front of you, though. It's fine. I brought it up. To be honest, hearing all that earlier, it made me happy. I liked Tomomi, sure, but it's not like I disliked Ryoko. Anne, can I say something awful? Go ahead. Honestly, back then, if Ryoko had been the one to show me kindness in that state of mind, I probably would have fallen for her instead. So, you're openly admitting to a hypothetical love triangle? When you put it that way, it stings. It's not that I didn't care who it was, but maybe that's the closest way to describe it. After all, my choices were limited to just the 2 of them. I don't think it's awful. It just shows how important those 2 are to you. Yeah, I guess. Maybe. Kamo-san anticipated that. That's why she didn't show you overt kindness. What do you mean? I mean, you fell for Suzuki-san and consulted Kamo-san about it, didn't you? Yeah. If you'd fallen for Kamo-san instead, I bet you would have consulted Suzuki-san. That's probably true. Honestly, just imagining it gives me chills. Judging by Ryoko's demeanor today, that scenario wouldn't have ended peacefully. So maybe Kamo-san purposely avoided being too kind to you. Judging from today, she seems like someone who'd think that far ahead. But she hit me, though. If she were that calculating, wouldn't she have avoided punching me? That was probably because she was angry at your lack of tact. You did consult her about liking Suzuki-san, after all. Yeah, that sounds about right. If you had fallen for Kamo-san, do you think you could have hidden it from Suzuki-san? No way. Even now, it'd be difficult. Back then, we were together almost every day. She'd have figured it out immediately. Besides, I'm terrible at keeping secrets. That's why. Maybe Kamo-san anticipated that. Maybe that's why she didn't show you obvious kindness, or rather, she didn't let her kindness be too easy to read. Looks like she had me dancing in the palm of her hand. Probably. Despite appearances, Kamo-san is strong. Isn't she? Yeah. Strong, in a clever way. And perhaps Suzuki-san is weaker than I expected. Weak might not be the right word, but she's certainly someone with deep feelings. I see. Kiru took another sip of her coffee, then placed her cup back on the table. Kikiru? Without warning, she leaned in and rested her head lightly on my shoulder. What are you doing? I got a little jealous. I'm just your fiancé, chosen by our parents. But now, I think. No, I know that I care about you. I feel the same way. You're important to me. Thank you, she whispered softly, her lips curling into a small smile. But even though I've kept a calm face, hearing how much Kamo-san really loves you, and knowing that you have feelings for Suzuki-san, the thought that you might end up with one of them, that you might leave me behind, Her voice faltered as she whispered. It made me feel lonely. Just kidding. It's a joke, you know? Like when a child throws a tantrum because someone took their toy. Kiru let out a thin, self-deprecating smile. I guess I'm just overly possessive. Ah. Even though she was smiling, her eyes looked as if they might spill tears at any moment. Seeing that, I instinctively placed my hand gently on her head. Well, what I mean is, it's not like I don't care about Ryoko or Tomomi. I mean, I like them. And it'd be a lie to say I've never thought about wanting to date them. But what exactly are you trying to say? I have no idea what I'm saying. God, I'm so uncool. Seriously, could I be any less cool right now? But even if you're just my fiancé because of something our parents decided, you're still important to me. And, well, I can't say for sure if this is the right way to put it, but I took a deep breath, steadying myself. I'm not going to leave you behind. Not because of my own selfish reasons. Okay. That much is a promise. Okay. Well, yeah, that's it. That's what I wanted to say. Hearing my awkward declaration, Kiru's face lit up with a smile so radiant it was like a flower blooming. Hey, you know, I'm really happy, Higoshikuju-kun. Her cheeks flushed. Kiru leaned her head against my shoulder, rubbing it gently against me like a cat marking its scent. I mean, I'm happy too, don't get me wrong, but still, I am going to take a bath. I couldn't handle it anymore. Just as I was about to get up from my chair. No. She grabbed my arm tightly, stopping me in my tracks. Kiru, just for now, let me stay like this a little longer, she whispered. Until I finish my coffee, then. Yeah, that's enough. Looks like I'll be drinking this coffee slowly. Chapter 3. Tomomi is always kind. On a Sunday morning, I was indulging in some extra sleep when the sound of my phone ringing pulled me back from the dream world. An alarm? No, I'm pretty sure I turned off the alarm for Sundays. It wasn't the alarm. The name Tomomi flashed on the loud, blaring smartphone display. I don't feel like talking right now. Wait, it's only 6:30. What is she thinking? Who calls someone at 6:30 on a Sunday morning? Hello. Good morning, Hiroyuki. Did you sleep well last night? No, not really. Thanks to you, that is. Do you even know what time it is right now? It's 6:30. A good time, don't you think? No, it's not. It's way too early, way too early. What are you talking about? It's your day off, right? You should wake up early and make the most of it. Weekends always feel so short, don't they? Hey, why do weekends feel so short? Mondays, on the other hand, feel like they last 3 days. I wouldn't know. But that's why when Monday's a holiday, it feels so much better, doesn't it? You know, like when a delinquent is kind to a puppy, and it raises their reputation. What's that called? A gap? Gapmo? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Don't personify the days of the week. Days off are meant for sleeping in, you know. Or, don't say that. Let's go out and have some fun. I'm not going. At least let me sleep in on Sunday mornings. Anyway, I'm going back to sleep. If you want to chat, call me after I'm awake. Oh, right. Speaking of which, yesterday I ran into Maiko-san and Rin-san at the shopping mall near the station. Okay, fine. I'm listening. I was instantly wide awake. What was that about meeting Maiko-san and Rin-san? Don't tell me. Rin-san said this to me. Tomomi, did you have another fight with Ryoko? Oh no. This is bad. This is a bad turn of events. And then she said, Ryoko went out with Hiroyuki yesterday, you know? Are you okay with that? If you're not careful, Ryoko might steal Hiroyuki from you. Well, not that I'd mind if that happened. Haha. Haha. So, Hiroyuki, were you out with Ryoko yesterday? It's a misunderstanding. It's not like I was just with Ryoko. I mean, Kiru was teaching me how to cook, that's all. Aha. Is that so? Yes. You know, I'm actually in the middle of a fight with Ryoko right now. Ah, yeah. I'm aware. And, since we're childhood friends and all, I think it's a little unfair if you're favoring Ryoko over me. Yes. Favoring. Even as I thought that, there was no way I could argue back to Tomomi, who was speaking in such a low, almost growling tone. A coward. Yeah, so what? So, Hiroyuki? Since it's our day off, I was thinking it'd be nice to go out and have some fun. Of course, you'll come with me, right? What time and where should I meet you? When someone speaks in such a terrifying voice, there's no other way to respond, you damn brute. Section. Ah, Hiroyuki. Over here, in the small plaza near the station, a popular meeting spot in this area, Tomomi was hopping up and down, waving enthusiastically when she spotted me. Her outfit, a pair of denim jeans and a long-sleeved shirt, suited her energetic personality perfectly. Yo. What's with the low energy, Hiroyuki? It's our precious day off, let's have lots of fun. Woohoo. Hey, you're seriously not feeling it, are you? Come on, let's pump it up. Tilting her head, she called out, Kiru-san, you agree, right? I have plenty to say about this, but... Why am I even here? Kiru, standing beside me, stared into the distance as she spoke. Meanwhile, Tomomi smiled brightly at her. Why, you ask? Because Tomomi specifically requested it. I don't recall ever taking a job where I could be specifically requested. No, it's because you went out with Ryoko yesterday, right? So, it's only fair you spend today with me. You're childhood friends, aren't you, Higoshiku-juku-en? Stop this runaway train. Give it up. I'm sorry about this, but please bear with her for a bit. That's right. For some reason, Tomomi had declared, it's not fair Ryoko gets all the fun. I want to get along with Kiru-san too. When I told her not to push Kiru since she might already have plans, she simply replied, then I'll invite her myself. And so, here we are. Wait, doesn't that mean it's not actually my fault since Kiru's the one who gave in? This all started because your childhood friends are fighting, didn't it? How do you know that? Because you've got that "this has nothing to do with me" look on your face. I'm not blaming you, but seeing that expression kind of irritates me. Crap. Does my face really give me away that easily? Ah, Kiru-san, was this a bother for you? I mean, it's true I fought with Ryoko, but aside from that, I just personally wanted to get to know you better, so... Watching our back and forth, Tomomi's expression suddenly turned dejected. She looked up at Kiru like a forlorn kitten. At that sight, Kiru let out an a sound unbecoming of a refined young woman before quickly masking it with a practiced smile. It's not a bother at all. I was just surprised because it was so sudden. I'm glad you invited me, Suzuka-san. Thank you. Really? Yes. I don't often get the chance to hang out with people my own age, so I was honestly happy. That's great. Then let's make the most of today. Woohoo. Woohoo. Kiru-san, louder. Use your diaphragm. Repeat after me, woohoo. Higoshiku-juku-en. That's impossible. Tomomi, enough already. Why? For starters, stop making a scene at the station. It's embarrassing. Kiru tugged on my sleeve, her eyes brimming with near tears. Don't look at me like that, it's too cute. Sigh. Well, isn't it fine? Deep down, Kiru's probably looking forward to this too. What are you saying out of the blue? Why would you think that? Because you never wear pants when you go out. But today, look. Kiru, who usually wore skirts, had chosen pants for today. No, not just pants, capri pants, tailored for mobility. Capri pants, she corrected. Not just pants. Capri pants are still pants. Anyway, wearing them means you came dressed as per Tomomi's instructions, right? When I glanced at Tomomi, she gave me an emphatic thumbs up. Bingo. As expected of Hiroyuki, it's just the usual pattern. When Ryoko, Tomomi, and I hung out, it was often for shopping or movies. But when it was just Tomomi, our plans tended to involve more active, outdoor activities. Naturally, Tomomi must have told Kiru to wear something practical like dress for mobility. Judging by her outfit, my guess was right. If you dressed as per Tomomi's instructions, Doesn't that mean you were kind of looking forward to it? I wasn't looking forward to it. It's just, if I was invited, I thought I should adhere to the dress code. Dress code, huh? Well, she's not wrong, it does mean attire requirements. But why does she have to make it sound so formal? Wait, Kiru-san, you weren't looking forward to it. Did I pressure you? That's not true. I was really looking forward to it. I couldn't sleep last night. That's because you drank coffee. She was only invited this morning, so what kind of clairvoyance let her anticipate it from the night before? Sigh. Let's just get going. Where are we headed? Around one? Yeah, let's go to Arawan. They've got so many things to do. Got it, got it. Let's go then. All right. Troops, follow me. With that, Tomomi marched ahead of us, brimming with excitement. Watching her lead the way, I sighed deeply. Higoshi Kuju-kun. What? Suzuki-san's almost tearful expression. Can you do something about it? It's too pitiful, and I end up just agreeing with her. She's relentless when it comes to closing the distance between people, but she's also considerate of their feelings, circumstances, and emotions. She probably felt bad for pressuring you. She means no harm. Suzuki-san might be my polar opposite. True. Compared to someone like you, who disregards subtleties and tact, she might just be. I don't like how you phrased that, but I suppose you're right. Saying this, Kiru gazed off into the distance, her expression clouded. She might be my natural enemy. What are you even fighting against? Watching her murmur this with a serious look, I let out a long-held sigh. Section. Around One is a multi-purpose amusement facility in our town. It has bowling alleys, karaoke rooms, and various sports activities, making it a popular hangout spot for middle and high schoolers. So, what should we start with? Tomomi asked, waving the 3-hour pass in her right hand. Watching her, I let out a small sigh. You're telling me you don't have a plan? Getting here was the plan. From now on, it depends on everyone's preferences. What about you, Kiru-san? What do you want to start with? Since we arrived, Kiru had been glancing around curiously, taking in her surroundings. At Tomomi's question, she flinched slightly. Let's see. I'm fine with anything. You don't have anything you'd like to try? Like, I want to do this, or something? To be honest, it's my first time at a place like this. I don't really know how to enjoy it. Any recommendations? Well, we can skip basketball for today. How about starting with karaoke? Tomomi turned to me as she suggested this, and I nodded in agreement. Yeah, starting with karaoke sounds like a safe bet. Is basketball not an option? When Tomomi and I play basketball, it usually ends with both of us getting serious and drenched in sweat. That's a bit much for today. Karaoke is a safer option. Kiru, do you dislike karaoke? Not dislike, exactly. It's just that I've never been to karaoke before. Right. She doesn't have friends. Ah. Not even with your family? Do you go to karaoke with your family? Not often, but we went a few times when Akane was in middle school. Akane loved singing. Back then, karaoke wasn't as affordable as it is now, so it was considered a splurge for a middle schooler. Naturally, it only happened when a patron, like our parents, was involved, usually after a family dinner. It'd last about an hour, maybe 2 if it was the night before a holiday. And every time, it turned into the Akane solo concert, where she wouldn't let go of the mic. I see. You're close with your family. My dad's just soft on Akane, that's all. Seriously. He told me to move out and live with your fiancé, but when he heard Akane was going to high school in Kyoto, he got teary-eyed. So, Kiru-san, is karaoke okay for you? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I interrupt the conversation? No, it's fine. But, are you okay with karaoke? If you don't like it, we can do something else. Well, it's not that I dislike singing. I've just never done it before. I also don't know the proper etiquette for karaoke, so I'm a bit unsure. Ha! Karaoke etiquette? Tomomi blinked in confusion. Kiru nodded seriously, her expression solemn. I only read about it in books, but they said things like, Don't follow an upbeat song with a ballad because it kills the mood, or avoid singing obscure songs since it's just self-indulgent. There were many rules, but since I have no practical experience, I'm not sure I can follow them properly. That's fine. Don't overthink it, it won't be fun that way. Just sing songs you like. Karaoke is all about having fun, but I don't know any trending songs. Is that okay? Totally fine. I blast out anime songs I watched as a kid all the time. You don't need to worry about keeping up with trends or the flow, just enjoy yourself. Saying this, Tomomi grabbed Kiru's hand and confidently led her toward the karaoke zone. Alright, then. The key to karaoke is having fun, so let's go. Section. Phew. I've sung quite a bit. So, next is. Oh, this one's good too. Churinai no Kita Sakaba. Let's go with this. Kiru-san. 1, 2. What is it? Well, sorry to interrupt your fun, but... I glanced down at the tablet-style remote Kiru held in her hand. Who's Otorai Chikako? In the Today's History section of Kiru's remote, the name Otorai Chikako was listed in a row. Ah. Who? Otorai Chikako? Don't tell me you don't know. Otorai Chikako, the new queen of Enka. Sorry. I don't. Well, judging from the style, I could tell she was an Enka singer. But still, you sang 6 songs in a row all Enka. And you were so shy at first. At the start, Kiru had been hesitant, mumbling and singing in a tiny voice. But by the second song, she hit her stride, belting out her notes with passion and vibrato. I mean, the beaming smile on her face made it clear she was having a great time, and that's all well and good, but... Come on, Kiru. Isn't it time to end your Kiru-san solo concert? Was there nothing in your etiquette book about don't monopolize the mic? Did you say something? Not a word. Well, fine. Otorai Chikako has performed in the NHK Kuhaku Yuta Gassen for 2 years in a row. She's the hottest Enka singer right now, known for her heartfelt renditions of Maidenly Sorrow. She's sure to make it again this year. Good to know. Anyway, look, Kiru. Karaoke is something everyone participates in. You can't just keep holding onto the mic yourself. Holding the mic myself. Glancing down at the remote, Kiru's cheeks suddenly turned bright red as she realized something. Oh dear. Sorry about that. I was about to sing 3 songs in a row, wasn't I? You two probably want a turn. My apologies. Kiru shyly offered the mic, clearly embarrassed. Seeing this, Tomomi laughed cheerfully. It's fine. Watching you have so much fun is refreshing. And I haven't listened to much Enka, but there are some pretty good songs in there, right? You've got a refined taste, Kiru-san. My father loves Otorai Chikako. He says he first saw her when he was starting his business. Back then, she was singing her heart out on a wooden crate, even though no one was stopping to listen. He felt a connection to her. If that girl can work so hard, so can I, he used to say. That's so Showa. A wooden crate, really? But then again, Gonosuke-san once said his idea of a luxury treat was beef bowls from a chain restaurant. I guess it makes sense to feel a connection. That's amazing. Like, a comrade in arms kind of thing? Perhaps. He sometimes attends her dinner shows. I've gone with him a few times and even had a chance to talk to her. Wow, that's awesome. Hearing Enka live must be so powerful. Oh, and that last song, don't you think the pre-chorus was great? That phrase. Oh, if I kill you, I'll die too. You mean? Yeah, that one. It's got a cool rhythm, but it's also kind of melancholic. Hey, Hiroyuki, don't you think so? The lyrics were so scary I couldn't really enjoy it. Seriously. All of Otorai Chikako's songs are about tragic love, jealousy, or betrayal. Stuff like you cheated on me, how dare you, or he said he loved me, time to sue him. They're less about maidenly sorrow and more like rage-filled revenge songs. Not that I can personally relate, just to be clear. Really? Well, anyway, we're running out of time. Let's wrap up karaoke and move on to the next activity. Alright. Kiru looked a little downcast. Wait, is she seriously saying that singing for half of our 90-minute session wasn't enough? As I stared at her, dumbfounded, Tomomi gave her a kind smile and spoke gently. Wow, you really enjoyed it that much, didn't you? In that case, let's come back again, Kiru-san. Today isn't the only chance we'll have to hang out together. You're right. I'd be happy to join if you invite me again. Absolutely. Next time, I'll practice some enka too. Oh, what about Mizukawa Kyohiko? HMPH. Not bad. His songs have a certain allure. Right. Okay, it's settled, we'll come back. Tomomi beamed brightly, and Kiru returned her smile before turning to me. Next time, just karaoke might be nice. This place has a 10-hour package, doesn't it? Please spare me. Seriously. Section. Phew. We really played a lot. By the time we left around 1, the sun was high in the sky. It was already 12:30, 3 hours since we started at 9:30. My stomach was starting to rumble. Still. Kiru, you were amazing. Totally. Kiru-san, you can do everything, can't you? Do you think so? Yeah. I mean, you got 8 pins in that strike game, right? And you hit bullseyes repeatedly in darts. You were incredible at billiards too. Seriously. I always knew she was a talented and hardworking person, but she managed to excel at every activity we tried. It wasn't jealousy, it was pure admiration. She's amazing. My father wanted a boy, apparently, so we used to play catch a lot when I was a kid. As for darts and billiards, we have them at home. Both a dartboard and a billiards table. You've got a billiards table and dartboard at home? My father was obsessed with pool bars when he was younger. That's why he bought them. He even went so far as to build a dedicated room in the house, styled like a pool bar. But honestly, the room's just a storage space now, and the equipment is collecting dust. Kiru shrugged as she explained. I sort of understood the feeling. It's like when you play games at the arcade, there's so much fun there, but once you bring them home, they lose their charm. It's probably about the ambience. Or something. Who knows? That's why I just have a head start on the things we did today. It doesn't mean I can do everything. Like that pocket bike. I think it's called. I probably couldn't ride something like that. Is that so? Honestly, I could easily picture her riding one. Even if she couldn't at first, she'd probably pick it up quickly. She's the kind of person who gets obsessed and improves fast. Yes. Anyway, Suzuki-san, what do we do next? Kiru shifted her gaze to Tomomi. Tomomi crossed her arms, thinking for a moment. What should we do? We haven't had lunch yet, so maybe grab something to eat and then do some window shopping at the mall near the station? How about it? Kiru-san, is there anything you'd like to eat? A full-course French meal, maybe? I wouldn't eat something like that for lunch. I don't have anything specific in mind, though. Kiru muttered this while glancing at Tomomi. Actually, Suzuki-san, it's the same as at around 1. You don't have to go out of your way to accommodate me. Let's just eat whatever you feel like. What do you want to eat? What? But I feel like I forced you to come today, so it's better to go with what you'd like. Besides, the kind of stuff I eat is mostly junk food. Would that even suit your taste? I generally enjoy everything I eat. I've never tried junk food, but I don't have anything against it. Well, the stuff you cook might as well be junk food anyway. It's not like her food is super high in calories or anything. But it's basically fast food, grilled or fried and served quickly. Higoshiku-jukuan, shut it. Anyway, Suzuki-san, I appreciate the sentiment, but if you're too considerate, I might worry you won't invite me next time. Kiru said this with a playful wink. Tomomi stared at her blankly for a moment, then burst out laughing and gave her a thumbs up. You're right. Okay, Kiru-san, let's go to Wakdon. Wakdon? What? You don't know Wakdon? No. Sorry. I've never heard of it. Where is it? Kiru looked at me with a puzzled expression. Well, if she's unfamiliar with junk food, it makes sense she wouldn't know. It's a burger joint. The full name is Waku Waku Donuts, but people just call it Wakdon. A donut shop that sells burgers? Exactly. And they don't sell a single donut. What's that about? Oh, and their motto is, We won't lose to that goofy clown. I think I know who they're targeting. Bold move, picking fights with everyone, huh? Pretty sure that's not the case. It's just a small-town burger place with a catchy gimmick. Well, Kiru-san, let's give it a try. It's delicious. Is it? Well, it's junk food, so you can guess how it tastes. It's not high cuisine or anything, but I'd say it's at least better than your cooking. I'm sensitive about that, so could you not mention it? Think of it as potential for growth. Chmph. But if it's only marginally better than my cooking, that doesn't exactly set the bar high, does it? Kiru puffed out her cheeks slightly as she said this, making me chuckle awkwardly, just as I was about to suggest heading to Wakdon to change her mind. Ha! Is that Hiroyuki-san and Tomomi-san? A voice called out from behind us. Turning to look, I saw a tall man standing there. He had a large build, easily over 180 centimeters, and he was staring at us. As soon as our eyes met, his face lit up with a radiant smile. I knew it. It's been so long, Hiroyuki-san. Tomomi-san. Oh, and someone I haven't met before. The man beamed and waved energetically. Who is this guy? I tilted my head in confusion, but then... Wait. Could it be Hideyoki? The voice came from Tomomi beside me. Hideyoki? As in that Hideyoki? Could it really be that Hideyoki? Yeah, I think it is. What are you guys doing here? Oh, by the way, I haven't had lunch yet. How about we eat together? You too, miss. The tall man walked closer, his enthusiasm undiminished. Wait, seriously? Is that really Hideyoki? Come on, Hiroyuki-san. That's a bit harsh. It's me, Hideyoki. Your junior, Furukawa Hideyoki. The man, Furukawa Hideyoki, my adorable junior, slumped his shoulders as he said this. Seriously? It's been so long. How have you both been? So, how about it? Can I join you for lunch? Where were you planning to go? Wakdon, but, I glanced at Kiru. She looked a little unsure, but when she noticed my gaze, she nodded slightly. Tomomi, I'm assuming it's fine? Yeah, I'm okay with it. Kiru-san, is that all right with you? Of course. If Higoshiku-jikuen says he's a junior he's close to, then I don't mind. Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to catching up with you too. And so, with Hideyoki leading the way, the three of us followed him to Wakdon. It was lunchtime, so the place was fairly busy, but we managed to grab a 4-person table. Tomomi sat beside Hideyoki, while Kiru and I sat opposite them. After a brief round of introductions between Hideyoki and Kiru, Hideyoki spoke up. It's really been a while, hasn't it? When was the last time? Probably 2 or 3 years ago. Hideyoki, don't talk with your mouth full. You've got sauce on your face, wipe it. Oh, sorry about that. He wiped his mouth and flashed a wide grin. Still. Hideyoki, you've grown taller, haven't you? At Tomomi's comment, Hideyoki grinned even wider, clearly pleased. I'm 187 centimeters now, Hiroyuki-san. Well, don't hold back. I'm not bothered. If you say so. Anyway, after you graduated from basketball, Hiroyuki-san, I had a growth spurt. After middle school, I shot up more than 20 centimeters. I even thought my bones were breaking in my sleep. It was terrifying. As he said this, he took another big bite of his Wakdon burger, which was just a regular hamburger. Hideyoki is a junior, a year younger than me. He joined our mini basketball team back in 1st grade, reportedly because his parents thought it would help him overcome his weak constitution. At first, he often skipped practice, but I couldn't help but take care of him. He was my first junior, after all. Tomomi, being an only child, also doted on him like crazy. Once Hideyoki started practicing with us regularly, he improved rapidly. Although Hideyoki lived a bit farther away and didn't visit my house as often as the others, like Mizuhara, Akane, and Ryoko, once we hit middle school, we hung out more often. Until I quit basketball, Hideyoki, Tomomi, Mizuhara, Akane, and I often practiced together. Ryoko, she helped out by supporting us during those practices. So, where are you going to school now? Seijo Academy. I just made the bench team. He said it so nonchalantly. But, wait. Making the bench at Seijo as a first year? That's impressive. Seijo Academy is a prestigious school that used to dominate high school basketball about 10 years ago. Although Minami Gakuen is the top school now, Seijo remains a strong contender, regularly making it to the Final Four in tournaments. After you graduated from basketball, Hiroyuki-san, I practiced desperately. Then the coach at Seijo noticed me. And now here I am, Hideyoki, a bench member at Seijo Academy. He used to be shorter than me and far from this boisterous personality. Back then, he was such a cute kid. Time sure is cruel. What's your position? Still playing as a guard? Ah, a bit of everything now. Guard is my main role since I've been playing it since elementary school. But remember how I mentioned my growth spurt in middle school? Since then, I've been shifting to different positions depending on the game: guard, forward, even center. Though I still struggle a bit physically as a center. That's impressive. While basketball may seem less position dependent than soccer or baseball, that's far from true. The roles and skills required for a guard, forward, or center are vastly different. You must have had a tough time adjusting, right? Not really. Sure, at first, I just wanted to play as a guard, but now I think of it as a win. Being able to play multiple positions gives me more opportunities to get on the court. Hideyoki's carefree response made me marvel internally at his attitude. What about three-pointers? Still practicing them? Of course. I've never forgotten what you taught me, Hiroyuki-san. What I taught you. Listen, Hideyoki. For guys like us, shooting from outside is the way to go. There are taller guys inside who'll handle rebounds if we miss. But that's why we've got to make sure they don't have to. Let's make it easy for them. I said something that good. Feeling a little embarrassed, I scratched my cheek. Hideyoki grinned and nodded enthusiastically. But when you play as a center, you realize how much work goes into rebounds. Jumping, collisions, it all takes a toll. I'd never complain about missed shots, but knowing that guards are shooting with the intent to make things easier for us makes me want to work harder and grab those rebounds. Fair point. And that's why I still practice my three-pointers. I may not be short anymore, but being a center who can shoot from outside, that's unbeatable, right? Maybe not unbeatable, but definitely a big threat. While not every center is bad at shooting, it's rare to see one consistently making shots from outside. A player like Hideyoki could change the game's dynamic significantly, especially in a tight match. Excuse me, Furukawa-kun? Kiru, who had been nibbling on her double cheese whacked on like a squirrel, timidly raised her hand. Yes, Kiru-senpai. Go ahead. Thank you. From what I've heard, you seem to respect Higoshikuju-kun a lot. Is that true? Absolutely. Hiroyuki-san is like an older brother to me, and I respect him immensely. Stop. That's embarrassing. It's the truth. While Hiroyuki-san admired Seiji-san, I'm firmly in the Hiroyuki camp. Seiji-san. Kawakita-san's older brother, right? Oh, Mizuhara knows about him too? Yeah, that's him. Seiji-san was amazing, no doubt about it, but we were far apart in age and played different positions. He doted on me because of my connection to Mizuhara. But Higoshikuju-kun, how should I put this? Wasn't he strict? Kiru chose her words carefully, her gaze flickering toward me with a mix of curiosity and guilt. She was probably recalling what I'd told her about why I quit basketball. Don't worry about it, it's natural to be curious. Ha! Hideyoki let out a baffled sound in response to Kiru's comment. She furrowed her brow slightly, looking confused. Isn't that right? Wait. Hiroyuki-san? Strict? Hideyoki tilted his head and then declared. Hiroyuki-san was ridiculously kind. He never got mad at me. Kiru's jaw dropped as she stared at him. Seeing her reaction, Hideyoki looked at me, bewildered. Ah, what's going on? Why am I getting that look? I told Kiru why I quit basketball. Oh, I see. Understanding dawned on him, and he nodded before turning back to Kiru. Kiru-senpai, Did Hiroyuki-san say he was harsh or made us do intense training? Why yes. That's exactly the impression I got. He didn't seem like the kind type at all. Ha! I knew it. Hiroyuki-san, you don't explain yourself enough. Hideyoki gave me a pointed look. Well, he's not wrong. My training was strict, though. You all know that. Yeah, watching Hiroyuki's training gave me chills. Same here. Honestly, when I joined in, I thought I might throw up. Hideyoki, we're eating. Ah, sorry. Anyway, this is what I mean. What do you mean by this? Kiru still seemed confused as she asked. Hideyoki, however, smiled and continued with a laugh. Sorry, Kiru-senpai. That explanation wasn't very clear, was it? But, yeah. Hiroyuki-san was as strict as a drill sergeant during practice, but he wasn't strict at all during games. Well, saying he wasn't strict might be misleading. I mean, of course, if you slacked off, he'd get mad. That's just common sense. But, how do I put this? Hiroyuki-san never got angry about mistakes made during the game. Is that so? Kiru turned to me, her gaze curious. Well, yeah. If someone's playing with all their effort, mistakes are bound to happen. There's no need to get angry over that. Mistakes that come from giving it your all are what I call good mistakes. Sure, I want to win, but if we lose after giving it our best, I can live with that. Besides, if someone's been practicing hard, working their tail off, running up and down the court, shooting, creating space, and then they mess up, it's their own frustration they'll feel the most. I couldn't possibly get mad at that. What is it? Kiru stared at me with a blank expression, and when I called her out, she blinked and opened her mouth to speak. No. Sorry. It's just, from what I'd heard, you really wanted to win, so, it's not what I expected. Fair enough. But, you know, even when I practiced hard, I still made mistakes in games. And what I wanted to hear most in those moments wasn't a harsh "what the hell was that?" but an encouraging "don't worry, you'll get it next time." Exactly. Hiroyuki-san would always say, okay, the attempt matters. Let's nail it next time. Even if I messed up during a game. During my first match, I made so many mistakes. We lost, and I was seriously considering quitting basketball. But Hiroyuki-san never blamed me for any of it. I knew how hard you were practicing. You kept up with my training, so I knew you were giving it your all. How could I blame you for that? See, that's the kind of person Hiroyuki-san is. Hideyoki turned to Kiru with a mix of humor and respect in his tone. That's why playing basketball with Hiroyuki-san was so much fun. Right, Tomomi-san? Totally. Hiroyuki, you always looked so alive when you were playing basketball. Even during one-sided games, you played like you were having the time of your life. Exactly. Even when everyone else was ready to give up, Hiroyuki-san would keep pushing. He'd run harder, defend with everything he had, and shoot with all his strength. And when he scored, he'd flash this huge smile. Still plenty of game left. Let's go. That smile was amazing. It was so cool. Right. That smile was like cheating. It was so childlike and innocent. Yeah, like 1 second he'd have this super serious game face, and the next, when he scored, he'd look like a kid who just pulled off a prank. Is that a gap thing? Exactly. Everyone loved it in middle school. Please stop. What the hell is this? It's so embarrassing. Is this some kind of backhanded flattery? A flattery ambush? What's that? Kiru? That's not fair. Now I want to see it too. Kiru pouted and tugged lightly at my sleeve, puffing out her cheeks in frustration. Not fair. What's not fair? Well, it's all in the past now. I see. Sorry for being selfish. But... Kiru tilted her head, hesitating as if unsure whether to continue. I nodded, signaling her to go on. Didn't you say you hate losing? That sports, or club activities, are all about winning? I did. And I still think so. Winning is everything in a game. But you know, competitions are unpredictable. Even if you train hard, you're going to lose sometimes. Your opponents are training just as hard to win. But blaming your teammates for mistakes, that's just wrong. Honestly, I'd get annoyed if someone was slacking off and making mistakes. But if they're giving it their all, mistakes are just part of the process. We're not gods. And besides, if you practice hard, lose, and feel frustrated, that'll just push you to improve for next time. Complaining about a single mistake or loss, that's not my thing. And yelling at someone for their mistakes during a game, that's just going to make them play it safe, and nothing good comes from that. Playing it safe even if you win leads to stagnation. Even if you win, that's the worst case. If you succeed without taking risks, it'll make you hesitant next time. Play it safe, and that's when growth stops. A bad success is worse than failure. If you give it your all and make mistakes, that's fine. You'll learn from it, and it'll make you stronger. Honestly, that's why I was so shocked when I heard Hiroyuki-san quit basketball. When I asked Mizuhara and Akane about it, I was furious. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to upset you. Wait, no, that's not it at all. I wasn't mad at you, Hiroyuki-san. I was mad at your teammates, those whiny complainers who didn't appreciate what they had. Even the upperclassmen at my school said, if they don't want Hiroyuki, we'll take him. He should just transfer here. That's ridiculous. Most of the kids from my elementary school mini basketball team ended up at the same middle school as Hioki, so they knew me well. Hearing that kind of thing is nice, but still, I had my faults too. My training was definitely intense. But it was for winning, right? No one has the right to complain about that. You musclehead. Not that I'm one to talk, but it's a difference in perspective. Some people play for fun, while others play to win. My biggest mistake was not recognizing that divide. Well, there's no point dwelling on the past. By the way, Hiroyuki-san, you haven't been to any of the mini basketball alumni events, have you? The older guys really miss you. Most of them are still actively playing basketball, right? I'd feel out of place showing up like this. Nobody else cares, though. But I care. And Tomomi-san never comes either. I'm busy, you know. Besides, I can hear about what's going on from Mizuhara or Akane, so I don't really feel the need. Sigh. Well, that's just how it is, I guess. But still. Mizuhara told me, Hiroyuki-san, you still play basketball with Mizuhara sometimes, don't you? She was bragging about it like crazy. That's so unfair. Unfair, huh? I mean, it's barely basketball. It's more like just fooling around. That's good enough. Next time, play with me too. Let's have a one-on-one match. A Seijo bench member? That's just bullying. I can already see myself getting demolished. TCH. You're still holding a grudge from when I crushed you back in elementary school, aren't you? I think I can finally beat you now, Hiroyuki-san. Back in elementary school, I never won a single game against you. What kind of grudge is this? Fine, if it's just for fun, I'll play. Let me know when. Mizuhara. And Tomomi, will you come too? Ah. If I tell Mizuhara, she'll probably say something like, don't ruin my private time with senpai. Hideyoki, seriously, go die. Then just invite me secretly. At my suggestion, Hideyoki grinned broadly. Got it. I'll look forward to it, Hiroyuki-san. Section. Thank you for today. I'll invite you again soon, said Hideyoki as we parted ways. Tomomi added, I'd like to hang out more, but I pushed it today, so let's do this again soon, okay, Kiru-san? Then, Kiru and I boarded the train back home. Still. Unfortunately, there was only one open seat, so Kiru sat down while I held onto the handrail. Looking up at me, she began speaking. That Furukawa-kun is quite something. Hideyoki, isn't he a bit too fond of you? Well, I guess he's attached to me. It's something I'm grateful for. I got to hear some stories about your past today. It was quite fruitful. You were pretty cool back in middle school, weren't you? I don't think so. I wasn't popular, that's for sure. At the very least, I never got any confessions. Well, with Suzuki-san and Kamo-san around, that's not surprising. Even I would have hesitated to approach. Really? Of course. Beating those two would be a monumental task. Probably in more ways than one. You mean their looks and grades? That too, but mostly their closeness to you. I see. Damn, so my youth was ruined by those two. Foo-foo. You don't mean that. Yeah, she's right. It's not like I had any romantic comedy-like experiences, but I had fun. No regrets or hard feelings here. Still. It's a shame. I wanted to see you being cool, Higoshiku-kun. Really? Me? It wouldn't have been that interesting. After all, this is me we're talking about. Even if I looked somewhat cooler, it wouldn't be much. You tend to underestimate yourself, but I don't think that's true. From what Furukawa-kun said earlier, it's clear people liked you, didn't they? Whether they liked me or not. I did get along well with the mini basketball team, I guess. That's likely because of your personality. Hearing the story earlier, I thought so too. You worked hard, gave your all, didn't blame others for mistakes, and even had the strength to support others. You're exaggerating. I don't think so. Personally, I think you'd make an excellent boss. That's too much praise. Maybe a teacher. I can already imagine it, Higoshikuju-sensei. Should I start calling you that? What kind of act is that? Besides, I doubt I'm suited for being a teacher. Then how about Onii-san? Well, I do have a younger sister, though she has no respect for me whatsoever. In any case, after hearing all that earlier, I felt a little proud. That's my fiancé. He's an incredible person. I almost want to brag about you to everyone. Kiru said this with a joyful, radiant smile. She looked so beautiful and adorable that I couldn't help but turn my face away, feeling a little embarrassed. Well, thanks, I guess. Anyway, let's move on. We've reached the station. Time to get off. Oh, right. Okay. Let's go then. We exited the train together and passed through the ticket gates, arriving at our familiar town, Nitsu. Feels like we've been busy this weekend, right? Yeah. But I think it was pretty fulfilling. Agreed. Alright, let's head home. It wasn't a long walk to my house from the station. On the way, Kiru suddenly stopped in her tracks. What's up? Oh, I just remembered. I'm running low on groceries. Really? Yeah. I have some meat in the freezer, but I'm out of vegetables. Should we stop and buy some? Sure. And since it's only 3 p.m., I'll cook tonight. After all, Kamo-san taught me yesterday. I'll make a delicious nikujaga. Just watch. She rolled up her sleeves with a confident declaration. Kiru-san? Isn't that something that'll turn into curry tomorrow? Well, yes. I don't have much variety. Is that a problem? Not really. But I'm just saying it might not be the best dish to showcase your cooking skills to someone who also heard Kamo-san's explanation yesterday. Hearing that, Kiru shrugged and gave a wry smile. Fair enough. But is that okay? What is? I mean, the only cooking knowledge I have right now comes from Kamo-san's lessons. Hey, what are you talking about? You've got your signature move, your unbeatable grilling. Don't make fun of me. So what if that's true? Still, the only dishes I can proudly call cooking are the ones I learned from Kamo-san, and I'm eager to put them into practice. Well, I get it. It's natural to want to try out something new you've learned. But you're saying you don't want to show me your cooking, right? That's not what I said. But isn't that what you mean? Are you sure about that? What do you mean? Like I said. She glanced around nervously, then darted over to my side. What's up? Would you really be okay with me cooking for another guy? On her tiptoes, Kiru leaned in close to my ear and whispered softly. Wouldn't you feel even a little jealous? Wouldn't you think I want her to cook only for me? No comment. I turned away and said it bluntly, but I knew it was pointless. Fu. Higoshikuju-kun, your face is all red. Yeah, I know. My face feels hot, and I can tell it's bright red. Don't tease me. Sorry. But you can relax. The only person I'll ever serve my homemade cooking to is you, Higoshikuju-kun. I'm honored. Fu. Right. Kiru laughed cheerfully, her smile radiant. I sighed at her playful demeanor. But still. What's with her all of a sudden? What's up? Why the sudden act? At my question, Kiru hesitated for a moment, her expression tinged with embarrassment and maybe just a hint of awkwardness. I guess I felt a little jealous. Hearing about a side of you I don't know. It made me envious. Just a little. Listening to those stories, I couldn't help but think, that's so nice. Seeing how close Kamo-san and Suzuki-san are to you, I can understand why they're so taken with you. Well, there's no helping it. They've known you longer than I have. But because of that, I want you to know sides of me that no one else knows. That's what I thought. She stuck out her tongue playfully. And also, it's not fair if I'm the only one feeling jealous. So I thought, maybe you could feel a little jealous too, Higoshiku-juku-an. I see. Yeah. Fine, I admit it. The thought of you cooking for someone else, smiling and asking, how is it? Does it taste good? Really pissed me off. Foo. This outcome is more than satisfactory. I'm very happy. Keep talking. Damn it. As someone who's genuinely feeling a bit jealous, I can't argue back. Come on, let's stop wasting time and get going. It's already 3, and if we take our time shopping, it'll get late. You're right. And less time for cooking means less time to improve. Let's hurry and get what we need. Watch me, I'm going to keep getting better at cooking from here on out. For you, and you alone. I'll be looking forward to it. Yes, please, expect great things. Buoyant and determined, Kiru strode confidently into the supermarket. I sighed and followed after her, feeling oddly happy. Hey, Kiru. In a normal 2-person household, you don't buy potatoes by the box. Really? Back home, our kitchen always had them in boxes. This is going to be a long road ahead. Well, it's just the beginning, right? Yeah, it'll be fine. Chapter 4. The ferocious little sister appears twice. That night, after eating Kiryu's homemade nikijaga. Having eaten quite a large portion, I lay on my bed, patting my full stomach to rest. The taste was, how should I describe it? It wasn't bad, but it wasn't incredibly good either. Just average. Yeah, average. Well, the taste wasn't the important part. The fact that she made it for me was what mattered. It actually made me pretty happy. Ha! As I lay there, I heard a faint buzzing noise, bzzzt, coming from my desk. Turning my gaze in that direction. A cane. It was my phone, which was set to silent mode, vibrating on the desk. The name displayed on the screen belonged to my little sister, Akane. Hello, Oni. Doing well? I'm fine. What's up? Well, I just felt like hearing your voice again. It hasn't been too long, though. True. She called me just a few days ago. Usually, when Ryoko and Tomomi have a fight, Ryoko vents to Akane, who then passes those complaints on to me. Did you get another call from Ryoko? Ha! Why would Ryoko-chan call me? I mean, I went out with Tomomi today. I figured Ryoko might have heard about it from somewhere and complained to you. Ryoko-chan isn't some spy, you know. She doesn't know everything about what you're doing. Right. Yeah, you're right. But, you know, I did hear you went out with Tomomi-chan today. Are you the spy? I'm just a good player on the girls' basketball team, thank you. I heard it from Hideyoki. Oh, wait, you're in touch with Hideyoki? With Hideyoki? Of course. We've been childhood friends for ages, haven't we? While Tomomi, Ryoko, and I are close childhood friends, Hideyoki, Mizuho, and Akane also share a tight bond as childhood friends. I didn't know Hideyoki went to Seijo. If you knew, you should have told me. Listen, Oni, how could I just tell you that? You quit basketball, didn't you? And Hideyoki's been careful not to bother you. Still, he often asked me about you, saying, how's Hiroyuki doing? Ouch. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. He's an idiot, but he's more considerate than you, Oni. Anyway, that's fine. But you know what? He said he saw you hanging out with Tomomi-chan and a really gorgeous woman. Was that gorgeous woman your fiancée? Ah. Well, yeah. Is she really that beautiful? I won't deny it, Apparently, Ryoko, Tomomi, and she were called the three great beauties. Honestly, even from my subjective viewpoint, she's definitely beautiful. Wow, I see. But still, I have to say, Oni, that's impressive, huh? Hanging out with that combination of people. What's so impressive about it? Well, isn't that like having flowers in both hands? Or rather, nuclear warheads in both hands. Nuclear warheads? Seriously? Tomomi-chan adores you, and your fiancé. Hideyoki said you seemed to get along well. Well, compared to the beginning, we've grown closer, I guess. See? That's definitely a disaster waiting to happen. At least Ryoko-chan wasn't there, so it could have been worse. But seriously, Oni, are you the protagonist of some rom-com? One of those yeah types? My classmate said something similar. But no, I'm not. And hey, who are you calling a yeah protagonist? Wait. Hey. Chem. What is it? I feel like you just said something I can't ignore. What's this about Tomomi liking me? And what do you mean, it could have been worse if Ryoko was there? Are you saying Ryoko likes me too? Yeah. Wait, don't tell me you didn't notice. That would be so cringe, Oni. I mean, I won't say I didn't notice, but... Wait. You knew. Ryoko even confessed to me yesterday. But Akane knew this whole time. Of course. How could I not know? How many years do you think we've been together? Well, as for Tomomi-chan, her love might include a familial aspect, but I think she likes you enough to nervously close her eyes and tremble if you ever pushed her down. Don't say things like push her down. What kind of girl are you turning into, little sister? I mean, Tomomi-chan's still pretty immature. Even if she's aware of her feelings, acting on them is probably a bit much for her. Ha! What's wrong? Well, it just sounded like you were saying the same thing as Ryoko. Ryoko-chan is a bit more mature, you know. Let's just say she has a better grasp of reality. What's with that condescending tone? Wait a second, aren't you younger than us? Of course I'm younger. I'm your little sister. That's obvious. But when it comes to understanding the subtleties of childhood friendships, I think I might be ahead of you. The subtleties of childhood friendships? Yeah. You and the others have totally overcomplicated your childhood friendships, haven't you? I can't deny that. But still. What do you mean, overcomplicated? Tomomi-chan relies on you, and you rely on Tomomi-chan. Ryoko-chan doesn't approve of it, but she quietly watches over you both. See? Childhood friendship, overcomplicated. I don't think I rely on Tomomi. That's not true, is it? Didn't you hang out with Tomomi-chan today? Hanging out equals reliance now? Shush and listen. Was it a planned outing? No, it wasn't. Exactly. I'm just guessing here, but yesterday you were with Ryoko-chan, weren't you? Ryoko-chan told me. Well, yeah. Kiru was there too, though. And when Tomomi-chan heard about that, she probably went, that's not fair, and decided to barge in, didn't she? Those two are in the middle of a big fight, after all. It wasn't exactly barging in, but you're not far off. Well, she did call out of the blue. If Hideyoki came to me all of a sudden and said, Akane, let's play basketball, without any prior plans, I'd definitely turn him down. That phrase sounds oddly familiar. I had a fleeting vision of a bespectacled boy asking, wanna play baseball? But you, Oni, happily accepted Tomomi-chan's sudden request and went out with her. Why? I didn't happily accept. It's just, what else could I have done? It's Tomomi, after all. Maybe you thought, it can't be helped. It's Tomomi. Am I that easy to read? Or are you secretly a mind-reader? I'm not a mind-reader. It's the first one. I can tell just by looking at you. You probably think, it can't be helped, it's Tomomi. I have to listen to what Tomomi says. Or even, Tomomi can't manage without me. I don't think she can't manage without me, though. Really? Not even once thought, what a hassle, I'll just take care of her. Well, I wouldn't say I've never thought that. But isn't that normal for childhood friends? Childhood friends naturally share a deeper connection than ordinary friends. That's why both Tomomi and Ryoko are important to me. They're precious, almost like family. Tomomi and Ryoko are like sisters to me. Like family. Right. They're not family, Onii. Tomomi-chan and Ryoko-chan are other people. Even if your bond is strong. But, before I could finish my sentence, your relationship with them, Onii, feels more like mutual dependency. Mutual dependency? Yeah. Like you can't function without each other. I think Ryoko-chan relies on you too, Onii, but Ryoko-chan is a bit of an introvert, isn't she? Well, yeah. That's why she's better off than Tomomi-chan in that sense. Normally, wouldn't it be the other way around? Nope. Ryoko-chan is aware of her own limitations. She knows she's shy, that she has only a few close friends like you and Tomomi-chan, and that she shouldn't get overly dependent on those relationships. But Tomomi-chan? She has plenty of friends, doesn't she? Yeah, she does. That's probably why she doesn't realize how much she depends on you. Sure, she cares about you and doesn't want to lose you, but I doubt she's thought it through that far. Her having so many friends might even make her think she'd be fine if you weren't around. But that's absolutely not true. And I think the same goes for you, Onii. You're comfortable with how things are now, right? Having Ryoko-chan and Tomomi-chan around, and spending time with them as a trio. Yeah. I can't deny it. That's true. And on top of that, you have a fiancé. Yet you're also living this comfortable life with your precious childhood friends. Hearing her say it like that, what can I even say? Am I being pretty awful right now? Not pretty, you're just awful. How many people do you need to have feelings for? That's. Just so you know, even if you try to excuse it by saying, it's not about valuing them as women. It's still true, you know? If you approve of the three of you spending time together, it's still disrespectful to your fiancé. I had no comeback for that. Well, personally, I don't really mind, though. What? I mean, I don't think it's a big deal, really. Wait, didn't you just call me the worst earlier? That's from an outsider's perspective. But if Tomomi-chan, Ryoko-chan, and your fiancé are okay with it, then I don't see the problem. I don't really get it. You don't? It's hard to explain, but let's use flowers as an example. Flowers? You mean, like roses or something? It doesn't have to be roses, but yeah, flowers. Onii, you're like a flower, you know? What's that supposed to mean? You're the flower, and Tomomi-chan and Ryoko-chan are like the butterflies fluttering around you. Sorry, but that explanation just made me even more confused. Butterflies are drawn to flowers because they have sweet nectar, right? Ryoko-chan and Tomomi-chan are the same. They hover around you because being with you makes them feel comfortable, happy, or even excited. Is that really how it is? It is. But you know, butterflies never say it, right? Please give your nectar to only me. Butterflies never call a flower that shares its nectar with other butterflies a cheater. They never beg the flower to stop. They never demand, only look at me. Well, I guess that's true. But that's just how butterflies are. Exactly. But we're not butterflies. We're human beings. We have brains to think with, don't we? If they didn't like it, they could go to a different flower. There are plenty of fish in the sea or, well, stars in the sky. And honestly, with Ryoko-chan and Tomomi-chan's potential, they could probably reach those stars. But they choose to stay by your side, and that's their decision. I guess you're not wrong. If you ever tried to stop a butterfly from going to another flower, and then still shared your nectar with others, that'd be a different story. I'd disown you as my brother. But if that's not the case, then I think it's fine. At least, with Tomomi-chan and Ryoko-chan. What about me? Does she think it's not fine for me? With that thought, I asked, and for once, Akane hesitated, fumbling over her words. I don't like putting it this way, but, yeah, Ryoko-chan and Tomomi-chan are important childhood friends, and I think of them like sisters. I really do. But, there's still other people in the end. You. I am not saying they're not important, but, well, I just wonder if it's really okay to discuss things so deeply with them. I can't say I don't get where you're coming from. Right. That's why, as far as family goes, it's okay to dig a little deeper. Like I said before, though, I do think your relationship with them is a bit distorted. Yeah, I can't deny that. Thinking about it, you guys are pretty amazing. Hioki, Akane, and Mizuho are also childhood friends. Now that I think about it, I don't recall ever seeing them worry about this kind of thing. What? Do you mean to say you guys don't deal with this kind of drama? If you do, I'll listen, Big Brother style. Thanks, but no, we don't. For us, it's a clear me and Mizuho versus Hioki dynamic. Do you hate Hioki or something? Of course not. If he asked me out, I'd turn him down 3 times before saying yes, probably. Do you hate him or not? That doesn't sound like how you treat someone you dislike. I like him, obviously. If I didn't, I'd refuse him 100 times over. But having seen the messy failures of childhood friend relationships up close, we're not dumb enough to dive into that kind of drama. We keep our boundaries in check. Messy failures, Am I wrong? You're not wrong. That kind of makes me feel bad, though. There's nothing for you to apologize for. It's just that, fundamentally, your group of childhood friends and ours are very different. How so? It's simple. We've always been focused on basketball. We were always playing basketball too. Ryoko was more like a manager, though. No, I mean, Mizuho, Hioki, and I met through basketball. But for you, basketball came after your childhood friendships. If you'd started tennis instead, Tomomi-chan would have been playing tennis, and Ryoko-chan would have been your tennis club manager, right? For us, basketball is our core bond. But for you, basketball was something forced into the framework of childhood friends. How should I put it? For us, basketball isn't our only anchor. I think I kind of get it. Right. That's why we're not as messy as you guys. On the flip side, we're not as close-knit either. Not close-knit, That's what I mean by not being overly dependent. Though, Mizuho seems to have a problem with it. She said, enjoying yourselves in lukewarm water? That's unbelievable. Lukewarm water, Well, she's not exactly wrong. Now that it's been pointed out, maybe it does look like we're just playing around in lukewarm water, too afraid to take a single step forward. Which is why, in the end, you need to step up and take responsibility, Oni. After hearing what Hioki said today, it got me thinking. Is that the reason for this call? Pretty much. If things keep going like this, neither Tomomi-chan, Ryoko-chan, Mizuho, Hioki, nor your fiancé and you, Oni, will end up happy. While I can't speak for your fiancé, I like everyone else. I want all of you to be happy. I feel the same way. No, you don't. Or rather, even if you do, you're not doing anything about it. Hey, Oni, are you really okay with things staying the way they are? No, I'm not. Eventually, we'll all go our separate ways. For now, the next step is university. Even if, by some chance, we end up at the same university, once we graduate and become working adults, we'll likely end up in different workplaces. And even if the stars aligned and we ended up in the same workplace, eventually someone will get married, and this dynamic will no longer work. I know that. Exactly. So, I thought I'd call to deliver some tough love. Your adorable little sister is here to shake things up a bit. Tough love, That sounds ominous. What are you planning? I might end up hated. Some might even resent me. But even so, if it means getting everyone to move forward and find happiness, I'm willing to take on that role. Ah, what a wonderful sister I am. Akane spoke theatrically, pretending to revel in her supposed nobility. Don't overdo it, okay? I will overdo it. It's for my dear Oni, after all. Sorry about that. Don't be. Well, you're going to have a rough time too, so brace yourself. Got it. Go easy on me, will you? In response to my words. That's probably not possible. Akane is on the move. Wait, what are you planning? I have a really bad feeling about this. Section. By the way, I heard you met Hioki-kun. It was Monday at lunch. As usual, well, maybe not quite, but with considerable frequency, Ryoko Kamo's lunchtime feast was being hosted again. Kiru and I had been invited, and that was when Ryoko spoke up. After popping a sausage into my mouth and chewing it thoroughly, I responded to her question. Yeah, but how do you know that? Akane-chan called me. She told me Hideaki-kun met with Hiroyuki-chan. She actually called you just to say that. That wasn't the reason for the call. It just came up during our conversation. I also heard he was with a stunningly beautiful woman. That would be Kiru-san, right? Whether I'm stunning or not aside. If it's about the woman who accompanied Furukawa-kun, then yes, that would be me. I'm flattered to be called stunningly beautiful, though. Well, Kiru-san is beautiful. But I see. So you were out with Tomomi-chan yesterday. Are you mad? Why would I be? Well, Tomomi called me early Sunday morning complaining, it's not fair that you're always hanging out with Ryoko. So, you know. Oh, I see. You're wondering if I'd say something like, that's not fair, too. Yeah, something like that. Huh. Of course not. That's because, well, isn't it because I visited your place with Kiru-san on Saturday? I wouldn't say it's because of that, but it wasn't exactly wrong, though it wasn't like it was Ryoko's fault either. I mean, we're the ones who invited you, so I don't think it's the cause or anything. Is that so? Well, in any case, if I said something like, it's not fair, next time it's my turn, then Tomomi-chan would probably try to one-up me, and things would just spiral out of control. So, I'll refrain this time. I appreciate it. Seriously, I really did. If I had to get dragged around day and night, I wouldn't be able to take it. Bowing my head in gratitude, I noticed Ryoko sighing as if exasperated. What's with her? Oh, nothing. You're just like a guardian. Akane-chan mentioned it, didn't she? So, that's what her call was about. Akane-chan told me, too. She said, Ryoko-chan, be ready as well. What is she talking about? After popping a piece of fried chicken into her mouth and chewing, Kiru tilted her head slightly in curiosity. Yesterday, my sister called me. Now that you mention it, you didn't come out of your room yesterday, did you? What was the call about? Ah. How should I even explain this? Maybe it's about the relationship between you, Hiroyuki-chan, and Tomomi-chan? Sensing my hesitation, Ryoko steps in to help. She really is a dependable childhood friend. What do you mean? Yesterday, Akane-chan, Hiroyuki-chan's sister, said this to me. How long are you planning to keep this relationship as it is? I see. If things stay like this, everyone will end up unhappy. I'm sorry, Ryoko-chan, but I'm going to take action. That's what she said. Is that really something Higoshikujuku's sister should be meddling in? That feels like overstepping, don't you think? Well, you're not wrong. But you know, like I said the other day, I don't think this relationship is ideal either. I'm willing to wait, but if there's a breakthrough, I'd be grateful for that too. Didn't you say waiting wasn't a problem for you? It's not. But that doesn't mean I want to wait. Ryoko says this while popping a piece of tamagoyaki into her mouth. Delicious. Well, I kind of expected Akane-chan to make a move at some point. She really loves Hiroyuki-chan, after all. Does she? Feels like she just looks down on me, honestly. That's not true. Akane-chan's always bragging about you, Hiroyuki-chan. When you were chosen as a candidate for the national team, she was jumping for joy, saying, my big brother is amazing. She was so excited that even Tomomi-chan, Mizuho-chan, and I were taken aback. Is that so? After that, she snapped back to reality, blushing furiously, and said, well, I mean, he's just a candidate, though. Honestly, it was ridiculously cute, that Akane-chan. Don't talk about it. It's starting to make me feel bad for her. You siblings seem to get along well. Ah. I guess. I don't think we have a bad relationship, at least. Right. You and Akane-chan get along great. That's probably why she can't stand the current situation between the three of us. It's like, stop making my beloved big brother suffer any longer, or something like that. I'm not exactly suffering, though. But you don't think it's fine as it is, do you? Well, no. That's why Akane-chan is trying to do something about it. Although, knowing Akane-chan, There's no telling what might happen, so it's a bit worrying. Yeah. Is it really that bad? She's always been the type to go all in when she gets an idea. That's why it makes me nervous sometimes. Has something like that happened before? An incident where she acted on one of her impulses? Ah. Ryoko. Yeah, I guess it's fine to tell Kiru-san. You see, I'm a bit of a shy person, right? So back in elementary school, I wasn't bullied exactly, but I did get teased a lot. My cheeks would go red so easily, so they used to call me Apple-chan. There are always people like that, aren't there? Well, it wasn't just that with Ryoko, though. What do you mean? Ryoko was popular even back in elementary school. You know how little boys can be, they like to tease the girls they have a crush on. Ah. I don't think that's always the case, but... So, one time, I went to take out the trash to the incinerator behind the school, and a group of boys from my class surrounded me, teasing me, calling me Apple. I was on the verge of tears, trying to hold them back when... Kiru leans in, curious, as Ryoko smiles softly. One of the boys teasing me went flying sideways. What? A cane, who was on trash duty with me, ran in and drop-kicked him. Sent him flying. Akane-chan was so cool. She yelled, "Don't mess with Ryoko-chan." For me, it was more like a nightmare. Seriously. After that, the boys teasing Ryoko, well, more like poking fun at her, came to me, saying, "Yeah, we were wrong, but your sister is insane." That's incredible. And that's just one story from the Akane legend. There's more. Her nickname in elementary and middle school was Mad Dog. That give you an idea. But she's not a bad person. I mean, she only ever used violence for someone else's sake. It's still not okay, even if it's for someone else. Honestly, where did she get it from? Seriously, who did she inherit that from? Both my dad and mom are pretty calm, so why is she the only one so hot-blooded? Anyway, that's why I'm worried things might get messy when Akane gets involved. Will it really be okay? It'll be fine. I don't think she'll cause you any trouble. That's not what I meant. But okay, I understand. With that, Kiru picks up a piece of meat and potatoes from Ryoko's bento, watching her savor it while muttering, "How does she get this flavor?" With a frustrated expression warms my heart a little. I also reach for Ryoko's bento with my chopsticks. Section. Ha! Oh, what's up? On the way home from the station, while walking towards my house, I noticed a familiar figure in front of the supermarket. Welcome back. I'm back. But is this the place to say that? It was Kiru. She had shopping bags in her hands. What's up? Didn't you go shopping yesterday? Here, let me carry that. I can carry it myself, you know? Aren't we walking home together? Does it make sense to go home separately? Then give it here. I don't like walking next to you while you're carrying something. Are you treating me like a girl? Pretty much. In that case, I'll take you up on your offer. The bag she handed over was unusually light. Curious, I peeked inside. Consommé. And cream stew mix. I was thinking of making curry, but I figured cream stew might be nice too. Still. Do you think it's okay to go from meat and potatoes to cream stew? It's a bit of a leap from Japanese to Western style, and it has soy sauce in it. Should be fine. Some people even add miso to cream stew. Miso? Does that even work? Apparently, it tastes great when you pour it over rice. Not the neatest way to eat, though. Well, if you think of it as curry, it doesn't feel that out of place. But it's still kind of strange, isn't it? Guess it's a matter of personal preference. Walking side by side with Kiru, we talked about such trivial things. The sun was beginning to set, and our shadows stretched long across the road. Hey, Higoshiku-juku-en? What's up? Isn't it? Kind of cold? You think so? It's not warm, but it's not exactly cold either. It is cold. So, maybe. Should we hold hands? Forget it. Forget what I just said. I mean. Before she could finish, I cut her off. Because it's cold. Yeah, it's cold, after all. My left hand took hold of Kiru's right hand. Our shadows on the road drew even closer, looking just like those of a couple. Somehow, it made my cheeks loosen into a small smile. Hiroyuki-san. That's why the sudden voice startled me so much that I flinched. I turned around, recognizing it. It was a voice I had heard plenty yesterday. Hideyoki? Against the backlight, his face was hard to make out, but Hideyoki stood there, shoulders tense. What are you doing here? What are you doing here, Hiroyuki-san? Isn't your house 2 stations ahead? One step, then another. Hideyoki drew closer. His face was clearly filled with anger. Hideyoki? Answer me, Hiroyuki-san. Why are you here? Why are you holding a shopping bag? And why are you holding hands with Kiru-senpai? Answer me, Hiroyuki-san. Why, you ask? How do I even answer that? I mean, there's no way I can say, because she's my fiancée. I heard from Akane. Heard what? That Hiroyuki-san has someone you're close with. Akane. So this is the bombshell she mentioned. Seriously, what the hell? I thought it couldn't be true. Because it's you, Hiroyuki-san. Are you trying to say I'm unpopular? Well, not that she's wrong. That's not what I mean. It's just, you've always had Tomomi-san and Ryoko-san, right? The 3 of you seemed so close. And yet, why are you holding hands with Kiru-senpai? Well, that's... Are you dating Kiru-senpai? Did you abandon Tomomi-san and Ryoko-san to choose her? Abandon them? It's not like that. And it's not even about abandoning or not abandoning anyone. Then what is it? Are you planning to keep both of them? Is that it? Listen to me. Hideyoki was getting seriously worked up. Hey, Hideyoki-san. I never said anything like that. This is just too cruel to Tomomi-san. Why? Why did you choose Kiru-senpai over her? What's with him? What are you even saying? I was starting to get a little angry. Tomomi-san is pitiful. Ha! What do you even know about Tomomi? Ha! Who do you think you are, talking like you know everything? What's this? Are you trying to deflect? Deflect? Don't be stupid. Back then, there was no doubt in my mind that I was drawn to Tomomi. I truly believed I wanted to be by her side, to be with her. And now you're saying Tomomi's pitiful? Don't mess with me. And yet, the one who put a stop to my feelings back then was none other than Tomomi herself. What do you even know about Tomomi? Or about the 3 of us, for that matter? Calm down. Calm down, me. Taking it out on Hideyoki won't solve anything. So calm down. Calm. I do understand. I understand Tomomi-san. Because I've been watching her. Watching her this whole time since we first met in elementary school. Hideyoki? He glared at me as he spoke. I love Suzuki Tomomi more than anyone else in the world. It was like time stopped for a moment. The silence was broken by Hideyoki himself. When I started elementary school, I was put on the mini basketball team because of my weak constitution. I hated it. No matter how hard I practiced, I never got better. I had no stamina, and I always wanted to quit. But then, hey, let's practice together. Furukawa Hideyoki-kun? Then, I'll call you Hideyoki. Come on, let's do shooting practice. Let's go, Hideyoki. She always looked out for me. If I couldn't keep up, she'd adjust to my pace and practice with me. She was like an older sister, but also kind of clumsy. That made it impossible for me to leave her alone. Before I knew it, I couldn't take my eyes off her. Every time she smiled, my heart would race. But Tomomi-san was always standing next to you, Hiroyuki-san. At first, I was so frustrated. I even hated you, Hiroyuki-san, to the point it made me sick. But you're such a ridiculously kind person. Eventually, he said, he came to terms with his feelings. I thought if it were you, Hiroyuki-san, Tomomi-san would surely be happy. So, if you two started dating, if you became a couple, I believed I could give up and genuinely wish you both well. But now this is just too cruel to Tomomi-san. I understand how you feel. And I admit that not realizing this sooner makes me a failure as your older brother figure. No. But this and that are different matters. No matter who I choose, And no matter who I don't choose, it has nothing to do with you. I understand that. But it's just too cruel to Tomomi-san. Stop saying cruel over and over. What's so cruel about it? You're saying Tomomi is pitiful because I didn't choose her. You even said you thought I'd pick either Tomomi or Ryoko. So what about Ryoko? What about Kiru? Are you ignoring their feelings? Do you only care if the girl you like is happy? That's not it. That's not it. But Tomomi-san really is pitiful. Why? What makes her pitiful? Because Tomomi-san turned down the recommendation to Higasha Girls Academy for you, Hiroyuki-san. What? Exclamation point. Hideyoki clamped his mouth shut, panicking, but it was already too late. Hey, what did you just say? Higasha Girls Academy. You mean that Higasha Girls Academy? The one that's been competing nationally for years. She turned down a recommendation there? Tomomi did. Is that true? Answer me, Hideyoki. I'm sorry. I let it slip. I don't care about that. Is it true? It's true. Tomomi-san performed really well in her last tournament in her 3rd year of middle school. She caught the scouts' attention, and that's how it happened. And she turned it down? Tomomi did. Was it because of me? Tomomi-san said, I couldn't keep up with such intense training anyway. But, hearing what you were going through back then, she probably avoids showing up to the mini basketball alumni gatherings because you don't go, Hiroyuki-san. That's just the kind of person Tomomi-san is. That idiot. I know it's not my place to say this after letting it slip, but please, don't blame Tomomi-san. I'm not blaming her. How could I? There's no way I could blame her. Damn it. Frustrated, I scratched at my head. Hideyoki stared at me intently before speaking again. I apologize for misspeaking. But if Hiroyuki-san is saying, that's enough, that Tomomi-san doesn't need to be by your side anymore, then I'll take Tomomi-san for myself. Please don't say something like, I didn't mean it that way. I don't want to see you like that, Hiroyuki-san. I'm sorry for being so blunt, but please prepare yourself. Mizuho always said, those 3 are stuck in lukewarm water. In that case, I'll be the one to end that lukewarm water. Excuse me. With that, Hideyoki bowed his head slightly before turning his back to me and walking away. I could do nothing but stare at that retreating figure. Chapter 5. The misstep was probably mine. Lying on my bed, I stared up at the now familiar ceiling of my room. Hideyoki's words kept circling endlessly in my head. Tomomi turned down Higasha Girls. Higasha Girls is the dream school for girls who play basketball around here. She turned down that school. So why is she at Tanikan, a school with no strength or reputation in basketball? If she was serious about playing, that decision wouldn't make any sense. She's not serious about basketball. No, that's not it. Tomomi has the height and the skill. If she put in the effort, she could easily secure a spot as a regular at Higasha Girls. She's got more than enough talent for it. So why? Is it because of me? Was it my fault? Did Tomomi close off her own potential because of me and then? Higoshi-kuju-kun? Are you awake? A sudden knock on the door pulled me out of my thoughts. I turned my gaze toward the sound. Yeah, I'm awake. Can I come in for a moment? Go ahead. At my reply, the door opened hesitantly. Kiru stood there, wearing an awkward expression that made me chuckle involuntarily. What's up? What's up, you ask? Well, you seemed so down during dinner. I got a little worried. Did I look like I was about to off myself? Not that far, but, well, I did think you might go off somewhere. Sorry. After saying I wouldn't be a bother, I'm already causing trouble. Must have surprised you, right? Yeah, I was a bit surprised. Hideyoki's confession? I was surprised too. That, yes, but it was also the first time I've seen you show so much emotion. I didn't expect you to get that angry. Kiru gave a small laugh, then walked over to the bed and plopped down beside me. Don't you think you're a little close? Is that a problem? Not really, no. I felt oddly restless. Kiru noticed my discomfort and smiled teasingly. You had a tough day, didn't you? Yeah. Feels like there have been a lot of exhausting things happening lately. Mostly thanks to Akane. Seriously, that girl's been dropping way too many bombs lately. Liar. You look just a little relieved right now. I'm not relieved. There are still so many problems to deal with. Really, I'm not relieved at all. Is that so? Yeah. But, good or bad, I feel like things have to move forward now. There are a lot of problems, but at least I know I have to do something about them. Hideyoki's feelings are real. That much is clear. Which means I need to come to a decision myself. Otherwise, Hideyoki, Tomomi, everyone will just end up miserable. So this is what Akane was talking about. What did she say? If you don't move forward, none of you will be happy. She probably knew. Akane must have understood all of this. I flopped back onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. Akane must have known. That's why she threw such a bombshell into our lives. Do you resent her? Akane? I wonder. No, I don't think I do. If anything, I feel grateful to her for teaching me something as an imperfect older brother. I see. Although, I do wish she'd thought a bit more about how to go about it. But maybe we needed a shock treatment like this to get moving. Otherwise, we might have just stayed where we were, ignoring everything and letting time pass. If that had happened, we'd probably have ended up in an even worse situation. Then again, maybe we're already in a pretty bad situation as it is. In a way, maybe she gave us the chance to realize things earlier than we would have otherwise. She's quite a capable little sister. Did you know? If one sibling is lacking, the other tends to be more capable. By that logic, your sister's the capable one? Without a doubt. What a capable little sister I've got. A moment of silence passed between us. It felt like just enough time to regain a bit of composure. Then I broke the stillness. Hey, what is it? Was I wrong? About what? About Tomomi and... No. About the three of us. We had always been together. Through laughter, through tears, through anger, through joy, sadness, and frustration. The three of us experienced everything together, shared everything together, and walked forward together. Maybe it wasn't the right way for things to be. But even so, I'm sure I thought to myself, just a little longer, like this. I wanted to move forward. I knew I had to move forward. But even as I thought that, I also wanted to stay right where we were. It's pathetic. And honestly, not a cool thing to admit. Well, I won't deny it. If we're talking about being cool, Furukawa-kun was definitely the cooler one today. Thanks for the harsh critique. But yeah, you're right. Hideyoki is more mature than I am. I let out a sigh. Why didn't Tomomi go to Higasha Girls, I wonder? Hideyoki said something, didn't he? When I think about Hiroyuki-san's situation back then, he must have meant how I was living in such a slump, barely speaking to anyone. Did she choose Tanikan because of me? Because she wanted to stay by my side? There's no way to know. Yeah, maybe, as Furukawa-kun suggested, Tomomi-san decided she couldn't keep up with the training. Or maybe, as you said, she wanted to stay close to you because she was worried about you. But... Kiru stopped short and hesitated for a moment. She averted her gaze before speaking cautiously. Can I say something a little unfair? Depends on what it is. But I don't think I'll blow up at you out of nowhere. Is that so? Then. This is just my opinion. Maybe she just wanted to be with you. Of course, unless you ask Tomomi-san herself, you can't know for sure. Maybe she really didn't want to deal with the intense training. Or maybe she was genuinely worried about you. But, no, I'm sure those reasons played a part too, but beyond all that, maybe Suzuka-san simply wanted to stay with you. You three have always been childhood friends, always together. Couldn't it be that she just didn't want to be the one left behind? That's something I can't know. Exactly. You can't know. But you know what? If it were me, that's how I'd feel. That I wouldn't want to be apart from you. You mean I should think about it from Tomomi's perspective? No. I mean it's how Kiru-Aine truly feels. If you were to leave, it would be incredibly lonely for me. That's why. For someone like Suzuka-san, who's known you much longer than I have, it wouldn't be surprising if she felt the same way. Don't you think? I do. Which is why. It's not your fault. You're not to blame. Are you trying to comfort me? No. Didn't I say I was going to say something unfair? How is it unfair? Because I'm telling you, you're not at fault, and I'm on your side. While you're feeling vulnerable. If I were to put it bluntly, it's like comforting someone who just got dumped so they'll fall for you. Bluntly? Did you really need to say that out loud? You could have just kept quiet. I said it because I didn't want you to misunderstand me as being kind. Is that a bad thing? Yes, because I'm not a kind person. I'm only being kind to you out of my own selfish desires. I wouldn't want you to misunderstand and end up disappointed in me later. Kiru smiled softly as she said this. There's a saying, the die is cast. The dice are already rolling on the board. But what you do after the dice land is entirely up to you. I just hope you'll make the best choice for everyone involved. Of course, I'd appreciate it if you could consider my feelings a little in your decision. But I'll leave that up to you. Got it? I returned her smile with a wry one of my own. I'll do my best to move forward properly. Section. Hey, why am I being summoned by you after school? Last night, I got a call from Hioki. He said, I told Hiroyuki-san. I'm going to confess to Tomomi-san. You should give it your best, too. So, I thought I'd get a sense of what's going on. I always thought he was an idiot, but I didn't think he was such a fool as to attempt a hopeless gamble like trying to take down an airplane with a bamboo spear. Which means there must have been some sort of change in your three's relationship. Mizuho spoke irritably, punctuating her words by tapping her toe against the rooftop floor. While the rooftop is usually bustling during lunch, at this time after school, it was completely deserted. Her blatant display of dissatisfaction left both me and Ryoko, who stood beside me, with somewhat troubled expressions. Mizuho-chan? Are you upset? Upset isn't quite the word. I'm just annoyed. For one, I have no idea why Ryoko-senpai and Tomomi-senpai are fighting. A cane seems to be stirring the pot, Hideyoki's recklessly charging forward, and it feels like I'm the only one left in the dark here. It's not like you're being left out or anything. Right, Hiroyuki-chan? Well, I kind of thought there wasn't much point in involving you unnecessarily. Tomomi and Ryoko are directly involved, Akane is my sister, and Hideyoki has feelings for Tomomi. Everyone's connections run pretty deep. But as for Mizuho, she's not particularly entangled in all of this. Are you serious, Hiroyuki-senpai? I've been listening to Tomomi-senpai vent non-stop. Honestly, it feels like my entire life is being scrutinized from morning to night. It's driving me crazy. And responding with meaningless I cease is really starting to wear on me. Turns out, she was deeply involved. Sorry, Mizuho. Well, you might actually be the biggest victim here. Got it. So, what do you want to know? Everything, is what I'd like to say, but mainly two things. First, why are Tomomi-senpai and Ryoko-senpai fighting? It's starting to interfere with my daily life, so I need this resolved as soon as possible. I'm even willing to help them reconcile if necessary. Well, didn't I already explain that? They're fighting over whether dogs or cats are better. The argument is about dogs versus cats. How do you even solve something like that? As I thought this, Mizuho gave me an incredibly cold look. Are you stupid, Hiroyuki-senpai? If you seriously believe that, you're as dumb as Hideyoki. That's a bit harsh on Hideyoki. Also, what do you mean, seriously? It's not serious. Isn't this about dogs and cats? I glanced at Ryoko, who smiled wryly as she looked back at me. What's with that look? Yeah, Mizuho-chan, you're right. Neither Tomomi-chan nor I would cut ties over something like dogs and cats. Seriously? Of course. Tomomi-chan and I have been friends for over 10 years. There's no way we'd have a serious fight over something like that. No, you two definitely had a full-blown argument over popping ice cream back in the day. Wait, was that just when you were kids? Are you saying you're adults now? You two. No way. That day, I walked home with Tomomi-chan. We made up as usual, but Ryoko trailed off slightly, glancing over at me. What? Should I really say this? About you and, well, that thing. That thing. The reason we haven't been walking to school together lately. Ah. The fiancé thing. Depends on how Ryoko puts it, but it's Mizuho we're talking about. Considering Akane told Hideyoki about my good relationship, there's a decent chance the story could leak anyway. Still, Mizuho is surprisingly tight-lipped for how she seems. Mizuho. Yes. You're good at keeping secrets, right? Like, you can keep things to yourself if needed. The best way to avoid having secrets slip out is to not know them in the first place. There's always a tiny chance of something accidentally slipping. But if I'm told not to say anything, I'm confident I can keep my mouth shut. Thought so. All right, Ryoko, go ahead. Ah, what's this about? Mizuho tilted her head in confusion as Ryoko nodded and continued. Recently, don't you think Hiroyuki-chan and Kiru-san have been getting along well? Ah. Well, yeah. I've even joined you guys for lunch a few times. I thought you two seemed really close. Silence. Then, Mizuho's face turned pale. Wait, don't tell me. Hiroyuki-senpai, are you dating Kiru-senpai? What? You never told me anything about this. Why would I need to report that to you? And no, we're not dating. Of course you need to report it. If you were dating, I'd have to adjust my strategies. Wait, what? You're not dating? We're not dating. Not dating? What's with that not? Ah. Well, what do? I already decided to tell her, but saying it out loud is kind of embarrassing. Noticing my hesitation, Ryoko stepped in. They're engaged. Hiroyuki-chan and Kiru-san. What? Like I said, they're engaged. Hiroyuki-chan and Kiru-san. Wait, what? Engaged? Fiancés. Fiancés. Idiot. Keep your voice down. What if someone hears you? Sorry. But. Wait. What? Mizuho stared blankly into space for a while. After regaining her composure, she turned her gaze to me. Would you mind explaining? As far as I know, there's never been any mention of fiancés in your life up until now. What's with the way you're talking? Look, my family runs a business, right? Through that, my dad got to know Kiru's dad. They're the same age and all, so, well, it just kind of ended up this way. I left out the whole debt situation. Considering Mizuho is Akane's childhood friend and has met my dad, there's no need to further tarnish his reputation. Does everyone know about this? Hideyoki too? Mizuho gave me a sharp look. Everyone? Well, Tomomi, Ryoko, and Akane know. And now, so do you. Well, if those three knew before me, I guess it makes sense. But still, I'd like to be told about things like this too. Being left out feels awful. Sorry about that. It's not exactly easy to just announce, hey, I've got a fiancé now. Even Ryoko and Tomomi were really shocked when they found out. I get why it's hard to bring up, but fine. I'll let it slide. With that, Mizuho turned her attention back to Ryoko. So, if you're bringing this up, does it have something to do with their fight? Yeah, it's directly related to the fight. And what's the reason, if I may ask? Sure. I figured we'd need to talk about it eventually. Ryoko glanced at me, then at Mizuho, before speaking. I told Tomomi-chan, the three of us can't stay like this forever. If you don't act, Kiru-san might take Hiroyuki-chan away. I said, it'll be 2 versus 1, me and Tomomi-chan, and Hiroyuki-chan 27. Wow, Ryoko-senpai. That's quite the bombshell you dropped. I admit I might have gone a little overboard. But Tomomi-chan has been moping about, worrying, what if Hiroyuki ends up marrying Kiru-san? I thought she needed a little push. That sounds more like a full-on landmine than a little push. Yeah, I thought so too. But, well, when it comes to Hiroyuki-chan, Tomomi-chan's heart is practically a minefield. No matter where you step, something's bound to blow up. Don't you think you're being a bit harsh on your childhood friend? It's still better than how Mizuho-chan and Akane treat Hideaki-kun, Ryoko replied with a bright smile, shifting her gaze toward me. Well, that's the situation. Tomomi-chan got seriously mad. She said, "Why would you say that? I want us to stay as a trio forever, even though that's impossible," Ryoko said with a sad, resigned smile. Mizuho glanced at her and spoke up. "Well, if I had to say, I've always thought Tomomi-senpai was living in a bit of a fantasy world. But still, Ryoko-senpai, you really said that to her? I did mention it to Hiroyuki-chan, but it doesn't really matter to me. I'm fine waiting, no matter how long it takes. Whether Hiroyuki-chan's answer is what I want or not, I'm prepared to accept it. But, you see, I don't think Tomomi-chan will be able to accept whatever answer Hiroyuki-chan gives, so I thought I'd give her a warning ahead of time." Ryoko turned her gaze toward Mizuho. "You know, don't you, Mizuho-chan? That Hiroyuki-chan's heart leaned toward Tomomi-chan once. Yeah. Back then, it was Tomomi-chan who put their answer on hold, right? So isn't it a bit selfish of her to act this way now? That's why I ended up blurting it out. I told her, you put it on hold because it wasn't particularly important to you, right? You didn't really want it but didn't want to lose it either, so you kept it close. And now that someone else might take it, you're suddenly afraid of losing it. If it was so important to you, you should have claimed it as yours. Isn't it wrong to say you don't want this or that? That's pretty harsh, don't you think? I won't deny there was a bit of venting on my part. But honestly, Tomomi-chan deserves to hear it. And besides, who else could tell her that? Well, if anyone could, it'd be Ryoko-senpai. Hiroyuki-senpai is close to her, but it's about Hiroyuki-chan, so he couldn't say anything, right? Yeah. There was no way I could weigh in on that topic. So, yeah, it turned into a huge fight. I might have provoked her, but when she said, "I'm only thinking of Ryoko," I couldn't help but snap a little. That's probably the worst thing Tomomi-senpai could have said. Mizuho sighed, holding her head in exasperation. After taking a deep breath, she looked up again. "I understand the cause of the fight now. And, well, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can help with this. Don't apologize, Mizuho-chan. It's our fault." "No, well, yes, it is. Please reflect on that, Ryoko-senpai. And give me back the sleep you stole from me. Sorry, I can't turn back time. But I think it's about time to make amends. I'll apologize to Tomomi-chan. I don't want to cause our juniors any more trouble." "Yes, please do. For the sake of our peace." With a cheerful "got it," Ryoko nodded, while Mizuho turned her attention to me. "All right, I understand the fight's cause. Now, about the other thing I wanted to ask. Although I can already guess most of it, Hideaki decided to confess to Tomomi-san because of Kiru-senpai, right?" "Yeah. Akane apparently told him that I had someone special." "Akane? Well, that makes sense. That would push Hideaki to act." Mizuho nodded in understanding. "Hey, did you already know?" "Know what?" "That Hideaki likes Tomomi." The only people who didn't know were Tomomi-senpai and Hiroyuki-senpai. "Right, Ryoko-senpai?" "Exactly. I wasn't told directly, so I could only guess, but it wasn't surprising." "Seriously? I had no idea. Am I really that oblivious? I'm not about to praise Hideaki, but he did a good job hiding it. I think it's been a painful love for him. But he said he liked seeing the three of you laugh together. That alone was enough for him. But then this fiancé came out of nowhere, so of course, he must have felt like, you've got to be kidding me. Half of what he's doing is probably venting too. Well, whatever. At least we've figured things out. Today was a productive day, wasn't it?" Mizuho looked slightly relieved as she smiled. I bowed my head to her. "Sorry for all the trouble, Mizuho." "Thanks." There was no reply. Feeling something was off, I looked up to see Mizuho giving me a look of exasperation. "What?" "That's exactly the problem, Hiroyuki-senpai." "What is?" "Honestly, after hearing everything today, I don't think you're to blame. The fight was between Tomomi-senpai and Ryoko-senpai. It was Ryoko-senpai who provoked Tomomi-senpai, Tomomi-senpai who kept complaining and robbing me of sleep, Hideyuki who picked a fight with you, and Akane who stirred the pot. And if we're being really honest, isn't this all rooted in Tomomi-senpai putting things on hold back in middle school? Even this whole fiancé thing isn't your fault. See? You're not at fault, Hiroyuki-senpai. You don't need to apologize for anything. But you still apologize. You say, sorry. And what's behind that apology? I'm sorry for the trouble my childhood friends caused. Isn't that it? Including Akane and Hideyuki, of course. But you're not responsible for any of this. You shouldn't have to bow your head for things unrelated to you. That's one of your good traits, though. Once you let someone in, you spoil them completely. All of us, myself included, have been helped by that. But maybe it's time to stop doing that. You might be right. Well, it's not my place to say. But I hope you can bring everything to a good conclusion. Got it? I'll do my best. That's what I like to hear, Hiroyuki-senpai, Mizuho said with a warm smile. Section. Ara. Hiroyuki, what are you doing here? As I was heading back to my classroom to grab my bag after coming down from the rooftop, I heard someone call out to me. Fujita. Yeah. I thought you'd already gone home. You left the classroom right after homeroom ended. My bag was still there, wasn't it? I thought it was just some dramatic version of leaving your stuff behind. You've got a pretty wild imagination for that, don't you? My entire bag, seriously? Even I wouldn't leave without it. My lunchbox is in there, after all. I was kidding. Honestly, I didn't even notice your bag was there. So, what were you up to? Ah. Well, just a little something. What? No way. You weren't confessing or something, were you? Nope. If anything, it was closer to the exact opposite. I just got grilled by a junior. Oh, I see. For a moment, I thought you'd left me behind and started climbing the stairs to adulthood ahead of me. Since when does dating count as climbing the stairs to adulthood? You idiot, dating comes with certain things afterward, doesn't it? You know what I mean. Those things. You realize you're saying something terrible right now? Well, I guess it's normal for a high school guy to have those thoughts. Anyway, Fujita, what about you? What are you still doing here? He's in the go-home club, right? Why is he still hanging around? Me? I had some stuff to take care of. Something romantic. Something supplementary. They handed me a pile of worksheets since there wasn't enough time for proper makeup classes. The deadline's next weekend. There's no way I'll finish. Fujita glanced out the window with a gaze filled with despair. Poor guy. Well, good luck with that. Shouldn't you head home and start working on it? Nah, after getting chewed out so badly, I can't just jump into studying right now. So, Hiroyuki, let's hang out before heading home. Are you sure you can afford to play around? Didn't he just say he got a ton of worksheets? Doesn't seem like the time for this. No, I absolutely can't afford it. But let's hang out anyway. That's kind of refreshing in its own way. It's such a 180 that it's almost innovative. Fine. I'll come with you. Honestly, I'm not in the mood to go straight home either. This might be a good distraction. We haven't really hung out much lately, aside from grabbing food at Wakdu the other day. Alright, that's the Hiroyuki I know. So, where should we go? Karaoke? The arcade? We went to karaoke recently, so how about the arcade? Sounds good. Let's hit up the arcade. Fujita grabbed his bag and, looking pleased, slung an arm around my shoulder. Knock it off, it's too hot for that. Quit it. You're being clingy and gross. Ouch. Well, whatever. The arcade near the station works, right? There's this fighting game I've been into recently. Help me practice a bit. Yeah. Just don't keep me there too long, okay? No worries. Even I won't drag you around too late. Let's go. With boundless energy, Fujita left the classroom, and I followed him out. When we arrived at the arcade near the station, it was lively, no surprise, given it was right after school. This arcade had fighting games and rhythm games, but the main attractions were crane games and photo booths. So, which fighting game are you hooked on? That one. Orlando Story. You've heard of it, right? Nope, can't say I have. It started as a PC game, but it got so popular they ported it to consoles, and now it's even a fighting game. I've been a fan since its PC days. Wait. PC game? Don't tell me. As you imagined, Hiroyuki. How did you even buy that? It's that, right? The kind of thing they don't sell to anyone under 18, right? Well, there are ways. You've got a computer, don't you? If you want to try it out, I'll lend it to you. To be honest, I'm a little curious. I mean, I'm a guy, after all. Of course I'd be curious, but, dude, I live with Kiru right now. If she found out about this. No, I'll pass. Thanks, though. Well, with your beautiful childhood friends, Kamo and Suzuki, there's no need for you to escape into the 3D world, right? Your real life's already like a gal game. That's not exactly how it is. No, in fact, this whole childhood friend situation has been insanely difficult. Are gal games always full of these kinds of scenarios? If so, what a crappy game. Let me know if you change your mind, alright? I'll lend it to you anytime. Fujita gave me a thumbs up as he said that. I guess it'd be nice if that day came. I am curious, after all. Anyway, about Orlando Story, it's packed. Is it that popular? It's got a lot of fans from its PC game days. It's rare to see it this crowded, though. What do you want to do? Mind if we wait a bit? If it's too much trouble, we can leave, though. Don't worry about it. I can wait for a while, just not too late, alright? Yeah. Sorry about that. Don't mention it. So, what should we do? Wanna play a racing game? Nah, I'll stay here and wait. Is that okay? Sure. I'll take a look around, then. Alright. Sorry about this. I'll call you when it opens up so we can play a match. Got it. I'll be back in a bit. Cool. I waved Fujita off as he wandered away, then started strolling through the arcade. I passed by the fighting games, rhythm games, slots, pachinko machines, and medal games, looking around in order. Something in the crane game caught my eye. No way. That's nostalgic. They've still got this. The prize in the crane game was a plushie of the protagonist from Magical Girl Kren Miko-chan, an anime I used to watch with Tomomi and Ryoko back in elementary school. But wait, wasn't that anime from about 10 years ago? Why are they still making plushes for it? Maybe it's just a similar character. I wasn't a huge fan of it or anything, so maybe I'm just remembering wrong. Thinking that, I leaned in and carefully examined the plushie in the crane game. It does look a lot like her. Wow. A high school boy staring at a plushie from a little girl's anime. What's that called again? A lolicon. Right. Suddenly, a voice came from behind me. Startled, I turned around. Yo, Hiroyuki. What are you doing here? Standing there was Tomomi. Tomomi. Hey there. It's me, Tomomi-chan. What are you up to? Don't tell me you're seriously trying to win that Miko-chan plushie. Of course not. But why's that plushie even here? What? Did they do a revival or something? Miko-chan? Nah, not really a revival. It's just that the series has continued. Seriously? I thought it was just a one-off series. Nope. We watched them together, didn't we? Magical Girl Kren Miko-chan, Magical Girl Kren Miko-chan Plus, and Magical Girl Kren Miko-chan Super. I thought they were all the same. The characters were different, you know. They all got shortened to Miko-chan. Though, I never noticed. I thought they were all the same thing. Really? This year, they're releasing a movie that brings together all the past Miko-chans. It's called Kren Miko-chan, All-Star Grand Gathering. You're pretty informed. Don't tell me you're still watching it. I saw it in a news article online. I'm just a little curious, that's all. You get that, right? True enough. If they announced a Kamen Rider movie with all riders together, I'd probably go, oh, too. You used to love that show, though. Even when we were playing, you'd always rush home as soon as it started. It's nostalgic. Even during our basketball matches, she'd say, "Let's put this on hold," like some kind of villain leaving a dramatic line before dashing off. Yeah, it's embarrassing now, but I really loved that show. It's so uplifting, you know? Honestly, I've been thinking of going to see the movie. Want to come? I'm not judging your tastes, but I'd be too embarrassed to go myself. Fair enough. I'd be a bit embarrassed too. Maybe I'll wait for the DVD and rent it. When I do, you should come over, and we can have a little viewing party. Tomomi smiled cheerfully as she said that. Just then, my phone rang. It was Fujita. Sorry, Tomomi. I've got to take this. A call? Who is it? Fujita. Fujita? What's up? You're here with me, remember? Yeah. After excusing myself, I answered the call, only to hear Fujita's near-crying voice through the receiver. Hiroyuki, I'm sorry. I might have to bail today. Seriously? The guy playing 2 turns before me. His skills are insane. He's probably going to clear it, and it's going to take forever. What should we do? Should we call it a day? Ah. What about you? If you're leaving, then I'll leave too. But honestly, I kind of want to watch. He's pulling off moves I've only seen in videos. Go ahead, watch. No big deal. I'll head home. Are you sure? I was the one who invited you. Don't worry about it. All right. I owe you one. I'll make it up to you somehow next time. Yeah. Reassuring Fujita once more not to worry about it, I hung up the phone. When I turned around, Tomomi was watching me with an expression that practically screamed curiosity. What did Fujita say? He's staying to watch someone's insane gameplay on his favorite game. Huh. So, you're free now? Yeah, guess I am. Then, come hang out with me. I've got no club activities today, so I've got some time to kill too. There's that park just ahead, right? Let's play basketball there. Basketball? In our uniforms? Of course. Oh, are you worried about my miniskirt flipping up or something? No, not really. I figured you've probably got a tracksuit or something with you anyway. Bingo. So, come on, play with me. You're always hanging out with Mizuho, right? You can spare some time for me too, can't you? It won't kill you. Well, I don't mind. I mean, I've got nothing else to do. All right, let's go. Yeah. Section. Tomomi brought me to a small park just 1 street off the station. It was the only place in the area with a basketball hoop, so I'd used it a fair amount myself. We practiced simple shots and played some one-on-one games, celebrating wins and lamenting losses as we went. Damn it. I guess I can't quite beat you, Hiroyuki. That's not true, is it? No, it is. You're really good, Hiroyuki. For a guard, you score a lot, and you're constantly shooting from outside. You're the annoying type to deal with in a match. Can't you just play like a proper point guard and stick to passing? That's some serious prejudice against guards. For the record, point guard refers to the position commonly called the one in basketball. Sure, point guards are often seen as playmakers focused on passing, but that's not always the case anymore. In the NBA, there are guards who shoot constantly, right? Yeah, but still. You just seem like the passing type of guard to me, Hiroyuki. You're thoughtful and considerate, after all. What does being considerate have to do with playing point guard? It's obvious. Self-centered point guards go for their own points, while the ones who adapt to their team tend to focus on passing. I'm not sure that's entirely accurate. But maybe you've got a point. Still, in my case, I don't adapt to the team. It's just that, well, I'm short, so I focus on passing. That's what adapting means, don't you think? Well, whatever. No need to overthink it. With that, Tomomi pulled out a bottle from her bag, took a sip, and drank her sports drink as if it was the most refreshing thing ever. Damn it. Drinking it all by herself. Oh, sorry. I drank it all on my own, traitor. I said I'm sorry. It's fine. Whatever. Is there a vending machine nearby? There's one across the road over there. But it's okay. What is? I'll share this with you. I'm good now, so you can finish it. She closed the cap and lightly tossed the bottle to me. I scrambled to catch it and then stared at it for a moment. Wait. Finish it. Chem. Do you not like it? No, it's not that I don't like it. But this is the bottle you were just drinking from. What? What's wrong? What's wrong is. Never mind, I'll just go by my own. That's such a waste. What's the problem? You're thirsty, aren't you? I mean, yeah, but you're acting weird, Hiroyuki. Oh, don't tell me you're bothered by the idea of an indirect kiss. Of course, I'd be bothered. It's a bit late for that, don't you think? We've shared drinks like this plenty of times before. Well, yeah, but we're not kids anymore. Maybe it's time we stopped doing things like this. We did before, but come on. Stuff like this isn't really okay between a guy and a girl, even if we are close childhood friends. You're just like Ryoko, Hiroyuki. Tomomi. She said the same thing. That we have to grow up. That we can't stay kids forever. That we need to draw clear lines. Are you going to say the same thing, Hiroyuki? Tomomi. Everyone says it. Ryoko, Akane, Mizuho. They all say we can't stay close forever. That one day, we'll part ways. But does that day really have to come now? We're still in high school, aren't we? Isn't high school still a time when we're allowed to be kids? Her tear-filled eyes looked straight at me. Then when is it okay? In college? When we're working adults? I don't know. You don't know? I don't know. Why? Why does everyone try to move forward so quickly? Can't we slow down? Isn't it okay to take our time and not rush into becoming adults? If we still have time to be kids, why can't we stay kids? Why can't you let us stay kids? Her eyes brimmed with tears. If growing up means being apart from you all, then I don't want to grow up. That's impossible, I thought. Because one day, we will grow up. And then, one day, we'll drift apart. Of course, the label of childhood friends will remain. But still, someday, we'll have to go our separate ways. It's impossible to stay like this forever. Yeah, you're right. It might be impossible to stay like this forever. But does it have to happen now? Can't it wait a little longer? And when would that be? When will you accept it? I haven't thought about it. You're unbelievable. But I still want the three of us to stay together a little longer. I want to live a life where you're there, where Ryoko's there, and I'm there. Is that so wrong? Am I saying something so unreasonable? I can't say she's wrong. But even so. But we can't stay like this forever, can we? You're right. You're absolutely right, Hiroyuki. But the conversation circled back to the same point, and I couldn't help but sigh. Seeing this, Tomomi gave me a dissatisfied look. You know, until now, we've always spent our time as a trio. So why are you suddenly saying stuff like this? That's because, until just recently, we were sharing drinks, weren't we? And now, you're saying this. Why? Well, why, indeed. Did someone say something to you? Was it Ryoko? Mizuho? Akane? Or was it Kiru-san? If I had to say, it'd be all of them, I guess. I see. Tomomi turned away, looking unamused. Ryoko said the same thing. That we can't stay together forever. And I understand. I understand what everyone's saying. So, if Ryoko wants to move forward from that, then it'll hurt, but I'll accept it. But then, she turned her gaze back to me. But isn't what happens to us something we decide? Isn't it something for me and you, Hiroyuki, to decide together? At the very least, it's not something I think we should just accept because someone else says so. How long we stay together, it should depend on how we feel, shouldn't it? Why should someone else dictate that? Why should Ryoko, Mizuho, Akane, or Kiru-san decide that? Honestly, I don't care what they think. What matters to me is how I feel. So, she hesitated for a moment. Back then, I made you hold back. Let me be honest. I like you, Hiroyuki. Not as a childhood friend, but as a boy. I've liked you since then, no, even longer than that. I've always wanted to date you. And I still do. But then, what about Ryoko? If you and I become a pair, what happens to Ryoko? Hiroyuki, do you know? No, do you remember? When we first started playing basketball, how lonely she looked. How sad she seemed. How much it hurt her. How much it pained her. I don't want to see Ryoko like that again. I love you, Hiroyuki, but I love Ryoko, too. Because we've always been a trio. That's why I said what I said back then. Even though I knew it was such a selfish thing to do. She looked at me with a slightly sulky expression. But you know what? I'm selfish, but so are you, Hiroyuki. Didn't you agree to it once? When I said I wanted the three of us to stay together, didn't you accept that? You accepted it, didn't you? That's why. You stopped yourself, didn't you? That is. It felt like a hammer had struck my head. She was right. Back then, I accepted what Tomomi said and gave up on confessing. For her, that would mean I accepted it. I was so happy, Hiroyuki. I was convinced everything would break apart, but you accepted my feelings. It made me so happy. And Ryoko, too. She respected my feelings. And that made me so happy. I thought we could continue having fun as the three of us in high school. She shook her head slightly. No, I thought you gave us permission to continue having fun as the three of us. That's why. You didn't go to Higasha Girls High, right? Tomomi looked slightly surprised at my words. You knew. More or less. I see. I thought it was because you were worried about me. Maybe that's part of it. But honestly, it's more than that, it's just my selfishness. A high school life without Hiroyuki or Ryoko in it wouldn't be fun for me at all. That's why I chose to turn down Higasha Girls High. It was my decision. Because this relationship is, without a doubt, my treasure. I couldn't imagine letting go of the connection we worked so hard to protect. So if you feel responsible for my decision, you're wrong. I was the one who chose not to go to Higasha Girls. This is my responsibility. Don't take that away from me. Got it? Good. Hey, do you think what I'm saying is really so wrong? Is it so wrong that it deserves to be denied by everyone? Am I so mistaken that I deserve to be blamed entirely? No. That's right. Tomomi isn't wrong. If her desire to keep things the same is selfish, then Ryoko's and my choice to move forward and grow up is just as selfish. I want to keep things as they are. At the very least, I don't want to change our relationship right now. If we can continue living happily together, even for a little while longer, that would make me the happiest. I worked so hard to protect our childhood friend's relationship, to give up on becoming Hiroyuki's girlfriend to protect it, and if possible, I want to keep that relationship going for just a bit longer. Of course, I understand what you're saying, Hiroyuki. I understand that we need to grow up someday. But if this isn't truly how you feel, and you're just being influenced by others, well, then I can't accept it. She lowered her gaze, as if deep in thought. If you really want to end this relationship and move forward, I'll respect your decision. Of course, I won't be able to completely accept it, and I'll probably still be selfish. But I won't deny your feelings. If we can't stay the same, then I'll resolve myself to move forward too. So, tell me with your own words, Hiroyuki. Not anyone else's. I want to hear it from you, Hiroyuki. I want to stay with you. If it's possible, I want to stay with you just as we are, for as long as we can. She lifted her gaze and looked straight at me. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 6. The future is in our hands. Welcome hey, what happened to you? You look awful. This awful face is just how I was born. That's not what I meant. Your complexion looks terrible. What on earth happened to you? I honestly couldn't recall how I got home or even how I parted ways with Tomomi. But somehow, I managed to make it back. Kiru rushed over to me with a look of concern, her expression startled. Do I really look that bad? Why don't you come in for now? I don't know what happened, but you really look like you're having a hard time. All right. I removed my shoes and stepped inside. As I sank into the living room sofa, Kiru placed a cup of warm coffee in front of me. Here. Thanks. So, what happened? You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. But sometimes talking makes things easier. Higoshikuju-kun? Talking to you about it feels wrong. Wrong for who? For you. You don't have to worry about that. Kiru smiled gently. That smile seemed to melt away some of the tension I hadn't realized I was holding in my shoulders. I don't know. I really didn't know. I care about Tomomi and Ryoko. They're both important to me. I see. Especially Tomomi. She's always been by my side. It's not that Ryoko hasn't been there. But she's an adult. She's always kept a certain distance when dealing with me. Even when I quit basketball, she showed concern but never coddled me. She waited for me to stand on my own. But Tomomi was different. When I was struggling, when I was sad, when I was happy, Tomomi was always there for me. I met Tomomi today. I see. We played basketball for the first time in a while. We laughed about winning and losing. And it was so much fun. I don't know how to put it. Recently, a lot has happened, but for a moment, I forgot about all of it. That's how much fun I had. Yes. I was happy. Genuinely happy. And then Tomomi told me. She said, I want to stay with you forever. A confession? No. Probably not. It was more of a statement that she wanted things to stay the way they are. And when she said that, I should have told her she was wrong. I should have said we needed to move forward. But I couldn't say it. Because I found this lukewarm relationship comfortable. Not for Tomomi. Not for Ryoko. But for myself. For no one but myself. I couldn't say it. I'd always thought Tomomi was the childish one. Wanting to stay together forever, that's just a childish selfishness, I told myself. But I was wrong. Wrong? About what? This relationship. The one built on mutual dependency. The one I had the chance to break but let continue. The culprit wasn't Tomomi. The one most at fault is me. I was the one who accepted this lukewarm relationship, who perpetuated it, and who wanted it more than anyone else. As I confessed this bitter realization, Kiru let out a small sigh after hearing me out. I see. I was the first one to affirm this relationship. This lukewarm state. If I'd had even a bit of courage back then, I might have been able to build a different relationship. What kind of relationship that could have been, I didn't know. A future where I confessed and got rejected. A future where I confessed and dated Tomomi. A future where we walked forward together. A future where we went our separate ways. I don't know what could have happened. But we had multiple futures, and we had the chance to choose them. I missed those chances and accepted this relationship. That's an undeniable fact and the truth. If I had given a proper answer back then, maybe we could have moved forward. Ha! Kiru let out a deep, heavy sigh at my words. What's with that? I thought I saw a slight sharpness in her gaze, but she shrugged her shoulders lightly. Honestly, what you're saying is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Hey, I'm being pretty serious about this. Despite my reaction, Kiru shook her head as if exasperated and continued. You know, I don't have any friends. Are you really bringing up self-deprecating jokes now? Does that really matter right now? Just be quiet and listen. I don't have friends. Which means I don't have much experience with relationships. That's why I didn't plan on saying anything about your relationship. I didn't want to risk being off the mark or getting told, that's wrong. Being told it's wrong. I mean, I guess it's possible I'd feel defensive if Kiru started lecturing me from a superior perspective. Now that you mention it, you've only ever been a bystander. Looking back, she'd never interfered in my relationships with Tomomi or Ryoko. At most, she'd say things like, you were dealt the dice, so make the most of it. Exactly. I'm just an outsider. You childhood friends have a bond that's likely deeper than regular friendships, don't you? Yeah. Which is exactly why I messed up. That's it. What's it? Kiru tilted her head at my response. Is the childhood friend's relationship you describe so fragile that one mistake ruins it forever? You might have made a mistake in the past. Personally, I don't think simply being comfortable with your relationship makes you wrong. But whatever. Let's assume your answer was wrong back then. Kiru continued, her tone calm yet firm. Why not just look for the answer again? You're not going to die tomorrow, right? Don't jinx me like that. I don't plan on dying anytime soon. Neither do I want you to die. But if that's the case, what's the rush? We're still in high school, right? We've got plenty of time. It's fine to make mistakes. And if you realize you've made one, then fix it. Find the right answer. Are childhood friendships such an unforgiving relationship that you can't make a single mistake? If so, that sounds more like a curse. No, it's not like that. Right. And thankfully, Kamo-san and Suzuki-san haven't rejected the idea of you finding a new answer, have they? Probably not. Kiru smiled warmly at my response. Then it's fine. The three of you can take your time finding the answer. No need to rush, just search for the solution that feels best to you. I mean, I can understand why Kamo-san and Suzuki-san might be in a hurry, though. They're probably feeling impatient. Impatient? Of course. Who wouldn't be, when their beloved Higoshiku-jukuin? She pointed at herself dramatically. Has such a cute fiancé like me. Don't go around calling yourself cute. Oh, am I not? No comment. Foo-foo. Anyway, they're probably impatient. I can't say I'm completely free of blame for that either. But I still think rushing to a conclusion isn't the right move. So, why not take things at your own pace? Even if someone calls it a lukewarm approach, who cares? Is that really okay? It's fine. Take your time and come to an answer. Who cares if you get it wrong a few times? The future is long, and there's no deadline. If you're wrong, just keep searching for the answer as many times as it takes again and again, until you find the right one. Seeing you act like it's the end of the world over this, I couldn't help but think, that's ridiculous. Kiru laughed cheerfully, her bright demeanor somehow easing the tension in my shoulders. Is it really okay? To take so much time? Why wouldn't it be? You said earlier that you couldn't find the answer. But even as an outsider, I don't think this is a problem you can solve quickly, right? It's not that simple, is it? I guess not. Exactly. So take your time. Worry, think, and agonize over it, then decide. After smiling at me kindly, Kiru made a deliberately exaggerated pout. Well, I'd be troubled if the answer isn't what I want. An unwanted answer. If you were to start dating either Suzuki-san or Kamo-san. After all, we're fiancés, right? That would make living together quite uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? Yeah, I can see that. I wouldn't like it either. It's not like you're an object or anything, but it would feel like you've been taken away from me. She's making it hard to respond again. Anyway, I don't think your relationship is wrong just because you haven't found an answer yet. Even if it were wrong, I believe it's still within the realm of something you can fix. I think the same applies to our relationship too. No matter how many mistakes we make, we can always correct them. That's perfectly fine. You said there were many futures available to you. But as long as you grab the right one in the end, that's all that matters. So go ahead and seize the future you want. Because the future is always in your hands. Kiru smiled as she said this, looking absolutely radiant. The future is in my hands. Yes. Always. You, or rather, you all, can create your future in whatever shape you desire. Sounds like a grand statement when you put it that way, creating your own future. It does. But isn't that the norm? Anyone can change their future. After all, it's their own life. If you put in the effort, you can make anything happen. Coming from you, that has some real weight to it. Of course it does. I've worked hard for what I have. She chuckled, amused. There isn't a single person in the world who hasn't experienced regret. There's even the saying, hindsight is 20/20ths. It's called regret because it comes after the fact. If you stop and do nothing, that's where it ends. But if you start moving forward, I believe you can always make your future better. Anne. She looked at me with conviction. I believe you're the kind of person who can do just that. I see. Yes. Then I guess I can't let you down, can I? Exactly. Because you're strong and kind. I believe you'll make a better future for all three of you. Wait a minute. That sounds like a lot of pressure. I'm not particularly strong or kind, though. It's fine. I'm just believing in you on my own. After all, you're my future husband, aren't you? What kind of wife wouldn't believe in her husband? That's kind of embarrassing. Don't say it. I'm feeling a little embarrassed too. We exchanged glances and shared an awkward laugh. What is this ridiculous scene? Still, thanks. Still. Well, it doesn't feel bad. Do your best, Higoshiku-juku-en. It's fine if you fail countless times. It's fine if you make endless mistakes. Hold your head high and make those mistakes with confidence. Don't worry. I've told you before, haven't I? Even if the whole world says you're wrong and refuses to accept you, I'll always be on your side, Higoshiku-juku-en. She said this with a bright smile. That's supposed to be my line. Oh, doesn't it belong to whoever says it the most? No, it doesn't. What kind of special rule is that? Still, I felt like I'd caught a glimpse of the path forward. Section. I see. The next day after school, I called Ryoko up to the rooftop. I had to tell her about meeting Tomomi yesterday, what we talked about, and what's to come. After all, the three of us have always been together. Not telling one of the trio about this wasn't even an option. Tomomi-chan's been thinking about a lot more than I expected. Yeah, that's good. I thought my childhood friend's brain was made entirely of muscle, but I guess not. Seriously? Just kidding, Hiroyuki-chan. Ryoko chuckled softly as she said that, then gazed out into the open sky. To think she'd thought that deeply and still held back your confession. I might have been a bit unfair to Tomomi-chan. Yeah. Before I could finish, Ryoko raised her hand to stop me. It's not just you, Hiroyuki-chan. Me too. And of course, Tomomi-chan as well. All of us chose to affirm this relationship. Maybe Tomomi-chan was the only one who wanted to continue it. But all of us decided this relationship was fine. So, in the end, we're all to blame. Maybe no one's really at fault, though. True. Maybe no one's at fault. She smiled, though it looked a little lonely. So, what do you plan to do about this relationship, Hiroyuki-chan? Are you going to keep things as they are? Or end it here? Is it unfair to ask you what you think is better? I don't think it's unfair. This is about all three of us, after all. I'm one of the main characters in this story too, aren't I? You're the main heroine, after all. Tomomi-chan's probably the main heroine, don't you think? Or maybe the main heroine of Hiroyuki-chan's story is someone else entirely. Akane. What's with the siscon act? That's one of the things I don't like about you, Hiroyuki-chan. Ryoko stuck her tongue out at me teasingly. I scratched the back of my head in response. Hey. What? If I said I wanted to end this relationship, what would you do? What would I do? There's nothing I could do. Ryoko's feelings belong to her alone. Neither I nor Tomomi have the right to stop her. They're hers to decide. You're right. If even one of us decides to end this, it all falls apart. Childhood friendships are complicated, aren't they? I've never once hated being childhood friends with you too, but maybe now, just a little, I do. Don't say something that's sad. Sorry. But maybe it's just that hard right now. For once, Ryoko looked vulnerable, her demeanor uncharacteristically weak. She seemed so small at that moment. Seeing her like that, I hesitated, but I knew this was something I had to say. I don't think this relationship can stay as it is. At my words, Ryoko flinched slightly. I see. I don't think keeping things the same will work out. Maybe now isn't the right time, but I can't just leave things as they are. You're right. We can't stay like this. It's sad, though. Yeah. But that's okay, isn't it? If that's the decision you've come to, Hiroyuki-chan, I'll follow it. So. She smiled gently and said I should do what I wanted. Sorry. It's okay. I always knew this day would come eventually. When will you tell Tomomi-chan? Soon. The sooner, the better. I'll check her schedule, Anne. I reached into my pocket for my phone and noticed something. Hioki? I saw a missed call from Hioki. Section. Sorry for calling you out so suddenly and for making you come all the way here. Don't worry about it. I've got time to kill anyway. After receiving Hioki's call, I headed straight to the Wakudo near the station after leaving school. Lately, it feels like I've been getting called out by my juniors a lot. But honestly, it's not a bad change of pace. So, what do you want? You've already heard from Mizuho, right? Didn't anyone teach you not to answer a question with another question? Well, I don't remember ever learning that from you, Hiroyuki-san. Exactly. I never taught you that. We exchanged glances and laughed together. I'm sorry for the other day. What for? For being so arrogant. I'm really sorry. With that, Hioki suddenly stood up and bowed deeply. Hey, you idiot. Stop that. Stop it. You're drawing attention. But I said such disrespectful things to someone I owe a lot to, Hiroyuki-san. Even if it was about Tomomi-san. I'm truly sorry. That's enough. If you keep this up, I'll think you're messing with me on purpose. We were drawing way too much attention. What is this? Some kind of public humiliation strategy? Look at those college girls over there. They're whispering and glancing over here like I'm scolding a junior in public. I won't lift my head until you forgive me. Fine. I forgive you. Just sit down already. I pleaded. At this rate, I might not be able to come back here tomorrow. Thank you so much. Stop yelling. Just sit down. Nodding at my words, Hioki finally sat down. I glared at him with half-lidded eyes as I took a sip of my Coke through the straw. What kind of sports club guy are you? Ha! I'm from the basketball team at Seijo High. Right. He's a hardcore sports club guy, after all. Thinking about it, he's always been a junior who respects his seniors. With a small sigh, I let it go. I'm not actually mad, you know. What you said was fair, and honestly, calling this relationship lukewarm isn't wrong. That's not. What? Didn't you say that? Or was that a lie? No, you're right. I admit the way I said it was bad, but I don't think the content was wrong. Fair enough. I leaned back in my chair and stared at the ceiling, sighing. Seeing my reaction, Hioki looked at me with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? You seem different from last time. They say a man can change in 3 days. That's all it is. Even I grow, you know. I see. It's true. It's not like we think this relationship is perfect either. Someday we'll have to grow up and move forward. You 3 will? Yeah. What's with that surprised look? No, it's just. I don't want to sound arrogant or rude, but what? I won't get mad. Just say it. Well, the 3 of you seem to have a complete relationship, one that's fully formed on its own. You think so? Akane, Mizuho, and I are childhood friends too, but how should I put it? It's not like the 3 of you. Not so close-knit, I guess. That's why I always felt like I could never intrude on your relationship. So I thought I'd just give up. Is it so strange for us to change? Not strange, but hard to imagine. You're a weird one. Didn't you tell us to change? And now you say it's hard to imagine when we do? What am I supposed to do with that? No. Sorry. That was poorly phrased. You're right. The 3 of you will have to change at some point. Exactly. I took another sip of my Coke. So, you didn't call me here just to humiliate me in public, did you? If that's the case, I'll never forgive you for it. Seriously. That was brutal. And no, I'm not that kind of person. Sure. I swear I'm not. Anyway, the real reason I called you out is I've decided to confess to Tomomi-san, and you need my permission for that. Well, she's your important childhood friend, isn't she? I'm about to say something incredibly selfish. I truly love Tomomi-san. She's always been there to help and smile for me. I see. But I also respect you, Hiroyuki-san. Not in a weird way, more like admiration. You're someone I really look up to. Thanks, I guess. That's why. I want your approval. If you don't acknowledge me and bless this, I feel like I'd just end up blaming myself. You've got a pretty twisted idea of senior-junior relationships. I shot him a sideways glance, and Hioki laughed cheerfully. Can you blame me? I've had you 3 as role models. Fair enough. That's why I need your approval. After that, I'll confess to Tomomi-san, and hope she'll see me as more than just a junior. That's pretty selfish. Do whatever you want. It's not like my approval matters. I told you it's my selfishness. I can't help it. I need to satisfy myself. I see. You're intense, you know that? Yeah. I'm a basketball player, after all. So, Hiroyuki-san, please compete with me. Compete? At what? I've never beaten you, Hiroyuki-san. I've worked so hard chasing after you, trying to catch up. In basketball, of course. Section. Hioki pulled a basketball out of his bag, gripping it tightly as he fixed me with a piercing gaze. In the park, now shrouded in the dimming evening light, I faced off against Hioki. He spun the basketball on his finger, a smug grin on his face. Let's settle this, Hiroyuki-san. You think this is going to be a fair match? Between you and me? I snorted, not out of confidence. It wasn't because I thought I'd win, it was the opposite. The odds were stacked against me. Probably not. Back then, I couldn't beat you at all. But now, I don't feel like losing. Well, you're a bench player for Seijo's basketball team now. I guess you've got reason to feel confident. I removed my jacket and started stretching. Squats, Achilles tendon stretches, simple warm-ups. Seeing me prepare, Hioki looked momentarily surprised. You sure look like you're ready for this. Not really. It's not like I'm particularly eager for this. But still. Neither of us can move forward unless we do this. Not me. And not you. I don't think a game of basketball will solve everything, but at the very least, let's clear the air. Let's settle things, the way we started, through basketball. Of course, I owe Tomomi-san a lot. But Hiroyuki-san, I owe you just as much. Well, thanks for that. You're the one who taught me basketball, Hiroyuki-san. The reason I made it onto Seijo's bench is thanks to you. No, that's all you. It's the result of your own hard work. Maybe. But still, it's true that I've never beaten you. Not once. I've always lost to you, and that frustration kept me chasing after your back. So here, tonight, I'll beat you, Hiroyuki-san. In basketball and in love. With that declaration, he tossed the ball to me and took his position under the hoop, spreading his arms and lowering his stance. The rules are simple. 1-on-1. If you make even one shot, you win. If you don't, I win. No time limit, we go until one of us runs out of stamina. Wow, feeling pretty confident, aren't you? It's a handicap. So, take your shot, from anywhere. Hioki's gaze sharpened into a serious focus. This was going to be a real match. Ha! I couldn't help but laugh. It's ridiculous, really. On one side, a player from Seijo's prestigious basketball team. On the other, a member of the Go Home Club. A man who pursued basketball relentlessly, and a man who turned his back on it. Not to mention, there's nearly a 20-centimeter height difference. There's no way I can win. It'd be so easy to walk away. Fine, you're on. But that's exactly why I charged straight at Hioki. Section. How much time had passed? Too soft. I attempted a layup from under the basket, only for Hioki to block me. As I twisted my body awkwardly to avoid him, I ended up crashing hard onto the ground. Air was forcibly expelled from my lungs. Hearing the sound, I glared at Hioki. I was drenched in sweat and struggling to catch my breath. In contrast, Hioki stood calmly under the basket, barely winded. Is this it for you? Hioki gave me a condescending look as I tried to muster strength in my legs to stand up only to fall flat on the ground. At your limit? Ha! Don't be stupid. This isn't my limit. Not even close. Let's go. The real match starts now. Ha ha ha. You're just like you were back then. I pushed my trembling legs to move, dribbling once more. Faking left and right, I tried to slip past him, but he easily kept up, defending without breaking a sweat. Feeling his pressure, I turned my back to the basket. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Hideyoki's voice came from behind me. Just stop already. Your legs are shaking. Keep this up, and you'll hurt yourself. Besides, why aren't you shooting from the outside? If you make one shot, you win. Taking a shot from outside would probably go in eventually, wouldn't it? Yet you keep charging in stubbornly. Don't tell me you're not trying to win. Are you mocking me? He's not wrong. Even with the height difference, there's no way he could block every single shot. I'm no amateur, and I've always been good at outside shooting. If I played it safe, I could easily make 1 or 2 shots from long range. But that would be a pathetic way to win. Facing Hideyoki head-on, only to rely on a cheap long-range shot to steal the victory? Would that satisfy you? Would you be okay with losing because I took some lucky outside shot? Didn't you want to settle this? That's why we're playing this game, isn't it? A win's a win. That's what people say when they win the game but lose the fight. Exactly. Doing that wouldn't be any different from the way I've been avoiding reality all this time, clinging to this lukewarm, comfortable relationship, running away from the present. Anyway, we're in the middle of a serious match. Shut up. You're the last person who can tell me that. I spun my body, breaking past Hideyoki. Though it wasn't graceful, I managed to slip by him. Still too soft. Before I could release my shot, Hideyoki knocked the ball away cleanly, avoiding a foul. Damn it, even that didn't work. The impact of landing on the ground was too much for my battered body to handle. I crashed down once more, sprawling across the court. I tried to get up again, but my legs gave out, and I fell hard. Hiroyuki-san, are you okay? As Hideyoki rushed toward me, I raised a hand to stop him. My legs were trembling, and I had no strength left, but I pushed my hands against my knees, forcing myself upright. I glared at him. I'm not running away anymore. I'm done running from the hard stuff, the painful stuff, the exhausting stuff. More than anything, I'm done running from myself. With that, I surged forward, dribbling straight at Hideyoki. He lowered his stance, ready to defend. I'm not losing. I feinted right to draw his attention. Not that I thought such a simple trick would work, but even if only for a moment, his focus shifted. Gotcha. I cut left, halting my dribble and rising into a shooting motion. Even Hideyoki, a bench player for Seijo's prestigious basketball team, wasn't invincible. His body leaned left. I won't let you. But he wasn't giving up. Twisting his body, he jumped to block me. Is it over? Hiroyuki. Hiroyuki-chan. Tomomi and Ryoko's voices echoed in my ears. Don't lose, Hiroyuki. Go for it, Hiroyuki-chan. Hearing their cheers, I forced my knees to bend mid-jump. Hideyoki soared past me, landing hard on the ground. As he descended, I launched myself upward, releasing the ball at the peak of my jump. The ball arced beautifully through the air, landing perfectly in the hoop. I win, right? Yeah. Even though he had lost, Hideyoki's face seemed oddly refreshed. He picked up the ball from under the hoop and stowed it in his bag. I'm satisfied. As I thought, Hiroyuki-san. You really are my favorite senior. Thanks, I guess. The loser will now take his leave. See you. Hideyoki. What is it? Did you go easy on me at the end? Well, did you? Are you stupid, Hiroyuki-san? He gave me an exasperated look before smirking slightly. I never hold back. Not in basketball, not in love. Not ever. With a wave, Hideyoki turned to leave the park. Hiroyuki. Hiroyuki-chan. Ha! What are you two doing here? I thought it was just my imagination. But there they were, my familiar childhood friends running toward me. Tomomi-san. I lost. After this, Hideyoki said something, but I couldn't hear it clearly. Well, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. It's over, right? I'm done now, aren't I? I won, didn't I? Relief washed over me, mingling with exhaustion, as I slowly let go of my consciousness. Section. When I opened my eyes, I saw a familiar face staring at me with concern. For a moment, a sense of déjà vu washed over me, as if I'd been in this exact situation before. Then, as if reassured by my awakening, that worried expression softened slightly, and my childhood friend's sakura-pink lips parted to speak. Thank goodness. You're finally awake, Hiroyuki-chan. Ryoko. Seriously, Hiroyuki. You wouldn't wake up at all. We were so worried. Tomomi. Wait a second. Why are you two here? Seriously, why are they here? Hideyoki called us. Hideyoki? How long are you going to keep avoiding things? It's time to move forward. I'll show you how it's done. That's what his message said. He sent it to both me and Tomomi-chan. That guy. Sorry for the trouble. Yeah, you really caused us some worry. Ryoko gave a small, wry smile before her expression softened into a gentle one as she continued. But this feels a little nostalgic, doesn't it? Nostalgic. Don't you remember? When you fell out of that tree while climbing it and passed out. Oh, that was 4th grade, wasn't it? Yeah, I think I vaguely remember something like that. Exactly. Back then, you wouldn't wake up for the longest time either. Tomomi-chan and I were so worried, we kept peeking at your face. In hindsight, we should have gone straight to find an adult, shouldn't we? Yeah, but back then, we didn't even think of that. We just felt like we had to stay by Hiroyuki-chan's side. Totally. I was scared that if I left Hiroyuki alone, he might, just die or something. It was terrifying. Like I'd die so easily. I only fell from a height just a bit taller than myself, But you passed out from that fall. Of course we were worried. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Exactly, Hiroyuki-chan. You've always been a bit clumsy, so of course we worry about you. Totally. Cut me some slack, will you? I shrugged slightly. Seeing my reaction, the two childhood friends burst into laughter. Their smiles were warm, gentle, and kind. Earlier. After a moment of silence, Tomomi spoke up. Yeah. I nodded in response. Hideyoki. He confessed to me. So, he found his closure, right? And what did you say? I turned him down, of course. I told him I appreciated his feelings, but I couldn't go out with him. Because you only see him as a little brother. Yeah, that's part of it. But also, I still think that having the three of us together is best, Hiroyuki. Ryoko told me something. She said, Tomomi-chan, you're unfair. That by tying Hiroyuki down, taking away his escape routes, and yet always smiling by his side. It's incredibly unfair. That's not true. No, it is. Even I think so. I know I'm a burden to you, Hiroyuki. Shaking her head slightly, she added. Even saying this is unfair, isn't it? Because I know you're kind, Hiroyuki. I know you'll say, that's not true. That's why I can't stop myself from saying it. I know I'm being unfair. But even so, I can't stop. Maybe one day, we'll have to go our separate ways. But for now, I still want to stay by your side. With Ryoko, and you, Hiroyuki. The three of us, at least for now. That's impossible, isn't it? As if to cut me off, Ryoko spoke. Ryoko. There's no way we can stay the three of us forever, Tomomi-chan. Ryoko's voice broke the lingering silence. Well, you're right. I've been at fault too. Being with the three of us was just too comfortable, so I never said anything harsh to Tomomi-chan. As a childhood friend, that's something I need to reflect on. I'm definitely part of the reason this lukewarm situation has lasted so long. Ryoko shrugged as she spoke. Let's grow up, Tomomi-chan. Together. We can't stay kids forever. We're girls, and Hiroyuki is a boy. No matter what, someday it'll end up being 2 in 1. Or what? Do you plan to keep saying not yet and staying together forever? The three of us, even in a nursing home? Without ever dating anyone, without getting married? I mean, I'd be fine with that. But would you force Hiroyuki into that? I am not saying that. Sure, maybe that will happen someday, but Why does that decision have to be made right now? Tomomi's voice rose in a desperate, pained cry. Watching her bare her feelings, Ryoko responded as if it were nothing. It's because of Kiru-san. Her tone was cold, as if passing judgment. We've always lived in our world of three. But that's not how things are anymore. Hiroyuki-chan has a fiancé. You understand, don't you, Tomomi-chan? Once a guy has a girlfriend, things can't go on as they were. It's the same with a fiancé, only the bond is even stronger. That's. But still, it's not like Hiroyuki and Kiru-san chose to be engaged. It was decided by Hiroyuki's and Kiru-san's fathers, wasn't it? Well, engagements are usually arranged by parents, aren't they? But, Tomomi-chan, Ryoko continued. Why do you think Kiru-san doesn't like Hiroyuki-chan? Why? I mean, they live together and talk to each other all the time. And you still don't think it's possible that Kiru-san might like Hiroyuki-chan? Of course, I'm not Kiru-san, so I can't say for sure if she really likes him. But as far as Hiroyuki-chan's relationships go, other than us, the person closest to him right now is Kiru-san. That's how I see it. That's why, Tomomi-chan, the idea of the three of us is impossible. Ryoko. Ryoko. Are you okay with this? Are you okay not being the three of us anymore? I'm not. I want to stay with the three of us, just like always. If that were possible, it'd be ideal. But that's already impossible. If we keep this up, we'll all end up falling apart. And so, I'm moving forward, Tomomi-chan. With an apology, Ryoko bowed her head to Tomomi. I love you, Hiroyuki-chan. I love you, Hiroyuki-chan. I can't even remember when it started, it was so long ago, but I've always loved you. Ever since. Forever. As long as I can remember, I've loved you. The truth is, I should have said these words back then. When Hiroyuki-chan told me you might like Tomomi-chan, when you tried to move our relationship forward, I should have told you this. She smiled bitterly. But I was a coward. Because I loved you so much. Really, so much. That's why, when you chose Tomomi-chan, it hurt so much. Why wasn't it me? Why? That's all I could think. I spent more time with you. I was closer to you. But even so, I convinced myself that as long as you were happy, it was okay. I lied to myself. But Tomomi-chan didn't take that step forward. I was so jealous. She was so loved by Hiroyuki-chan, and yet she wouldn't take his hand. Even though she was the one you chose, she wouldn't accept it. At the same time, I was so thankful. Because if it had become 2 and 1, things couldn't have stayed the same. So, even though I knew it was wrong, I went along with it. That's why I'm unfair too, Hiroyuki-chan. It's not just you and Tomomi-chan who were at fault. Everyone made little mistakes. Nobody's entirely wrong. And nobody's entirely right. So, let's start over. Right here, right now. So one day, we can laugh about how clumsy we were back then. Let's change our mistake-filled past. Let's move forward, all of us. So someday, when we talk about the past, we can laugh about it. After all, they say even demons laugh at next year's plans, right? So let's laugh about the past instead. I know we can. Because we've always been, and always will be, childhood friends. Ryoko turned her gaze to Tomomi. I'm moving forward, Tomomi-chan. What about you? Are you going to stay here, or will you move forward too? Ryoko's words filled the park with silence. Tomomi, unable to respond, hung her head. Gently, Ryoko spoke to her. Tomomi-chan, is this okay with you? Are you just going to stand there and watch? Don't you have anything you want to say to Hiroyuki-chan? No feelings, no thoughts of your own? Are you fine with this? Even if Hiroyuki-chan ends up going somewhere far away? I see. Well, that's fine then. Let's go, Hiroyuki-chan. Let's leave Tomomi-chan behind. Saying that, Ryoko took my hand and started to leave the park. In a panic, I called out to her. Wait. Ryoko, leaving Tomomi behind, that's. Blessings will never come to someone too afraid to face love, Hiroyuki-chan. Tomomi-chan has chosen to run away from the fight. There's no stage left for her to stand on. It's a forfeit. Ryoko tightened her grip on my hand as she spoke, more forcefully this time. Wait. What? Wait. Lifting her downcast gaze, Tomomi glared at Ryoko. What? Do you have something you want to say, Tomomi-chan? If not, then we're leaving. I am weak. I am a coward. I don't want to be alone, and I don't want anyone else to be alone either. I want the three of us to stay together. So you want to remain a child forever? That's not it. That's not it. But, saying that, she pulled my hand away from Ryoko and gripped it tightly. But, I knew how Hiroyuki felt back then, yet I made him endure it, knowing that, how could I possibly show my face now and say I want to be just the two of us? So, Tomomi-chan, you wanted it to be just the two of you? You'd be fine leaving me all alone? That's not it. That's not it. But, sorry, maybe that sounded mean. She stuck out her tongue playfully. But you know, why do you think it can't be the three of us, Tomomi-chan? What? Think about it. What if Hiroyuki-chan rejected you and chose me instead? She tilted her head slightly. Do you really think we'd exclude you, Tomomi-chan? Sure, I'd probably get a little jealous or feel a bit uneasy, but I wouldn't tell you two not to meet. Honestly, I'd be fine with you two going on dates sometimes. And besides, haven't we done that before? Gone out just the two of us? Nothing would really change. That's. Or were you planning to say, don't meet with Ryoko, just the two of you? Sorry. I'm probably very jealous. If you did meet, I'd likely make an annoyed face. I'd be incredibly grumpy, and I might even say it. Don't meet just the two of you. Tomomi looked remorseful, frustrated, as she confessed her true feelings. Ryoko nodded once. Yep. You've grown, Tomomi-chan. Ryoko's face lit up with a big smile. Tomomi's eyes went wide in surprise, but Ryoko just shrugged. You know, how long do you think we've known each other? I already know you have a troublesome personality, Tomomi-chan. If you and Hiroyuki-chan were to start dating, of course that's how it'd turn out. But that's fine with me. I already prepared myself to end up alone back then. Well, I didn't think you and Hiroyuki-chan would last long, though. Mostly because of, your lack of femininity. She said that jokingly. I'm sure the old Tomomi-chan would have said, I wouldn't say that. Because you're kind, after all. I'm sorry I took advantage of that kindness and made you feel bad. And thank you for doing it for me. She smiled with the compassion of a saint. I'm fine now. If you've grown enough to be honest with your feelings like this, you're fine too. Don't worry, Tomomi-chan. You'll never be alone, she seemed to say. Even if the three of us isn't possible, you won't be alone. If you're chosen, you and Hiroyuki-chan will be just the two of you. And if you insist on the three of us, I'll find a way to join in. If you're not chosen, I'll make sure the three of us can stay together. But that would mean you. I'm actually really grateful to you, Tomomi-chan. Back when you two started basketball, I was all alone, and you're the one who brought me in. This is my way of repaying you for that. Ryoko smiled gently. Tomomi lowered her head slightly. What if neither of us gets chosen? Quietly, as if murmuring to herself. Hearing such a faint sound from the heart, Ryoko shrugged her shoulders. Well, if that happens, so be it. We'll just confirm our friendship as two women who got rejected by Hiroyuki-chan. Let's form an alliance of the rejected and live cool, admirable lives. Someday. Let's make Hiroyuki-chan regret turning us down. Of course, we probably wouldn't be able to hang out like we do now, but it wouldn't be strange for Hiroyuki-chan to have female friends, right? Especially since we're in the childhood friend category. Trips and plans involving our families wouldn't be unusual either. Right. That might be true, but... Tomomi's eyes wavered, uncertain. Ryoko placed her hand gently on Tomomi's shoulder. That's why, there's no need to worry. With a push, as if to encourage her forward. Let's move on, Tomomi-chan. Toward our future, toward something bright and full of hope. At those words, Tomomi's wavering gaze sharpened with determination. She turned to look at me. Hiroyuki. Her gaze was steady. Suzuki Tomomi. I love you. I love Higoshikuju Hiroyuki. I love you deeply. She wove her confession of love. I'm sorry for being weak, for being selfish. I'm sorry for hurting you and making you endure so much. You might think it's ridiculous for me to say this now, but, even so, I love you. I love you so much. I don't want to be apart from you, Hiroyuki. I want to live my life with you. So, please, be with me. Hiroyuki. Hiroyuki-chan. Please choose me. Both of them looked at me with earnest expressions. To be honest, I was overwhelmed with joy. Ryoko had always been there as my childhood friend. Tomomi had always been there as my childhood friend. Both of them were important to me, and I loved them. They were the kind of childhood friends I always wanted to stay with forever. That's why. Suddenly. But I worked so hard. And yet, no one acknowledged my efforts. I've always been envied, subjected to malice, ridiculed. But still, I worked so hard. Memories of the past. Higoshikuju-kun acknowledged me. That made me so happy. I cried tears of joy. Don't stop patting me. Keep doing it more. I wanted to stay with you a little longer today. Can't you understand that, idiot? So, that's why. Please. Always stay by my side. They say you're supposed to dance for joy when you're happy, right? I've never danced for joy, but I can do ballroom dancing. Shall we dance together? Kamo-san will come over, but if you pay attention only to her, I'll be upset. Okay. Memories of all these moments. Even if the whole world says you're wrong or refuses to acknowledge you, I'll always be on your side, Higoshikuju-kun. All these memories. I'm sorry. I can't choose either of you. Do you hate me, Hiroyuki-chan? That's not it. What about me, Hiroyuki? I don't hate you either. Then, are you worried that if you choose one, the other will? To these cherished, beloved childhood friends, I couldn't lie. That's not it. It's not because I'm worried about one of you being hurt. It's simpler than that. Yes, it was simple. It's about my own feelings. It didn't matter what anyone else thought. This was my issue alone. Kiru-san? Ryoko's words prompted me to nod slightly. Yeah. Do you like Kiru-san? I don't hate her. Do you want to date her? No. What is this feeling? Honestly, I don't really know. Are you wavering? Ryoko's sharp gaze bore into me, and I let out a bitter laugh as I shook my head. It's not that. You see, we're, engaged, right? That's why. I don't know where to draw the line. Where to draw the line? We skipped over so many steps and just ended up here, so. What exactly is this feeling? Is it love? Familial affection? Is it merely empathy for someone who's struggling? Or could it be pity? Even so, I couldn't ignore it. I can't leave her alone. I don't want her to be alone. This feeling is, without a doubt, real. So, I'm really, truly grateful for your feelings. But even so, I can't be in a relationship with either of you. At the very least. I'm sorry. I lowered my head, trying to convey my sincerity as best as I could. How much time had passed? Ha. Suddenly, I heard Tomomi's voice. I see. Well, it can't be helped. After all, I'm the one who let the perfect opportunity slip away. Her eyes were brimming with tears. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. It's not your fault, Hiroyuki. It's me. It's just me. If only I had accepted your confession back then. But now, it's too late. I'm just so pathetic. I hate myself for being like this, for wallowing in regret. What? Tomomi-chan, are you giving up already? Ha! At the unexpected sound of Ryoko's voice, both Tomomi, who was on the verge of tears, and I, wearing a somber expression, lifted our heads. Seeing our faces, Ryoko looked momentarily puzzled before continuing. Well, if Tomomi-chan is going to give up, then that's fine too, I guess. Ryoko, what are you saying? Hiroyuki said he can't be with either of us. He rejected us. Yeah, he did. Then we have to give up. Why? Why, you ask. Think about it. Tomomi-chan. We've been clinging to this whole childhood friends thing forever, haven't we? And so what? Tomomi tilted her head in confusion, but Ryoko gave her a thumbs up. Do you really think someone like me, who's carried this ridiculous childhood friend and first love baggage all this time, would give up after just one rejection? Saying that, Ryoko leaned against me. Che, Ryoko. I feel refreshed. I've said what I needed to say, I've been properly rejected, and now I can really go all in. So, I'll be making my moves aggressively from now on, okay? No, listen. I already told you, I'm not planning to date either of you. That's just your perspective, Hiroyuki-chan. Perspective. My perspective should take priority. I'm not saying you have to date me. But what's wrong with me liking you and making my own moves? That's just my business, right? I mean, well, that's weird. What? Wait, it's not weird. Didn't I just reject these two? What's the logic behind aggressively making moves after being rejected? If you start dating Kiru-san, I'd obviously hold back out of respect. I wouldn't want to cause her trouble. But as long as it's just me having feelings and acting on them, and you're single, there's no harm in that, right? Is that how it works? Is that true, Tomomi? Tomomi? That's ridiculous. How is that even allowed? Tomomi turned bright red and shouted. Allowed or not, it's totally allowed. In fact, what's not allowed about it? Wait, but what? What? We've been rejected, sure. But it's not like we're trying to steal Hiroyuki-chan from someone, right? So, we'll just compete fair and square for his feelings. With a dazzling smile, she continued. We've already taken a step forward. From here on, unless Hiroyuki-chan explicitly tells us to stop because it's bothering him, I'm going to approach him boldly. So, Tomomi-chan, if you hold back, I'll just snatch his heart away. With a slightly raised corner of her mouth, Ryoko smiled provocatively. Fine by me. I'm not going to lose. Hiroyuki, I'm coming after you too. I'll be making my moves aggressively. Easily provoked, Tomomi jumped right in. Hey, wait a second. Wait. You too, that's... What? Is it bothering you, Hiroyuki? If we make moves on you? No, I wouldn't say that it's bothering me, but... It's not a bother, is it, Hiroyuki-chan? After all, if you have a firm resolve to resist, there shouldn't be a problem, right? If you truly like Kiru-san, there's no way you'd waver, right? When you put it that way, it sort of makes sense. But doesn't it feel off? Wait, is it not off? If you're worried about misunderstandings, you can explain it to Kiru-san. Like, I rejected them properly, but they keep coming after me. Or if you're really worried about it, we can explain it ourselves. Right, Tomomi-chan? Of course. We'll properly clear things up for you. Geez, Tomomi-chan. It's not clearing things up. It's a declaration of war. Oh, I see. You too. A declaration of war? Seriously? Ryoko, didn't you say you'd give up gracefully if you weren't chosen? I did. But Hiroyuki-chan hasn't chosen anyone yet, right? So we're still in a holding pattern. And if we're in a holding pattern, of course I'm going to push forward. Right, Tomomi-chan? Yeah. Hiroyuki, you're being so indecisive. Indecisive? How long have you known us? It's Ryoko we're talking about. When it comes to her, we're practically dancing in the palm of her hand. Well, that's true. And besides, lowering her voice slightly, I don't want to give up either. What I did back then, I don't think it was a mistake. But if I said I had no regrets, that would be a lie. So, Hiroyuki, at least acknowledge how much I like you. Me too, Hiroyuki-chan. I don't want to give up yet. Please acknowledge my feelings too. With that, the two stood side by side. Please, let us keep loving you. The two bowed deeply. Do what you want. As I buried my face in my hands, the two high-fived next to me, and I let out a small sigh. Epilogue, if it's you, the past and future can change. I'm home. I felt incredibly drained. With that thought, I returned home, and as I opened the front door, the delicious aroma of curry wafted toward me. Welcome back. We're having curry tonight. Standing in the doorway, sniffing the air, I noticed Kiru coming toward me, holding a ladle and wearing an apron. Her slippers pattered against the floor as she ran to greet me, looking every bit like a newlywed wife welcoming her husband home. Curry, huh? I thought it was going to be stew. I couldn't quite bring myself to mix soy sauce and cream. Was that a bad choice? Not at all. I'm starving after everything today, so I'm eager to eat. Really? Then make sure to have seconds, okay? I made plenty. She smiled brightly as she said that, her happiness shining through, then her expression tightened slightly. Maybe you should take a shower first. Do I smell that bad? Not exactly smelly, but you definitely have a bit of a sweaty odor. Hearing that, I lifted the sleeve of my shirt to my nose and sniffed. Yep, definitely sweaty. You're right. I'll take a shower first. I mean, this is pretty bad. Did you do some intense exercise or something? Ah. Yeah, something like that. I see. Is it something I should ask about? Well, I've caused you enough trouble, so if you want to know, I don't mind telling you. Then let's save it for after dinner. Now, go take that shower, quickly. Kiru pointed sharply toward the bathroom with her ladle. Shrugging my shoulders, I kicked off my shoes and headed toward the bathroom. Section. Dinner was curry rice and salad. The salad even had a boiled egg on top, a small touch, but it showed Kiru's growth. After all, she used to only cook things that could be grilled. So, what happened? Placing a cup of coffee in front of me, Kiru sat across the table and sipped from her own cup as she opened the conversation. Ah, it's hard to sum up in one sentence, but if you had to try. I played a basketball match against Hioki and got confessed to by Ryoko and Tomomi. I was wrong. Please explain in more than one sentence. Right. Well, you already know Hioki liked Tomomi, right? Yes, he made a rather passionate confession. To you, though. I still think that was weird, but yeah. Anyway, he challenged me to a match. Why? Probably to settle things. I mean, I'd been stuck overthinking everything, so in a way, it was perfect timing. And, well, I won. Impressive. Seijo High is supposed to have a strong basketball team, right? And you beat one of their first-year bench members? He probably went easy on me at the end. There's no way I'm arrogant enough to think I could win outright against an active Seijo player in a serious match. Really? Still. I wish I could have seen it. No way. Why not? Kiru puffed out her cheeks slightly, looking dissatisfied. I averted my gaze. Because I looked pathetic. You don't want me to see you looking pathetic? No one would want that, right? Then let me rephrase, do you only want me to see you at your best? I'll leave that to your imagination. Heh. Kiru smiled warmly, clearly pleased by my response. I'd like to ask more, but I'll let it go for now. So, after that, you met Kamo-san and Suzuki-san? Met might not be the right word. Hideyuki apparently called them over. Told us to settle things. Quite the responsible junior. Yeah, seriously. I owe that guy big time. And, well, that's when Ryoko and Tomomi confessed. I see. She listened carefully, taking in my words. So, how did you respond to them? At her question. I turned them down. I told them I couldn't date either of them. Are you okay with that? Am I okay with that? Who knows? Maybe I'll regret it someday, but also. I hesitated for a moment. They said they weren't giving up. Excuse me? Like I said. They told me, there's no way we can give up after just one rejection. We've been holding on to this first love for too long. What is this? Why do I feel like a man caught trying to justify his cheating? Sigh. Kiru placed a hand on her forehead and shook her head as if in exasperation. Hey, don't look at me like that. Look, I get it. Nothing's actually changed. That's not true. What isn't true? Exactly what I said. Nothing's changed. Don't be ridiculous. All of you shared your feelings, and on top of that, you've built something even deeper. You reset your relationships once and then forged a stronger bond from there, didn't you? Now that she mentioned it. I guess that's one way to look at it. At the very least, you look a bit more at ease now. Kiru smiled kindly as she gently wrapped both her hands around mine. Her gesture was so unexpectedly tender that I flinched, trying to pull my hand away, but she held on just a little tighter, not letting go. She seemed about to say something and opened her mouth to speak. You've always hesitated. You've always struggled. Yeah. I've struggled so much it made me sick of myself. You've always suffered. Yeah. To the point where I wanted to abandon everything. But you, all of you, faced it head on without running away. Because I'd spent so much time running already. Maybe it was just a bluff. Maybe it was pride. Maybe it wasn't graceful at all. And maybe you've even regretted some of your choices. But even so, you kept moving forward. Is that really true? It is. Even if no one else recognizes it, I, Kiru Iane, recognize it. Your relationships have taken a step forward. They're undoubtedly stronger now than they've ever been. With those words, Kiru smiled warmly. Congratulations, Higoshiku-jukuan. You've successfully and beautifully changed your past and claimed your future. Even though I might end up regretting it. That's what being human is. There's no such thing as a perfect choice. But you know what? Regretting it now is meaningless. Whether your decision was right or wrong, that's something you won't know until the end. So, if you end up having doubts later, or if you feel regret in the future, that's perfectly fine. I believe that. But still, if the you of today hesitates because of the you in the future, regretting a future that hasn't even happened yet, that's surely a mistake. So, live your life to the fullest in the present. Live as you truly want to. And if there's still a future waiting for you where you'll regret it, then change that future. If it's you now, you can do it, right? Because you already have the power to change both the past and the future. That sounded preachy, didn't it? Sorry. No, thanks. Really? Then I'm glad. She took a sip from her coffee cup. Anyway, the point is, your relationships have taken a step forward, right? Congratulations. She smiled again. Seeing that smile, I couldn't help but start to smile myself. Wait. What is it? Coffee. Did I drink it? My cup. What? No. Earlier, you seemed kind of exasperated, didn't you? Was it that whole mountains roaring only to bring forth a mouse thing? I thought that's why you seemed fed up, but judging by what you just said, that's not the case. So why did you look so exasperated? Sigh. What? Well, yeah. Kamo-san and Suzuka-san said they wouldn't give up, right? Yeah. Until now, they've been holding back in various ways, but that's probably not the case anymore, is it? Are you a psychic? I mean, yeah, they did say they'd come after me aggressively, but still. You don't need to be a psychic to figure that out. It's obvious if you think about it. That's why, just for a moment, I felt a bit annoyed, that's all. Jay, just so you know, I'm your fiancé, okay? Sure, I think childhood friends are important, but that doesn't mean a fiancé isn't important too. Yeah. So. That means, pay attention to me too. If you keep looking everywhere else, I'll pout. I don't need you to tell me that. I already know. I know about you too. Of course I do. I'll make sure to keep an eye on you. At those words, Kiru's face lit up with a joyful smile. Really? Then. Honestly, you're pretty scary to take your eyes off of when you're cooking. Simmered dishes are one thing, but don't even think about trying deep frying. Her smile was somehow embarrassing, ticklish, yet so heartwarming that I ended up cracking a joke. That's not what I meant. And for your information, I can handle frying. I've learned a lot by now. Don't underestimate me. Really. I can totally see you trying to put out an oil fire with water, though. Well, Kiru might be a great student when it comes to academics, but as for cooking. What? What's with the Is that bad? Doesn't water beat fire? Isn't water supposed to be all-powerful? Beat. Breaking news. We narrowly avoided a potential house fire. Or maybe this counts as good news since I caught it in time. Anyway, Let's hold off on cooking with oil for a bit, okay? Okay. Kiru, looking a little dejected, somehow seemed incredibly adorable. Well then, how about we cook together next weekend? I've been craving some courage, so let's make it your first deep frying challenge. I found myself wishing that this moment could last just a little longer. Extra chapter, Girly like a girl, true to Tomomi's style. Ever since I was little, I've been told the same thing over and over. Why don't you try being a little more girly? I've heard that phrase so much that it feels like my ears have grown calluses from it. My dad, my mom, my grandpa, my grandma, my school teachers, my friends at school, they've all said it. Even my childhood friend Ryoko, Ryoko's mom Rin-san, Ryoko's dad, Hiroyuki's mom Maiko-san, and Hiroyuki's dad, they've all been telling me this for as long as I can remember. Not that I ever felt particularly offended or rebellious about it. To be honest, setting aside the usual high school girl's vanity, I think my face is pretty decent, all things considered. When I was younger, I even wondered if I'd be more popular if I acted girly. Back then, I was already popular enough among the girls, though. Even so, I never once thought about deliberately trying to be what people called girly. I am who I am, and I wasn't about to fit myself into some neat little girly category. That's how I lived my life. At least, until that moment. Section. Tomomi-chan. Chem. What's up, Ryoko? As I lay sprawled out on Ryoko's bed, reading a shoujo manga, her voice came from the other side of the door. What's going on? Open the door, will you? My hands are full. Chem got it. With a small grunt, I got up and walked over to the door to open it. Wait, wasn't it already open? Phew. Thanks, Tomomi-chan. Sure, no problem. But wasn't the door already open? Ha! Oh, it was half open, but I couldn't push it open. My hands were full. Ryoko placed a tray with glasses of juice and a plate of cookies on the table. Wait a second, even if your hands were full. You could have used your foot to open it. Tomomi-chan. What? Why are you looking at me like that? And did you just sigh like you're utterly disappointed in me? Listen, Tomomi-chan. I know you're rough around the edges, but a girl should never open doors with her feet. But I saw it online. Isn't there some ritual for opening sliding doors with your feet? That's fake. What kind of world has rituals like that? Ryoko shot me a very deadpan look. Sorry. Well, whatever. If you keep being so rough, Hiroyuki-chan might lose patience with you soon enough. That'd work out better for me anyway. Ryoko smirked, a wicked grin spreading across her face. Gah. I wish I could show that face to everyone at school. Who's the one calling her a pure and delicate girl you just want to protect? This girl's a demon lord. Not some cheap little imp, but a full-blown demon lord. You've got guts, Ryoko. I sure do. I mean, there's no need for us to hold back anymore, right? That's right. On the day Hideyoki called us out, Ryoko and I both confessed to our other childhood friend, Higoshikuju Hiroyuki, and were spectacularly rejected. Seriously, spectacularly rejected? What even is that? But, even so, I can't just give up, can I? That's why Ryoko and I begged Hiroyuki to at least let us keep liking him. It's a bit pathetic, sure, but it's fine. Still, don't you think you wasted an opportunity, Tomomi-chan? As I mulled things over, Ryoko spoke while nibbling on one of her homemade cookies. What? What opportunity? I mean, back then, if you had chosen to act, Hiroyuki-chan would have been your boyfriend, right? What a waste. Ryoko, you little. Do you have to say that? I was seriously depressed, you know. Honestly, I still think it was stupid of me. What was I even trying to pull, acting cool like that? I still don't know. But, well, I don't regret it. Oh, probably, no matter how many times I went back to that moment, I think I'd say the same thing. Sure, I love Hiroyuki, but, more than that, I love the time we spend together as the three of us. What? Ryoko? What's with the red face? And nothing. Geez. Tomomi-chan, you're just, seriously. Ryoko made a strange mix of angry, teary-eyed, and happy expressions, all at once. Ryoko. What? Is there something? What's with all the weird faces? You're making your cute face look all awkward, you know? You're still Tomomi-chan, after all. What? Why are you looking at me like I'm a hopeless case again? Did I do something? Sigh. Never mind. I was an idiot to feel moved by you. Moved. Never mind that. Anyway, since we're here, why don't we have a little talk? A talk? A talk? Ha! What are you saying, Ryoko? After all this time, what's left for us childhood friends to have some big formal conversation about? When did you start liking Hiroyuki-chan, Tomomi-chan? Oh no. Hiroyuki? You want to talk about Hiroyuki? Yeah. I mean, honestly, isn't there nothing else left for us to talk about? Well, I guess so. Hiroyuki is no longer around. Well, that's a bit misleading. He's living at Kiru-san's place now. But we still walk to school together every morning, and we've already talked about TV shows, music, and good-looking celebrities to death. So yeah, maybe there really isn't much left for us to talk about. Except maybe love stories. Exactly. Love stories. Isn't that so girly? It'll boost your femininity too, Tomomi-chan. Femininity. Wait, Ryoko, do you think I'm lacking in femininity? Do you think you have a lot of it, Tomomi-chan? I have no rebuttal. High school girls these days mostly talk about sweets, dramas, or love stories, don't they? Or schoolwork, or club activities. Do you think a conversation like that would work between you, who hate studying, and me, a member of the go-home club? No, it wouldn't. Yeah, there's no way that conversation would work. But still, doesn't this feel kind of late? You and me talking about love stories, it's so embarrassing, you know? I get it. But I've always kind of admired it. I mean, you're my childhood friend. And my best friend. Well, more like we're practically family at this point. Like sisters. Thanks. But you know, if two people are that close, wouldn't they normally share at least a love story or two? Well, I guess that makes sense. Until now, though. Well, Ryoko and I both liked Hiroyuki, right? So, naturally, we avoided topics like that. It was like a landmine. We both had feelings for the same person. It might feel late now, but doesn't that also mean we can talk about it because of where we are? I guess. See? And, you know, you and Hiroyuki got along really well, but you were also rivals, always competing in basketball. So, I can't help but wonder, when did it start? Ryoko leaned forward as she spoke. Once she gets like this, there's no stopping her. It's like trying to stop a moving train. Sigh. Well, you're right. Hiroyuki and I were rivals. I always hated the idea of losing to him, you know? I started basketball later than him, but as I got better and caught up to his level, I was determined to beat him. Yeah, I remember. Back then, you and Hiroyuki were always playing basketball, even after school, leaving me behind. I'm sorry, okay? I was just a kid back then. Feeling a bit awkward, I scratched my head, and Ryoko chuckled softly. I'm just kidding. You were the one who invited me out back then, remember? Ryoko, come watch my game. That made me so happy. Ryoko looked up, as if recalling a fond memory. And why did someone like you, Tomomi-chan, fall for Hiroyuki? You're relentless, Ryoko. She wasn't going to let me dodge this one, right? Well, it's Ryoko. Of course not. Well, I worked really hard at practice, you know? I got better and better. By the time I was in 3rd grade, I could hold my own against 4th and 5th grade boys. You were tall for your age back then, Tomomi-chan. Yeah, and girls grow faster at that age. But still, there was a lot of resentment. Resentment. You know, like the classic "you're just a girl" type of thing. I guess that does happen sometimes. And honestly, I wasn't helping the situation. I'd taunt those upperclassmen, saying things like, if you're mad, beat me at basketball. Why were you so combative, Tomomi-chan? Ahaha. Yeah, I was pretty aggressive back then. But I was just that serious about basketball. That's one thing I can say for sure. You haven't changed a bit, Tomomi-chan. You've got such a cute face, But couldn't you try being a little more girly? Tomomi-chan? Ryoko gave me a puzzled look as I fell silent. Waving my hand to apologize, I continued. Yeah, I've heard that a lot. My dad, my mom, even you, Ryoko, told me that when we were little. Rin-san, too. She'd say, Tomomi has such a beautiful face, my clothes would look great on her. If only she weren't so rough. Maiko-san said something similar. Tomomi-chan? I'm happy you're playing with Hiroyuki, but couldn't you try some more girly activities? Remember when you used to play house? You were so cute back then. Did you hate it? Looking back, not really. But I always thought, I am who I am. I knew the reason they said those things was because of how I acted, so I never really felt dissatisfied about it. But Hiroyuki was the only one. He never told me to act more girly. Anyway, my grandmother on my mom's side got worried about me and bought me a hair clip. A hair clip? Yeah. Don't you remember? It's great that you're so energetic, but you're a girl, Tomomi-chan. Instead of just playing basketball, why don't you try being a little more girly? Maybe try dressing up or something. Honestly, I thought it was such a hassle at the time. I hated being told to act more girly, you know? It's not like I didn't enjoy fashion, but if I had to choose, basketball was way more fun. And competing with Hiroyuki? That was the best. But still, thinking about it now, despite those feelings, the hair clip my grandma bought for me was so beautiful, so cute. I fell in love with it instantly. Am I shallow? No way. That hair clip was seriously adorable. Well, I guess I was still a girl at heart. I didn't hate cute things. So, yeah, I was all excited when I wore that hair clip to school. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember that. You were always wearing that hair clip for a while. Yeah, the one you said your grandma from Kyushu got for you, right? It was cute, not like a character-themed kind of cute, but a timeless, elegant kind of cute. You could probably still wear it even now. That's the one. You even complimented me on it, Ryoko. You were like, that's so cute, Tomomi-chan. I got so hyped, so much that I even wore it to basketball practice. I remember Hideaki turning bright red when he saw it. Oh, I get it now. That's what that was about. Poor guy. I feel kind of bad for asking him if he had a fever back then. And Mizuho? She had the nerve to say, Tomomi-chan with a cute hair clip. Isn't that a bit off-brand? Needless to say, I destroyed her during practice. And, well, that's when it happened. Some fourth-year upperclassmen kind of picked on me a little. Section. Hey, Suzuki, what is it, Yamada-senpai, and everyone else? As I walked home alone after finishing practice and packing up, a voice called out from behind me. Turning around, I saw Yamada-senpai, a fourth year, standing there with his arms crossed, glaring at me. This senpai, how should I put it? He's always bothering me during practice, and it's seriously annoying. Letting out a sigh of exasperation at being caught by such a troublesome senior, I replied. Do you need something? Do you need something? My ass. What the hell was up with you at practice today? Practice today? Don't play dumb. You tripped me, didn't you? Don't pull dirty tricks like that. Tripped you? Oh. During today's practice, I ended up in a one-on-one against Yamada-senpai. When I bypassed him, he did fall, but I didn't do anything dirty. I just went for a clean move, and you tripped on your own, senpai. For him to stumble over such a simple feint and fall, it's ridiculous. Hearing my response, Yamada-senpai's face turned bright red. Another senior, stepping in to support him, raised his voice. Don't lie. There's no way Yamada would fall for a feint from someone like you. You must have tripped him or something. If someone trying to pass had tripped him, it's more likely that I would have been the one to fall. That thought made me let out an involuntary deep sigh. What's with that sigh? Nothing in particular. TCH, you're such an arrogant brat for a girl, and a younger one at that. This damn tomboy. Yeah, that's right. The three seniors started chanting, tomboy, tomboy. Seriously, such an insolent brat. Mid-sentence, Yamada-senpai seemed to notice something and stopped. Then, a nasty grin spread across his face. Hey, she's wearing a hair clip. A tomboy like her. Their mocking laughter started spreading like wildfire. The other seniors quickly joined in. Wow, seriously? That's disgusting. No way. A tomboy like you thinks you can pull that off. Their ridicule grew louder, laughter echoing around me. My eyes stung with frustration as I glared at the seniors, my gaze full of defiance. Section. What? That's it, Tomomi-chan? You just glared at them? I wouldn't have been surprised if you had gone, what did you say, and swung at them. Hey, childhood friend. What exactly do you think I am? And besides, wasn't that a Kane's thing? I'm not that much of a battle-crazed maniac. Okay, that's a pretty harsh statement to make about a Kane, but still. Tomomi-chan, you used to fight with boys all the time, didn't you? Don't act like this is some nothing to do with me situation now. Ryoko gave me a flat, pointed look, making me falter with a weak ua. Sure, I've calmed down now, but back then, I was definitely quick to pick fights. That's probably why people used to call me a tomboy. Well, you're not wrong. But, you know, I was wearing a hair clip, right? Yeah. I guess I felt like, maybe I should try being a bit more girly for once, so I put it on. If I ended up fighting someone while wearing it, I thought it'd make my grandma sad. True, getting into a fistfight while wearing a hair clip your grandma bought to make you look more girly would probably break her heart. Exactly. So, I held back. But I guess they didn't like the way I was looking at them. One of the seniors suddenly shouted, "What's with that look in your eyes?" And then, well, the other two grabbed me in a full Nelson, trying to snatch my hair clip. Section. Stop it. Heh. This thing doesn't suit you, you tomboy. Stop. Don't touch it. My grandma bought that for me. Don't touch it. As I squirmed and twisted, trying to free myself, Yamada-senpai's hand reached for my hair. What's going on, Tomomi? And you guys? Hiroyuki. Higoshi Kuju. TCH. Mind your own business. I could hear something about a hair clip and your grandma. Wait, Tomomi. Why are they holding you in a full Nelson? Did you start another fight or something? Cut it out. I've had enough of that with a cane. It wasn't exactly a high-stakes moment, but Hiroyuki's clueless remark drained all the tension from the air, leaving the seniors dumbfounded with blank stares. Hiroyuki bowed slightly toward them. Look. If Tomomi did something wrong, I'll apologize on her behalf. But could you let her go? Honestly, 3 guys ganging up on one girl isn't exactly a good look. At Hiroyuki's words, Yamada-senpai scowled. TCH. A girl. She plays basketball against guys like it's nothing. She's no girl, she's just a tomboy. Well, sure, Tomomi has some boyish traits, but... See. Even you think so, Higoshi Kuju. She's so cheeky for a girl, isn't she? Come on, tell her. Tell her she's cheeky for a girl. Cheeky for a girl? You think so too, don't you? You started basketball before her, but now she's better than you. Doesn't that piss you off? At those words, I couldn't help but clench my eyes shut. Hiroyuki and I had played countless basketball matches together. If even he were to deny me now. Not at all. What? I mean, yeah, it's frustrating. But it's simple, Tomomi is just better. That's all there is to it. Though I'm not planning to lose our next one-on-one. And anyway, I've never thought of her as cheeky for a girl. After saying that, Hiroyuki looked momentarily puzzled before his expression shifted. Wait. Don't tell me. Are you guys doing this because you lost to Tomomi during practice today? Bullseye. Yamada-senpai's face flushed crimson as he lashed out. So what if we are? You got a problem with that? In response, Hiroyuki gave them a remarkably cold look. Wow. That's so lame. What did you say? I mean, come on. Losing in basketball and trying to take it out on her like this. That's just pathetic, senpai. He cracked his neck as he strode over to the seniors holding me. Let her go. His voice was lower than I'd ever heard it before. The seniors stiffened, immediately releasing me. Hiroyuki shot them a sharp glare before turning toward me with a gentle smile. What's the deal with that hair clip? My grandma. She bought it for me. She said since I'm a girl, I should try dressing up a little. I see. After hearing that, Hiroyuki stared at me for a moment, studying my face. Yeah. It looks great on you, Tomomi. You look adorable. At his words, I felt tears well up in my eyes. Huh. What's so cute about it? Your eyesight must be terrible, Higoshikuju. Shut up. Like I care what a bunch of bullies ganging up on a girl think. What did you say? Hey, guys. Let's take him down. Fine. Bring it on. Oh, Tomomi, stay back. His words snapped me out of my daze. What? No way. I'm joining in. Idiot. You're wearing that cute hair clip, aren't you? For once, try acting a little more like a girl. Those words I'd heard countless times before, words that had grown tiresome from repetition, felt completely new coming from him. My heart pounded like never before. That's why this is a man's job. Hiroyuki flashed a wide, confident grin. And in that moment, he looked so incredibly, undeniably cool. Section. Wow, Hiroyuki-chan was so cool back then. Yeah. At that moment, Hiroyuki was, how should I put it? Incredibly cool. Like I said earlier, I do like cute things, you know? But, how do I say this? I really don't like being told, because you're a girl. It's like everything is defined by gender, being feminine, being masculine. I don't want that. I just want to be Tomomi-chan like. Ah, yeah, that's close. I want to live as myself. Is that different now? No, I still think that way. Living for someone else's convenience. Well, I'll compromise a bit, but deep down, I want to live the way I like. As long as I'm not causing trouble for anyone, I think it's fine. I don't have to live like a girl. But still. When Hiroyuki said, "You look cute," it made me really, really happy, you know? I felt like, well, it's nice to be a girl. This is so embarrassing. My face flushed bright red, but Ryoko didn't tease me. Instead, she gave me a graceful, gentle smile. I see. Still, Hiroyuki-chan hasn't changed a bit, right? Seriously. That's thanks to Rin-san's training. Yeah. That's one thing I'm grateful to his mom for. It makes dressing up worth it. Hiroyuki is the product of Rin-san's teaching. Listen, Hiroyuki. When a girl dresses up, you compliment her with all your heart. But no lies. Only say it if you truly think it looks good. He's been drilled with this since preschool, so he's completely comfortable complimenting girls' clothes, hairstyles, or shoes. And thanks to being dragged around as a pack mule and fashion critic by me, Ryoko, Mizuho, and even Akane, his skills are razor sharp now. So, was that the moment you started noticing Hiroyuki-chan? Yeah, probably. Not that I disliked him before that, you know? But, yeah, I think that's when I completely fell for him. Honestly, it's kind of pathetic how easily I fell for him after just one compliment. But it couldn't be helped. He was just that cool back then. Well, that's my story. I took a sip of coffee and turned my gaze to Ryoko. So, Chem, don't HM me. I told my story, so it's your turn. Otherwise, it's not fair. Exactly. I just shared such an embarrassing story. Ryoko has to tell hers too. My turn, her. Didn't I already say it? Didn't you already? As I stared at her in confusion, Ryoko smiled brightly. I've loved Hiroyuki-chan ever since I can remember. What? What a sweet and sour story that was. Isn't it great, Tomomi-chan? Talking like this with a childhood friend. I've always wanted to have a love talk with you, Tomomi-chan. Wait, Ryoko? This feels great. That was so heart-flattering. Thanks, Tomomi-chan. Ryoko beamed with a radiant smile. Wait a second. Well, sure, this girl has been stuck to Hiroyuki since the day they met, so, okay, maybe she didn't have some dramatic falling in love moment like I did. But still. Wait, isn't this unfair? I'm the only one embarrassed here. You said it'd be a heart-to-heart, but this was just me rambling on my own. Can't help it. I've always liked Hiroyuki-chan, so there weren't any big moments like I'm in love, or anything. It's just, I realized one day that I liked him. She smiled sweetly. That's why. I'm jealous. Tomomi-chan, you got such a romantic moment. I've been duped. This was a setup. I'm the only one who's embarrassed. As expected of Ryoko. So cunning. I shot her a resentful glare, but Ryoko tilted her head adorably, making me sigh heavily. Yeah. I can't win against Ryoko. End of Volume 2.